she really has to do is get naked. And that she was, naked, not a stitch on, not even socks. Sadly, Shen couldn't even argue with her logic. Naked was usually the best way to get a man's attention, unless he had a specific kink. "Stevie," he began, but she'd started using her hands to knead a spot way too close to his groin, and Shen jerked. A random, abrupt movement that sent Stevie head over ass, off his back, and onto the floor. Before he could even reach to help her up, she was back on her feet. "Sorry," he muttered. "You startled me." Stevie pushed her hair off her face and shook off the embarrassment of falling flat on her ass in front of the guy she was so into. She'd admit that Shen was taking a lot more work than she was used to. Of course, most of the guys she'd been with were scientists who were more acquainted with their hand than a woman who was hot for them. Shen, however, was probably used to way hotter girls coming on to him, rap artists and supermodels, the kind of girls Stevie didn't have a chance against, except in a battle of intelligence. But Stevie wasn't one to back down from a challenge. She knew what she wanted, and she knew Shen liked her. So she'd give it one more shot. "Look," she began, reaching back with one hand to brush something off her rear. "I like you." She brushed her butt again. "A lot. And if you're interested—" "What is on my ass?" she screeched, trying to look over her shoulder to see what was touching her. Shen took hold of her upper arm and held her in place as he leaned over and removed whatever she'd picked up when she'd hit the floor. He held it up for her. "Bamboo leaf." "Oh." "They're kind of all over the floor because of my eating. The cleaning staff will take care of it. But if you'd feel better, we can start cleaning tonight. Get all this stuff off the floor and—" That was it. She didn't want to hear anything else about cleaning the floor, and she was tired of the mocking smirk on his face. She was going to take one more shot at this. Stevie grabbed Shen's black t-shirt, twisted her hand in it, and yanked him down so that when she went up on her toes, she could reach his mouth. She kissed him, hard, using her tongue to part his lips. Now, if this didn't work, if he still showed no interest, then fine. She'd move on and forget about something. What had she been thinking about? Because she really couldn't remember now that Shen was kissing her back. Any doubts she'd had about his level of interest were washed away, especially when he buried his hands in her hair and turned her head so he had better access to her mouth. His tongue moved around hers, toying, teasing. Her body immediately responded, her nipples getting hard, her pussy getting wet, just from one kiss. The promise of that kiss alone had her lowering her hand to his crotch, her fingers searching out the zipper of his jeans. But he stopped her, pulled her hand away. She was about to get angry. If he mentioned how young she was again, she was going to lose it. "You threw yourself at me," he said, moving around her. "That means I make the rules." "I've never heard that before." He stood behind her now, both her wrists caught in one of his big hands. Shen leaned down and moved her hair off her ear so he could press his mouth against it and whisper, "That's 'cause I just made it up." She was fine with that, especially when his free hand slowly made its way down her stomach and slid between her thighs. He pressed 2 fingers inside her, moving them around, finding a spot deep inside that he pressed. Stevie started to move against his hand, but he pulled out, gliding his fingers to her clit. He took his time, circling, stroking, and brushing around and across. Her knees went weak, but Shen's arm tightened so that she was trapped against him, unable to fall, his other hand still gripping her wrists. As his fingers moved, his tongue did the same against her ear, stroking the outside, teasing the inside. Stevie pressed out her chest, but he ignored her breasts completely, which was making her nuts. She wanted his mouth on them, or his hands, something. Sweat began to bead on her skin, and she could hear herself purring. Her hips were moving, trying to follow his fingers wherever they went, as long as they kept stroking her clit or fucking her pussy. She didn't care. Shan walked forward, and she didn't even have to do anything. At this point, her feet weren't even on the floor. They were pressed against his lower legs, her toes rubbing against the denim. Her entire body was rubbing against him. She felt him going down. "Bend your knees," he ordered gently, and she did, assuming he was going to stop so he could get a blowjob. She understood, though. She could feel his cock through his jeans, and it was hard and ready. And, from what she'd felt, huge. She liked huge. Max had once called her a size queen. Stevie didn't know they were in front of one of the armchairs until Shen pushed her face down on the seat. He moved his hand away from her crotch, but only for a moment. A few seconds later, his fingers re-entered her from behind, using the change in position to stroke her a little harder. He released her wrists and brought his now free hand back to the front of her pussy. He wet 2 fingers inside her and then dragged them back to her clit. He began circling and circling while still taking her from behind. Stevie pressed her cheek against the leather chair and let Shen work her body any way he wanted to at the moment, because it all felt amazing. Even though he wasn't touching her nipples, they were against the seat. Every time Shen pushed her forward, the grain of the leather rubbed against them, exciting her even more. Then Shen licked his way up her spine, and that first orgasm took her by complete surprise. She gasped hard, her legs shaking, her hips writhing. She came, but it was quick, a shock to her system. Shen didn't stop. He was too busy working her with his hands and licking her back. She felt his fangs brush against her human skin, and that set off a second wave. Another orgasm about to crash down on her, about to take her over. She couldn't stop it, even if she'd wanted to, and she didn't, because Shen wouldn't stop. He just kept going and going until Stevie cried out into the leather cushion, her hands reaching out and grabbing the arms of the chair, gripping them so tight she was sure she'd have to replace the whole thing. But it was the only thing grounding her, tethering her to this world, as the second orgasm broke her down, left her panting and shaking. Shen finally pulled his hands away, and she felt his absence when he moved. She didn't even care. She should. She should call him back and return the favor. But at the moment, she could only kneel in front of the chair, the rest of her limp against the cushion, and attempt to get her breath back. She had no idea how long Shen was gone, and as she began to shake off the sex days she'd been caught in, she wondered if he'd left her. Her rational brain, which was buried deep at the moment, was trying to tell her that probably hadn't happened, but her irrational brain was just hoping they weren't done, and if he'd left, they would be. Some time passed, and Stevie placed her hands on the cushion so she could push herself up. She'd find out where he'd gone and deal with it. But just as she'd levered her upper body off the couch, a hand wrapped around her ankle and yanked her down to the floor before she was unceremoniously flipped over. Shen was kneeling in front of her. He was completely naked now, except for the condom on his engorged cock and the scowl on his face. To Stevie's own surprise, she wasn't frightened by that scowl. She recognized it. This was not anger or annoyance. It was focus. She'd seen similar expressions on her fellow scientists when they were trying to fix a problem. With his hands gripping her waist, he yanked her close and angled her hips up. He entered her without a word, and he was as big as she'd thought. He filled her completely, and she briefly wondered, could he tickle my tonsils with that thing? More than willing to find out, Stevie slapped her hands on his shoulders, wrapped her legs around his waist, and left the rest up to him. It was the wild panda in him. It was out of control. A fear he'd had as soon as he'd met Stevie for the first time in the Queen's house living room. The wild panda in him had wanted to grab her ankles, lift her off the floor, and have her suck his cock for an hour or so until he was completely drained. His wild panda side was like all wild pandas, horny, demanding, and insatiable. That's why he kept that part of himself hidden, except from other pandas. A full human could never handle that, and most of the other shifter breeds just got freaked out. They, like everyone, expected giant pandas to be cute and docile, and if Shen had grown up in a zoo, he probably would have been. He hadn't grown up in a zoo, though, and Stevie McKilligan had thrown herself at him, naked and demanding. She'd even purred. Purred. What was he supposed to do with purring other than fuck it? Fuck it hard. Fuck it long. Fuck it forever. Then she made it worse. When he'd shoved his cock inside her without even the most basic, "You up for this?" she didn't start pulling away or telling him to wait or asking him to be nice. Nope. She just buried her fingers deep into his shoulders and growled at him. Growled. Not able to stand another second of this, Shen stayed on his knees and took a tight, probably painful, hold of Stevie's hips. Holding her in place, he plowed into her, loving how her pussy gripped him, how it pulsated around him. And every time he entered her again, her grip tightened. Not on his shoulders, on his cock. Her pussy gripped his cock tight each time he pushed in, making Shen crazier than he already was. He hadn't thought that was possible. Did she know what she was doing to him? Did she care? Too bad he couldn't be bothered to find out. Then again, he wasn't really that worried. The harder he fucked her, the more she held on to him. She pulled her fingers away from his shoulders and moved her hands to his back. She gripped him tight again, and he was just thankful that, unlike some cats, she didn't unleash her claws. He loved his spine and would hate for it to be split into pieces, even if it was during the best sex of his life. And it really was the best sex, not just because of the way Stevie's hips moved. She had this little swirl thing going on that was driving him insane, or the way her legs tightly held on to his hips, or the hiss she let out every once in a while. All that was great, but it wasn't just that. It was her. It was all her. Shen placed one hand flat against her back so he could keep her pressed against his chest as he turned on his knees away from the chair. It was in his way. Still buried deep, he put Stevie on the floor, placed his hands on either side of her head, and raised himself up a bit. Then he just took her. He fucked her hard and long, loving every second of it. He placed his hands so she didn't slide across the hardwood floor, keeping her trapped by his body. But, again, she didn't seem to mind. Her hands gripped his sides, and she raised her legs higher, spread them wider. Her back arched, and he went deeper inside her. He soon realized he had to come, but Stevie was nowhere near. Thinking she might need her clit stimulated to get there, he pulled one of her hands off his body. He brought the hand up and took her middle finger into his mouth, sucking it for a few seconds, getting it good and wet. Then he pushed her hand between their bodies, pressing the middle finger down on her clit. He couldn't tell her what to do. He wasn't a chatty guy when he was fucking. Thankfully, she understood without words and began to massage her clit while he continued to brutally bulldoze into her. The muscles gripping his cock began to tighten around him even more, and he knew she was close. He held on until her back arched and her legs shook. And as she beautifully came, he watched her writhe and moan and desperately gasp right beneath him before he finally let himself go. Before he finally had what he wanted. He threw back his head, suddenly realizing he was sweating and had sent droplets of that sweat across his sister's nice hardwood floor. But he didn't care. He was too exhausted to care about anything. He gave one last gasp and dropped on top of poor Stevie, not even caring he was probably smothering her. But he felt her wiggle her way out from under him and crawl onto his back. She stretched out, asleep, seconds before he was. The last thing he remembered was her purring against his upper back and kneading her fingers against his shoulders. Chapter 16. They sat on the floor, Shen's back against the base of the chair, Stevie on his lap. She'd been heading to the couch when he gently steered her back to the floor. She got it, though. He didn't want her naked ass on his sister's furniture. Totally understandable. Smiling, she snuggled in closer and closed her eyes. She started to drift off to sleep again until she heard the first crunch, then another, then another. Opening her eyes, Stevie leaned back a bit. Shen held out the bamboo stalk he'd been eating. "Want some?" he asked. "You really don't get sick of that stuff?" "Nope. I started teething on it when I was still a baby. I can't imagine my life without it." "Okay," she snuggled back in. "You can keep eating." So he did, holding stalks in one hand and cupping her shoulder with the other, keeping her tight against him. What she never thought would be true, though, was that after a few minutes, the crunching was the most calming thing she'd ever heard. Because not only was it continuous, it was consistent and soothing. So goddamn soothing. Because it never changed. He'd use his fangs to rip off part of the sheath of the stalk, then bite into the stalk. Chew, chew, bite, chew, chew, rip off sheath. It should have made her crazy, and she kept waiting for that to happen. Eventually, though, she simply fell asleep again. From her spot on a hangar roof, a good distance away, she saw that they had arrived. It was originally believed they would all arrive the day of the event, but then it was discovered they were already in the air and heading this way. And now that they'd arrived, she could see that there were a lot of them, all male, all armed, shorter than the Americans, but that didn't mean anything. For shifters, height and weight didn't always have much significance. Deanne continued taking pictures on the digital camera until the entire group disappeared inside the hangar closest to the landing strips. When the last male was inside, she tucked the camera into her bag and quickly climbed over the hangar roof. Once she was back on the ground, she took off running, past the few workmen still around. As soon as she was across the street, she jumped into the waiting black sports car and closed the door behind her. Go! Malone pulled away from the curb and onto the street. She careened around the slower-moving vehicles and nearly ran down a late-shift worker. Then, with a dramatic spin of tires and a turn that would make a lesser man vomit, they landed in a safe spot near closed businesses. Malone turned off the headlights and looked over at Deanne, grinning. Deanne knew that look. Kitty wanted a compliment, so she gave her one. "You drive like my daddy when he's had some of Uncle Buddy Ray's shine." Not appreciating that, Malone contacted the other teams. They had every way out of this private airport covered so they could follow their prey. The plan was that the group, Katzenhouse, and the BPC would not let these boys out of their sights while they were in this country. But as the minutes ticked away and no one drove by, Deanne and Malone looked at each other, gazing directly into each other's eyes. "Hey, Arnie," Malone called out on a radio. "Yo." "Check the hangar they went into." "Yep," the bear replied. And then they waited again, and still no vehicles came by. "Scylla," Arnie called back. Yeah? They're gone. Malone let out a nasty growl. Who the fuck missed them? She demanded of the multiple teams listening in. Who the fuck let them by? Sella? What, Arnie? No one let them by. How do you know? Because I'm looking at the hole. Frowning, her head jerking back a little, Malone asked, What? I'm looking at the hole. What hole? The hole they burrowed. When Malone said nothing, Arnie added, They burrowed out of here. Literally. They burrowed. Malone dropped back into the seat and said to Deanne, They burrowed out of the hangar and under the streets of New Jersey. Yeah, Deanne replied. I really don't know what to do with that. For once, my canine friend, we agree. Of course, this also means we have Scottish McKilligans loose on the East Coast, and no idea where. Well, Deanne said, lifting up her Tennessee Titan's hat so she could scratch her scalp before pulling it back down. If nothing else, we know they'll be at that funeral. We just have to hope and pray they won't be burying any extra bodies. She only napped for about 20 minutes, but it was enough to make her energy explode like a 3-year-old who had gotten into a bag of sugar. But it got really weird when Shen, sitting on the floor with the couch at his back, looked away from the TV and realized that Stevie had perched herself on the tall bookshelf at the other side of the room. When she realized she had his attention, she began to creep along the top on all fours until she reached the edge. Shen shook his head. Stevie, don't. But it was too late. She made a crazy leap from the bookcase toward him, but she landed stomach down on the coffee table, about 5 feet short of her mark. Almost, she cheered, her face still in the table. Yes, Shen said, lifting her off the table. Almost. He pulled her down into his lap, her legs on either side of him. Are you tired? She asked. Nope. Stevie dug her hands into his hair, pushed it off his face, massaged his scalp. It felt amazing. Because I need to be fucked again, she said, but I don't want to wear you out. Shen couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. It's not? Because I can be pretty demanding. And I'm a wild panda. All I need is a box of condoms and free time. Stevie moved her hands from his scalp to his shoulders and leaned in close. Then what are you waiting for? He pointed toward the TV. Storage Wars is on right now. Stevie's eyes opened wide and her lips parted. I'm kidding, Shen said quickly, yanking her back onto his lap before she could get up and storm away. All right, then. Besides, I can just record it. She was halfway across the room before he caught up with her again, catching her in his arms and dumping her onto his shoulder. Her laughter entertained him just as much as having her naked body all to himself for the next few hours. Chapter 17. Okay, Stevie said, turning in the chair so she could look right at Shen. I have a suggestion. Shen grinned, but she rolled her eyes. I'm not talking about sex. Oh, he shrugged. Sorry. I never knew you could be such a horny monkey. Wild panda, he reminded her. So what's your suggestion? You might think it's crazy. It goes against everything I believe. Now I have to know. She glanced at the receptionist who managed her therapist's office. Frowning a little, she leaned in and said, I think we need to involve Max. Shen shook his head. Sisters are not my scene. That's not what I mean, perv. You started it, he murmured. Then he winked, and she didn't know whether to punch him or put his cock in her mouth. Are you going to focus? She asked. Well, on the topic? He chuckled. Sorry, bring Max into what? She leaned even closer. Dealing with Wells. I thought you said if your sisters found out. That's mostly Charlie. If Charlie finds out, she'll kill everybody, probably even you, for not stopping me. Good to know, and a little terrifying. But Max is an unhinged nutbag, who I respect as your sister, he added when she glared. But she is an unhinged nutbag. How do you know she won't flip out too because you're involved? We give her a task. She motioned him closer so she could whisper in his ear. Breaking and entering. You sure that's a good idea? She says she hasn't done it in a while, but I'm not sure I buy that. Anyway, it's like riding a bicycle. It's a skill you never truly lose. Only this time, instead of robbing people of their very expensive jewels, she'll be helping her kind. If you think it's a good idea, he shrugged. But you'd better protect me if Charlie finds out. I can try, but, I may have to let you go. Thank you very much for that. Stevie laughed, but the sound got caught in her throat when her doctor's partner walked out to the front desk, with Charlie behind her. If you have any questions or experience any side effects, the woman told her sister, just call, but there shouldn't be a problem. Thank you, Charlie said, taking an actual prescription from Dr. Lewis. Great. See you next week. Yeah. Charlie turned, and that's when she saw Stevie. Their gazes locked, and Stevie opened her mouth to tell her sister how proud she was of her, how excited she was that Charlie was taking her own mental health in her hands and managing it, how amazing her sister was, how she'd never loved her more. But before she could say any of that, Shen pressed his hand over her mouth. She tried to drag it off as Charlie looked down at the floor and began to quickly walk toward the elevator, but he wouldn't let go. He dragged Stevie onto his lap and wrestled with her until the elevator doors closed. Are you two having fun? Dr. Morgan asked, standing over them. Stevie finally got Shen's hand off her mouth. My sister was here. Stevie, you of all people know I can't discuss that with you or anyone. I know. She jumped off Shen's lap and spun away from her doctor. But isn't it amazing? Watching the ballet troupe on the big stage was interesting, but not as interesting as the woman sitting beside him in the theater. I don't think I've ever seen anyone so happy that someone was going to therapy. My sister's not nuts, Stevie replied, her eyes focused on the stage. Never said she was. You can't do what Charlie does and talk to the voices in your head or wear foil beanies to protect you from the alien rays. That is very specific. So I don't worry about my sister having an emotional breakdown. I worry she'll have a physical one. Stress can be very damaging to the body as well as the mind, even to those of us with superior DNA. I don't want to wake up in 20 years with a sister who has heart problems and back problems and ulcers and any other number of things that can kill you. So, yeah, if someone needs therapy and medication, I'm all for it. Maybe she just went for medication. That's not okay. Medication should never be given without therapy. She suddenly looked at him. And if you ever go to a doctor who tries to tell you otherwise, get another doctor. I'm a panda, he said, and when she frowned, we're just happy. Well, lucky you. A break was called on the stage, and Stevie got up and started down the aisle. Shen grabbed her backpack and followed. Oriana was standing next to the director. She was talking to him when the prima ballerina, Svetlana Romanov, cut in front of her as if she wasn't even there. Shen, who had a high tolerance for other people's bullshit, thought even he would be annoyed if someone did that to him. That's when he noticed that Stevie had picked up her step. She stopped when she reached the outside of the orchestra pit. Oriana, she called out. Hey! Oriana paused, taking her glare from the back of Svetlana's head long enough to spot Stevie. She blinked in surprise and came to the edge of the stage. "What are you doing here?" "Came to visit," Stevie replied. "Can I come up?" Oriana appeared as confused as Shen felt, but she motioned to a set of stairs that Stevie could take. When Stevie was on the stage, she threw her arms wide and loudly called out, "Oriana, sweetness, it's so good to see you." It was so loud and annoying that the remaining dancers and the director all focused on her. Stevie hugged Oriana for a little longer than was necessary. Poor Oriana widened her eyes at Shen over Stevie's shoulder, silently asking him what was going on, like he knew. When Stevie finally let Oriana go, she still held her hands. "I have such exciting news for you. I just have to—" "David?" An older man, standing on the other side of the director, looked up. "David Connolly?" Stevie asked. "Yes?" Stevie released Oriana and placed her hands on her upper chest. "It's me, Stevie Stashuk." The man frowned, and then his eyes popped wide open. "Dear God, Stevie?" She went across the stage and into the man's open arms. "I can't believe it. It's been ages." "Stevie, look at you. My God." He stepped away, looking her over. "Last time I saw you, you were just a child. Now look at you." He dramatically kissed the backs of her hands, and Shen had to use his best professional bodyguard face to keep from rolling his eyes. "What are you doing here?" Stevie asked. "I'm the music director of the ballet." Still holding her hands, he tugged her a little closer. "And you? Why are you here?" She motioned to Oriana with an elegant tip of her head. "We're very old friends." "They were?" "And I've been having a little bit of a rough time with my family." "Yeah, you could say that, if parts of your family trying to kill you is considered a little bit of a rough time. Sure." So Oriana insisted I come to New York to spend some time with her, and she's been such an inspiration. The music director's head jerked a little. "Inspiration? In music?" Stevie glanced around a little, and, leaning in, she loudly whispered, "I've been working on a little ballet for—" "Oh!" The exclamation came when the director yanked Stevie so close that Shen was worried the man was going to kiss her. But no, that wasn't it. "You've written a ballet?" "Just the music part." "Just," he gave a harsh laugh, "just the music part?" "Uh-huh. You see, I've known Oriana for years, except she said you never remembered her name. And we've been playing around with some ideas. The things she can do as a dancer are just astounding, and challenge me to come up with music that meets her talent head on. Because, as you know, music should never take over the dance or outweigh it in any way. Just complement the beauty of what she and the other dancers can do." The music director's eyes snapped over to an older woman and man standing nearby. They both nodded toward Stevie, signaling the man to do something. Shen just wasn't sure what. "Do you happen to have any of that music, on you at the moment?" Uh-oh. Stevie stretched out her arm toward Shen and wiggled her fingers. He assumed she wanted her backpack. He brought it to her, holding it in his arms as she opened the zipper. Let's see. She glanced at Shen. "Oh, sorry. Maestro David Connolly, this is Shen, my bodyguard. Say hello, Shen." "Hello, Shen," he repeated back, letting them all believe he was as dumb as they thought he was. "Ah," Stevie said. "Here it is." She pulled out one of her many notebooks, quickly flipped the pages. "Yes, this is it." She turned, handed it to Connolly. He grabbed it like a dying man, offered a bottle of water. He put on the glasses he had hanging around his neck and quickly scanned the pages. From what Shen could tell, it was a music notebook. He remembered those from his childhood days of attempting to learn piano before his mother finally came in during a practice session and closed the cover on the keyboard, looked down at her only son, and said with as much kindness as she could muster, "Let's just find something else for you to do. Anything else for you to do." "Do you, still have an agent for your music?" "I haven't in years. Science has been my love for quite a while now. Why do you ask?"
"Well, we might be interested in using this music and creating a ballet around it."
"Very interested," the elder woman said. She stepped closer, held out her hand. "Hi, I'm Ida, the ballet master." "Ida Swan?" Stevie said, shaking the woman's hand. "The Ida Swan? It's such an honor."
"And an honor to meet you. I remember seeing you conduct once in Madrid."
"Oh, yes, I remember that. God, I was so young."
"But talented. Your music is wonderful. I was sorry to hear you'd walked away from composing."
"It was for my mental health." She suddenly reached out, her arm wrapping around Oriana's neck and yanking her close. But Oriana and her beauty as a dancer just brought me back. It's been revolutionary. Ida smirked, her wise gaze sizing up these two women instantly. But she didn't call them out, not when she had a chance to get a ballet written by the great Stevie Stashuk McKilligan. At least that's what Shen was guessing. He watched players work all the time, especially when he protected financial guys. This was a negotiation, if he'd ever seen one, even if the word was never actually used.
"Dear Oriana," Ida said, "you've been keeping secrets."
Oriana nodded. Stevie wanted to keep her time here quiet.
"About that agent," the music director pushed with a gentle but desperate smile.
"You can use mine," Oriana suggested. "Dominique Gagnon." "The cellist from Marseille?" Stevie guessed. "No, the agent from Uniondale, out on the island. She has an office in Manhattan, though. She handles dancers and musicians." Stevie grinned. "Perfect." She glanced at her phone. "Oh, I have to go."
"We'll get in touch with you,"
Ida promised. "I look forward to it. Maybe dipping my toe back into this world through dance will change everything." Stevie started to walk off, but stopped, turned, and gently attempted to remove the music notebook from Connolly's desperate grip.
Can I, if I can just...
She ignored his begging and yanked the notebook from him. She tucked it into her bag and zipped it closed. "Ready?" she asked Shen.
"Yep."
Stevie took a few steps, and that's when Oriana's great enemy stepped in front of her. She was the stereotypical ballet dancer, long and lean, her hair in a perfect bun, not a strand out of place, her eyes big and easy to see from the back row of any theater. She was stunning, but obviously calculating. Hanging around his sister Kiki over the years, Shen had been introduced to lots of people like this woman. They had different livelihoods, were of different races, religions, but all had the same calculating gaze.
"Hello, Stevie. We met a very long time ago. I'm Svetlana, principal dancer here."
Stevie blankly gazed back at Svetlana and, with a calm, dead voice, replied, "I'm sorry, I don't know you." Then she walked around the dancer, who was used to people bowing at her feet, and left the stage.
"I'm sorry, I don't know you?"
Shen repeated to her as they sat in his SUV. Stevie cringed. "Too much?" He leaned forward a bit so he could see out her window.
"I don't think so."
Stevie looked out the passenger window and saw Oriana running down the stairs. She'd taken off her toe shoes and put on an orange pair of Converse high tops. Rolling down the window, Stevie began, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have..." Oriana's hug cut off the rest of Stevie's sentence. So I guess we're cool, she laughed. Oriana pulled back. You don't have to do this. Do what? Get back in the game? I know you pulled out for a reason, and this is going to turn into a bidding war. Bidding war? Stevie shook her head. No. No what? No bidding war. I'll give it to the company. They just have to make you the soloist. Oriana stepped away, shaking her head. No, you don't have... No. Why are you... What's happening? I'm going to give your ballet company my music for free. But I keep the rights, and they have to make you the soloist. And if they don't want to make you the soloist, I'll go to some other ballet company and give it to them, as long as they make you the soloist. This isn't brain surgery. Why are you doing this for me? Because we're friends. Stevie thought a moment. Right? I mean, I thought we were friends. There was hugging, right? No, we're friends, but you don't have to give away a lot of money just for me. Dude, I can always make money, and as long as I keep the rights to my work, Stevie shrugged, not really seeing the problem. But you do know that all I can do is give it to you and the company. After that, what you do with it is totally up to you. I can get you the shot at being a soloist, but becoming a principal? In other words, don't fuck it up. There had to be a nicer way for you to say that, Shen said. Do you need me to be nicer? Stevie asked her friend. If you're nicer, I'm going to assume you're up to some... Wait, are you up to something? You want something from me, Oriana accused. What do you want from me? Why are you being so nice to me? Is this all a plot to destroy me? Stevie smirked at him. See why I'm not nice? Where have you been? Kyle demanded, glaring down at Shen. You should have been here hours ago. Did you grow another inch? Shen asked. Kyle relaxed, smiled. I think I did, last night. Jackals have long legs. Kyle's mother came up behind her son, his leather messenger bag in her hands. Are you leaving, Kyle? Well, oh no. Do you have to go so soon? She pushed the bag into his hands. I will miss you, honey. She shoved him toward the door. Remember, Mommy loves you. She looked at Shen. Why are you still standing here? I'm waiting for Stevie. She went to talk to Dr. Conridge. Great, the mother of 11 muttered. Then she ordered, Give me your car keys. Shen handed them over, and she chucked the keys to her son, hitting him in the face. Ow! Why don't you go wait in the car, sweetie? Shen will be right out. He should actually wait in here for safe... Shut up! She waved at Kyle. Love you. Long night? Shen asked once Kyle had gone. I love him. I love him more than I can say. But I'm not sure I'd cry if he moved back to Europe. Or farther than Europe. Stevie came down the stairs. Hi, Maestro, she said to Kyle's mother. Hello, Stevie. Kyle's already in the car, she said, the smile on her face ridiculously forced. Stevie put her hand on the she-jackal's shoulder. He'll be fine with us, Jackie, I promise. Thank you. She let out a sigh and began to move away, but stopped. Oh, Jess Ward wanted me to remind you about Thursday night? Right, yeah. Tell her we'll be there. But Stevie didn't sound eager about whatever Thursday night held for her. Okay, have a good day, you two. Shen held the door open for Stevie, and once he closed it behind them, he asked, What was that about? I had to make a deal with Jess Ward, she said, walking down the steps. It was the only way I wouldn't have to pay for what I did to the living room. I thought that's what giving Johnny the violin was for. No, I let Max believe that. I sent Johnny that violin because I felt horrible for what my father did. I let him keep it because of guilt, but more because of a true fear of prison. Whether I realized it at the time or not, I was definitely my father's accomplice, and that rabid wild dog was not letting it go. By the time I got back to the States, the FBI was already interviewing my sisters and even my grandfather's pack. She shook her head. I did so much lying those weeks. I was positive I was going to federal prison forever, and that Jess Ward was going to be there to lock the door after me. But somehow, some way, Johnny must have calmed Ward down, because the feds finally backed off.
Then what kind of deal are you talking about?
I don't know, something called Wild Dog Night? She was really vague. What are you laughing about? They'd reached the bottom of the brownstone steps, and Shen was bent over at the waist, his laughter coming out so hard that it hurt his chest. What's so funny? Stevie asked again.
You didn't say yes, did you?
He barely got out. I had to. The contractor was talking a 6-figure restoration of the ballroom. I couldn't afford that right now.
You said you'd go?
Yeah.
Just you?
I said I'd bring my sisters. What is so funny? Shen wiped the tears from his eyes.
You'll find out. I don't want to ruin it for you.
You're being a very bad boyfriend right now. I just want you to know that.
Still worth it,
Shen admitted out loud after Stevie had already gotten in the car. As they headed back to Queens, with Kyle in the back seat, Shen softly asked,
So what did Conridge say?
She didn't seem to like the idea of me involving Max. Something about her husband losing skin. But he's a wolf, so I don't know if she just meant shedding.
So what are you going to do?
Not sure yet, but I've got to come up with something. We need to find out what's in Wells's lab, maybe even his apartment.
Are you two having sex?
Kyle suddenly asked. He was stretched out lengthwise in the back seat, his upper back resting on his messenger bag, phone in his hand.
What?
Shen snapped. Yes, Stevie cheered. Shen wanted to press the palms of his hands against his eyes, but he couldn't take his gaze off the road.
What are you doing?
Shen asked Stevie instead. What am I doing about what?
Why are you answering him?
What's the point of lying? He's not 2. Stevie looked over her shoulder. How did you know?
Because you two are acting very wife and husband-like. Similar to my parents. Clearly, your relationship has changed.
Stevie tapped Shen with the back of her hand. We're husband and wife-like.
Now he was worried. You do know that we're not husband and wife, right?
Of course we're not. She reached for the radio, turned it on. Yet.
Shen turned the radio back off. Okay, I need to make this clear to you.
Sure.
What we have is just casual, just friendly fucking,
Kyle tossed in from the back seat.
Shut up, or I'm going to make you stay with your family.
He refocused on Stevie.
We just have a casual relationship, right?
No, actually. Very wrong. Our love is grand and never-ending.
Never-ending,
Kyle repeated. We will be together until you die.
Until you die, Kyle repeated. You know, Shen told the air, I really have no one to blame but myself.
But yourself!
Shut up,
Shen barked at the annoying jackal. It's okay, Stevie gently told him. We'll be great together. For a moment, Shen was soothed until he realized that Stevie was rubbing her head against his arm.
Are you marking me with your scent again?
Is that a problem for you? She asked.
Well,
Kyle's jackal head was suddenly in the seats between them, looking back and forth for a moment, before he said,
It could have been worse. She could have unleashed her anal glands. Get thee back, Satan,
Shen barked.
You know, Kyle remarked, if I believed in the concept of a power higher than me, I'd be insulted right now. Lucky for you, I don't.
He relaxed back into his seat, again lengthwise, with one arm behind his head.
Shen came to a red light and hit his brakes, sending the boy rolling off the seat and into the footwell between the rows. Oopsie,
Shen called out. Chapter 18. Stevie walked into the house behind Kyle, who threw his bag onto the couch and his arms into the air, calling out,
I've returned home.
You're just visiting, Charlie yelled from the kitchen. Stevie? Yeah? I need to speak with you. Stevie dropped her head forward and girded her loins. She's going to be upset about earlier. Not necessarily, Shen replied. Maybe she's found a whole new way of handling you and Max, now that she's going to therapy too. Stevie smiled. He really was the sweetest of all the bears. She kissed his cheek. You're cute when you lie to me. It's a gift. Stevie left Shen in the living room with Kyle, and as she entered the dining room, she met Max coming down the stairs. They stopped and glowered at each other for a few seconds before ramming into each other and putting themselves into mutual headlocks. If I have to go out there, Charlie threatened from the kitchen. Not wanting Charlie to come out to get them, but not wanting to release each other, they made their way into the kitchen, still in headlocks. Charlie had just put something in the oven and turned around, glaring when she saw them. What is wrong with you two? Charlie asked. I really want to know. Is it a mental issue or just general stupidity? When they began to ram each other's heads into the refrigerator, Charlie sighed out. Yep, general stupidity. Shen walked into the kitchen to get a soda out of the fridge, but ended up catching Stevie before she could be flung into the dining room. She was lucky, though, because Charlie had only tossed her aside. She had Max by the hair and was shoving her into a chair. Charlie pointed at an empty chair and ordered, "Put her there." And Shen did what she ordered him to do because the look on Charlie's face suggested he shouldn't disagree with her at the moment. He carried Stevie into the room and gently placed her in the chair across from Max, careful not to make any sudden moves. When he was done, he straightened up and looked at the sisters. When all they did was stare at him, Shen began to slowly back out of the room, again keeping his movements very non-threatening. He could get a soda from the store, or he could just go thirsty. Whatever worked. As long as he got out of here with his life and sanity intact. After Shen had left the room, and then the house, Stevie could hear the front door slam closed. Charlie asked, "Did you sleep with him last night?" Stevie grinned. "I did. It was magnificent." "Aw, he's so sweet." "And God knows," Max sneered, "you needed to get laid." "Ow! What was that for?" she asked, rubbing the back of her head where Charlie had slapped it. "Because we don't have time for you two to keep bickering. I talked to Aunt Bernice last night." "Yeah, and?" "They want us to come to the funeral." Max frowned. "Who died?" "Great Uncle Pete, remember?" "Sorta." "Why do we have to go?" Stevie wanted to know. She didn't want to go to a funeral unless she had to, and she didn't think she had to go to a funeral for a man she didn't even know. That's where it gets complicated. Stevie and Max exchanged glances before looking back at Charlie. "What's complicated?" Max asked. "It's a funeral." "It's complicated because it's Uncle Will who wants us to attend." Stevie shrank down in her chair. "Oh, man, he's gonna kill us all, isn't he?" "Not necessarily." Stevie sat up straight again. "What the fuck kind of response is that?" Charlie rubbed her forehead with her thumb and admitted, "An honest one." Shen checked his pockets again for his cell phone. When he didn't find it, he figured he'd left it inside. He looked back at the front door, but muttered, I can get it later." He started down the front steps, but stopped when a blue SUV pulled into the spot behind his vehicle. He grinned when Livy Kowalski stepped out of the passenger side, and her maid and Shen's business partner got out of the driver's. "Livy!" Shen exclaimed, walking up to her and giving her a big hug. He pulled back, grinned. "Love the hair." It was their old joke, but Shen loved it. Livy was a honey badger, Shen a panda. They both had evidence of both colors in their black and white hair. Unlike the McKilligan sisters, they didn't bother dyeing their hair one color. "You doing okay?" Livy asked. "I'm fine. What are you guys doing here?" "Orders from my mother," Livy complained. "The aunts have not been able to get in touch with Max, and her mother's been trying to contact her." "Her mother? The one in a Belgian prison?" "Yeah." Livy and Max were cousins. Their families related on their mother's side, the Yangs. a powerful honey badger clan from China known for their art-thieving abilities. After Livy's mother hooked up with a Kowalski, she became one of the matriarchs of the Yangs. But Max's mother's connection with Freddie McKilligan had done nothing for her. It was why she was still in prison. No one had tried to break her out. Is everything all right? Doubtful, but no one's dead, if that's what you're asking. Shan had always loved Livy's flat, uninterested tone. She could make "you've won the lottery" sound like the worst thing that could happen to anyone. Vic Baranoff now stood next to Shen, gazing at him in that weird grizzly Siberian tiger way he had, and not saying anything until Shen finally asked, "What, Vic? You're engaged?" "What? No! I heard you were engaged." "Engaged to who?" Livy asked. "Oh, God, not Max. Tell me you're not engaged to—" "No, I'm not engaged to anyone. But there is no but." "Shen," Livy pushed, "what's going on?" "Fine, I slept with Stevie." "The little one?" Vic asked. "She's so tiny. Wasn't that cruel?" "No!" "Really? 'Cause you're kind of wide, like a wall." "I am not like a—" Shen stopped, blew out a breath. "I can't have this conversation anymore. Because everybody else thinks you're too big for her too? I'm not even addressing that bullshit. I mean, I'm not engaged to anyone. We're just hanging out. That's it." "Really?" Livy asked, pulling away from him, her lip curled a little. "Because her scent is all over you." "It's nothing. She just rubbed her scent on me when we were in the car." "Ah, sweetie," Livy said, patting his shoulder. "You don't get it." "Don't get what?" "That tiny cat hybrid owns you now." "She's right," Vic agreed. "That's what I mean every time I rub myself against Livy, but I don't say it out loud because she's a honey badger and I don't want to get hit in the face." Livy nodded at Shen's questioning look. "That's exactly what I would do if he said it out loud." "Are we going to go?" Stevie asked. "I'm going to go," Max announced. "And do what?" Charlie asked. "Kill them all?" "No." "You don't think I'd do it?" "I think you think you're crazy enough to do it," Stevie explained. "But you're not." "I could be." "You're not." "We're not," Charlie added. "People trying to actively kill us, strangers or family, we fight back. We always fight back, and we lay waste. But we don't kill family for no reason." No, Stevie was quick to cut in. "We don't kill anyone for no reason." Her sisters stared at her for what Stevie considered way too long, until Charlie blinked and said, Right. We don't kill anyone for no reason. Exactly right." Stevie swung her finger between her sisters. "It bothers me that I had to clarify that for you two, just so you understand the look of disappointment on my face." Shen returned to the kitchen, and as soon as he walked in, Charlie and Max let out an "Aww." "No," he said quickly. No, we're not going to do any of that, thank you very much." He jerked his thumb over his shoulder. "Livy's here." Stevie didn't know she had reflexes that anyone would call fast, but she was up and over the table, taking her sister down to the ground before she could throw one of her blades across the room and into the only cousin on the Yang side of the family who would talk to her. "Really?" Stevie demanded, still pinning her hysterically laughing sister to the floor. Charlie, shaking her head, stepped close and snatched the blade from Livy's hand. "She's family, dick-ass." Stevie couldn't help but scrunch up her face, and then she saw that Max had done that too. "I think you mean dumbass," Max suggested. "Probably. Let's just let it lie." "Yeah, but why would you even come up with—" "Let it lie!" Charlie tossed the blade onto the kitchen table. "What's up, Livy?" Livy, completely unfazed by her cousin, said to Max, "Call your mother." She slapped a piece of paper on the table and walked out without another word. "You haven't called your mother?" Charlie asked. "Well, with all the shit that's been going on. And I forgot to give her my new number." She pushed at Stevie. "Get off me."
Unlike Stevie, Max adored her mother and had lawyers in Belgium working on appeals to get her out of prison. They kept in touch through letters, emails, and the occasional phone smuggled behind bars. Stevie scrambled off her sister so Max could grab the piece of paper her cousin had left and quickly call her mother. Charlie was busy checking out whatever she'd put in the oven, so Stevie squeezed between Shen and the enormous hybrid blocking her kitchen door, biting back her squeal of panic at the mere sight of the man. She'd met him before, but she couldn't remember his name to save her life. She charged through the dining room and living room and caught up with Livy on the porch. "Hey," she said, forcing a smile. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Livy asked. "What are you doing with your face?" "I'm trying to smile." "Stop it. Can I talk to you for a moment?" "I don't want to talk about the fact that Max came at me with a knife, again." "This has nothing to do with Max." "Oh," Livy shrugged. "Yeah, okay. What's up?" Stevie took hold of Livy's arm and led her away from the house. As they moved down the street together, Stevie said, "This may be a weird request." And immediately Livy began to chuckle. "What's so funny?" "If you knew my family, you'd know why that statement was funny." Stevie stopped, glanced back at the house. They seemed to be alone. "I need you to break into a lab." Livy didn't react. She just kept staring at her, waiting for her to finish. "I think the scientist who runs it is up to some very bad things involving hybrids. I don't think he's doing those things there, in that lab. It's right in the heart of New York City, and that would be stupid. But I think we can find his second lab by going into his first." More staring. "I was never trained to do that sort of thing. I was going to ask Max, but if she tells Charlie..." "Are you saying people are dying because of these very bad things being done?" "Possibly, yeah." And Stevie hated the way her voice cracked when she said that. "Huh. Well, I don't really do that sort of work anymore." I know. I've seen your photography. It's powerful, which means you don't need to do this work anymore. It's just..." "Let me finish. I don't do that sort of work anymore, but the man I love is a hybrid, and my idiot cousin's sisters are hybrids, and you two, I like. So, yeah, I'll do it." Stevie threw her arms open, but Livy's hands immediately went up, blocking her. "I don't really hug. I'm not a hugger." "Right, sorry, forgot." "So when do you need me to do this?" "As soon as you can." "What about you?" Stevie grinned. "You want me to come? How "No, I want you to have an alibi." "Oh," she couldn't help but pout a little. "Fair enough." She thought a moment. "I've got to go to a funeral tomorrow morning." "That might be a little too soon. I still need to research the place." Right. Well, tomorrow night I have to somehow drag my sisters to something called a wild dog night with Jess Ward and her pack." Livy started laughing, not a chuckle, a full-blown laugh that had Stevie greatly concerned. "What?" she asked, becoming extremely worried. "What is so funny?" The phone rang, and Max pinned the cat she'd found lounging in her bed to the floor and used her free hand to answer. "What?" The cat slashed her claws across Max's arm, forcing her to release the animal, the little shit. "Hey, baby." Despite the pain, Max smiled, because she recognized the gravelly voice that did not seem as if it should belong to a 5'1" Chinese spitfire who could rob a man blind, punch his lights out, and steal his girlfriend, all in the same day. "Hey, Ma, are you okay?" Max had called her mother several times on the number her cousin had given her, but there had been no answer. Cell phones in prison, in any country, could come and go, so she hadn't left a message, but had hoped her mother would manage to get her newest phone number. It seemed she had, but it was strange that her mother had gone to the trouble to track her down. "I'm fine, baby. It's you I'm worried about." "Me? No one ever worried about Max." "Devin's out, baby. He's out, and he wants his shit." "What makes Devin think I have it?"
When her mother didn't reply, Max exploded. "That motherfucker!" Max began pacing. "Why, Ma, why? You could have had anybody, any man. I would still be a Yang. I'd still be a honey badger. But you picked him. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Being with your father might have been a mistake. But you, my beautiful, beautiful girl, never were. You understand?" Max closed her eyes. "I understand." "Good. And I miss you." "I miss you too, Ma. And if you hear from Devin again, or if you hear from any of his hench idiots, tell them the last person they should come at right now is me. There's a lot of shit going on here, and if they get in my way, I will make them regret it." Rennie Yang's brutal chuckle growled across their connection. "That's my girl. Always, Ma. Always." Chapter 19. It was the third Exorcist movie that upset the Dunn triplets the most. Shen sat next to them while they jumped and growled and sat curled in the corner of the couch, looking a little green. That had been Dag, specifically. Shen was worried that having 3 panicked grizzlies this close would freak out Stevie, but she was sitting on the floor by Charlie's feet, eating popcorn and dark chocolate M&Ms, and laughing. All 3 of the sisters were laughing hard, thoroughly enjoying the horror unfolding on the big screen TV in front of them. It became evident that they really loved horror movies, all of them. They cheered, they tried to scare each other, they especially loved to laugh. Not a typical laugh either. They each had their own versions of what they referred to as a demonic laugh, and all of them were disturbing. When the final film was over, Charlie asked, "What do you want to watch now?" It was after midnight, but none of them appeared tired. Still. "What about Suspiria?" Stevie suggested. "No," Shen immediately said. "Why not?" "My sisters made me watch that when I was 10. I'm not sitting through that shit again." Max smirked. "Was it the maggots? When that chick fell in the spiral wires?" Charlie asked. Stevie crinkled up her nose. "The music? What happened to the blind guy?" Max continued. "All of it," Shen barked. "Can we just watch something not horrifying?" Berg begged. "Like what?" "Anything," all the bears in the room said at the same time. Charlie laughed. Okay. How about John Wick?" "Yeah!" The bears cheered, happy for some regular old violence and revenge without the vomiting and head spin. While Charlie went through her streaming collection to find the movie, the rest of them took bathroom breaks, got more junk food and drink, or simply stretched. Kyle came back to the living room with a sandwich big enough to choke a rhino. The Grizzlies saw it and quickly made their way into the kitchen to build their own sandwiches. "Found your phone," Kyle said between bites, tossing the device onto the table. "Where did I leave it?" "Bathroom." Shen swiped the phone off the table and sat on the floor, his back against the couch, to check his messages. A few from his sisters forwarding the latest ridiculous video or horrifying news story that always seemed to involve murder and Florida. But that was it. Stevie came back into the room, but instead of returning to her spot by her sister, she came around the coffee table and sat down in front of Shen. He spread his legs so she could settle between them, and she rested her head against his shoulder so his jaw pressed against her temple. What he really appreciated, though, was that no one said anything about it. No one even looked at them. Then those behemoth dogs came in. The male went one way around the table, and the female came around the other. They sat down next to Shen, and the male placed his massive head on Shen's left shoulder, and the female on his right. "Should I find this concerning?" he asked Stevie. "They're just protective of me," she said, "and they haven't quite figured you out yet." Shen looked over at the triplets sitting on the couch behind him. "Do you 3 have any control over these?" "Nope," Berg replied. "Out, you 2.
Charlie calmly ordered as she reached over and took half of the sandwich Berg offered her. And with that, the dogs walked out of the living room and into the front room. The front door was closed, preventing the canines from returning to the Dunn house. Shen assumed they would sleep on the floor or on one of the couches, which worked fine for him, since he didn't appreciate being threatened by dogs, no matter their size. The gunfight scene in the Russian-owned club was a couple of minutes away when Max again heard the scratch coming from upstairs. She rubbed the spot between her brows with her forefinger, allowing her to glance at her sisters without their noticing. Worried that a raccoon or a squirrel had made its way into the house, Max got up. "Where are you going?" Stevie asked, looking awfully comfortable, cuddled up to her panda bear that way. And Shen didn't seem to mind, no matter how much he bitched. "Gunfight at the club. I'll be back, and it's not like I haven't seen it 10,000 times." Max stepped over Charlie's legs. If a squirrel had made it into the house, she wanted to get rid of it before either of her sisters knew. Stevie was bad enough with her panic over all things that, according to her, skittered. But Charlie was even worse. She hated vermin. And that's what she called them all. Whether rat, raccoon, squirrel, or possum, they were all vermin to her. And if she found any in her house, she flipped out. Calling a mere exterminator would not be good enough for the eldest McKilligan sister. After the exterminator came the professional cleaners, the specialists that handle toxic cleanups. And, of course, getting rid of all the furniture because Charlie would worry that one of the vermin had left their disgusting offspring somewhere. Max wasn't about to go through all that if she could help it. So she'd track the little fucker down and get it out of the house without either of her sisters knowing. Quietly heading up the stairs, Max occasionally paused to listen for more sounds. She inched closer and closer until she neared Stevie's room. That's when she began to worry it wasn't rodent vermin that was scratching away in the walls, but something worse, dad vermin. Growling softly, she made her way down the hall until she reached her sister's room. The door was partially open, and she eased inside without touching it. "Dad?" she called out softly. "Dad, are you in here?" She sniffed the air, trying to locate his scent, hoping this time he hadn't doused himself in cheap cologne, like the last time she'd found him lurking in her baby sister's bedroom, trying to steal what wasn't his. "If I have to track you down, you motherfucker, I will." The leather strap wrapped around her throat, tightening before she could even react. She reached back, but her head was slammed hard into the solid metal bedpost twice, and she was dragged to the ground. That's when legs came over her shoulders, trapping her arms just as the leather strap was pulled tighter. Smooth skin against her cheek, and a soft voice with a lilting Scottish accent hissed out, "Hello, cousin. Our aunties send their best." The gunfight on the TV was going strong when suddenly there was a moment of silence. The hero had just gone over the balcony and hit the floor, and around the same time, Stevie heard a thud from upstairs. She looked over to where Max had been sitting earlier. She'd gone upstairs, but she hadn't come back. There was another thud, and Stevie moved her gaze to Charlie. Their eyes locked for a split second. Then the dogs ran through, and Charlie jumped up, following them. Stevie was right behind her. "Hey," she could hear the bears calling out behind them. "What's going on?" But they didn't wait. They just ran. When Charlie hit the landing on the second floor, they heard growls and barks as the dogs tried to scratch their way past the bedroom door. "Move," Charlie ordered, and the dogs ran back behind Stevie. Charlie kicked the door in, and Stevie stood on the other side of her sister. Max was by the window seat, a leather strap around her throat. Their cousin, Mari, was behind her, her muscular legs over Max's shoulders. She was leaning back, putting more pressure on the strap around Max's throat, while keeping Max's arms pinned. "Hello, cousins," Mari called when she saw them. Charlie's hands curled into fists, and, growling from deep in her throat,
She barked, "Stevie!" Stevie charged past Charlie and into the bedroom. She launched herself from the dressing table, her feet hitting the wall and sending her over to the tall dresser. She bounced off that and up, attaching herself to the ceiling with her claws and running over to where her sister and Mari were. As she moved, so did Charlie, storming across the room with her own claws and fangs unleashed, slamming into the attacking honey badger and pinning her to the base of the window seat. Her claws fastened on either side of Mari, her fangs snapping at her face. Distracted, Mari didn't realize Stevie had dropped down and slashed her claws against the leather straps. Coughing and gasping, Max fell forward and into Stevie's arms. Stevie dragged her sister away as the dogs viciously attacked their cousin, going at her as hard as Charlie was. Once Stevie had Max a safe distance away, she started back toward the fight, but she'd barely gotten a few feet when arms went around her and pulled her to the ground, just as she heard Britta scream from the doorway, "Gun!" 3 shots rang out, followed by a surprised yelp, but not from Stevie's sisters, or the bears, or even Kyle. "No!" Stevie gasped, pushing Shen's arms off her. "No, no, 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 no!" she begged as she ran across the room, sliding the last few feet on her knees until she stopped at Benny's side. He was panting hard, blood coming from his side. Slowly, Stevie looked up from the dog to the cold eyes of her cousin. A smile on her face, Mari said, "Guess I missed." As soon as Shen realized that the dog had been shot, he was speeding across the room, trying to get to Stevie, but he was too slow. She shot up and dove at Mari, the pair breaking through the front window and out of the house. He immediately turned and charged out of the room, down the hall and the stairs. As he tore through the living room, he heard Kyle yelling after him, "What is going on?" He ignored the kid, assuming he could take care of himself, and ran to the front door. It was late, but the local bears loved to wander around the neighborhood at night in their bear forms, indulging in honey and chasing nocturnal animals. The ones who weren't out, who were sleeping soundly, would still hear those shots, and they would all move, all be outside. They would see everything. Shen made it out of the house, down the stairs, and over the fence that went around the yard. Stevie was on top of the she-badger, her hands around her throat, choking the hell out of her. But it wasn't doing anything. This was a badger, and she was smiling. That's why they were both still alive and conscious after going out of a second-story window and tumbling to the ground. As Shen neared her, he heard the weird cat sound Stevie made just before she shifted, and her head came up, her eyes a bright and angry gold. "Stevie, no!" he called out, already feeling the local bears lumbering closer and closer. "Don't do it, baby. Don't do it." He knew what his words sounded like to the bears, like he was telling her not to kill the badger. But he could give a shit about that badger. The badger was not his concern. "Pull it back, baby. Pull it back." Stevie's head turned, and she looked directly at him, her fangs not fully out, but already past her bottom lip, her panting so harsh she was salivating. Abruptly, her gaze moved behind him, and he knew she could see the bears. Bears needed to be slowly introduced to things, especially things like 2-ton, tiger-striped honey badgers. He did think they could accept Stevie's shifter form, but he knew they wouldn't react well if she suddenly shifted into that form and then ate her cousin. That they would never get over. "Pull back, Stevie," he coaxed. "Please." Stevie looked down at her still smirking cousin. She suddenly released her right hand and lowered it so that Shen could no longer see it. He didn't know what she was doing until her hand came back up, clutching a knife. She'd been wearing tiny shorts and a t-shirt that night, so he was sure the blade had been on the badger. Raising the weapon over her head, Stevie brought it down in one brutal motion into the she-badger's chest. "Oh, shit," Shen gasped when Stevie did it 6 more times, her grumbled roar turning into a pained but human scream. On the 7th strike, she left the knife in the badger's chest and slowly got to her feet, stumbling back from sudden weakness. Shen ran out and caught her in his arms, pulling her away from the body. When he had her a few feet back, with a group of suddenly naked bears surrounding them, they'd all shifted back to their human forms because they knew their bear form upset Stevie so. The body suddenly jumped up, the blade still sticking out of the crazed bitch's chest. The bears exploded in startled roars, a few returning to their animal forms. The badger ran across the street, and when she was on the other side, she turned around and screamed at Stevie. "You missed me hard, you dumb cunt!" Stevie screamed in rage and tried to run after the badger, but Shen wouldn't let her go, and a few of the older she-bears helped him by holding her arms. When the badger had disappeared, Stevie let out a desperate gasp. "Benny!" she screamed, and pushed everyone away, returning to the house. Mari stopped when she was a few streets over and took the time to pull the knife out of her chest. It wasn't that the knife hadn't hit her heart, so much as it hadn't hit anything major in her heart, like the aorta. If she were not a shifter, she'd have to go to an emergency room and get emergency surgery. She definitely couldn't keep running or pull the knife from her chest, but she was blessed, because she'd been born one of the toughest, hardiest shifters there was, and that crazy girl must have been a lefty. It was nice how the good Lord looked out for her. Her twin aunts would be disappointed she hadn't finished off Cousin Max, but the message had been sent. Now she had some other things to do, and it wasn't like she'd be able to sneak back into this neighborhood again. Those bloody bears would be on the lookout for her from now on. "You need to stop crying," Max growled at Stevie. Max wasn't growling simply because she was pissed. She was growling because her throat was still recovering from someone trying to strangle her to death. Stevie, however, didn't give a shit about that. "I'll cry if I want to." "Because it's your party?" Kyle asked, and when they all gazed at him, he let out a sigh and said, "Forget it." Shen grabbed a box of tissues from the table beside him and held it out for Stevie to wipe her eyes and blow her nose. They'd been at the emergency vet's office for a couple of hours, but they still hadn't heard anything specific yet. "Want me to get you some water or something?" he asked. "Come on," Charlie said, standing up and stretching. "Let's get everybody some sodas from the machine." She walked off, and Shen followed her. The vending machines were down the hall and around a corner near the bathrooms. Charlie began pulling singles out of her bag to purchase a few Cokes and a couple bottles of water. Shen went to get the junk food. As they both put in money, Charlie asked, "How did you do that?" "How did I do what?" "When Stevie was outside with Mari. She was about to shift, but you pulled her back. How?" "She was angry, not scared, and I figured it was worth a shot. I mean, she gets mad at Max all the time and manages to control herself. Her rage at her cousin was worse, of course, but that's where I was working from. Plus, she's been trying really hard to control her shifting since the event at the Jean-Louis Parker house, so Shen stopped talking when he realized that Charlie was standing right in front of him and very close, making him nervous. "What?" he asked. "What did I do? What?" Suddenly, he was being hugged by Charlie McKilligan, a woman who didn't really seem like she enjoyed hugging. "Thank you," she whispered. "Thank you so much." "No problem," he said, ignoring the weird feeling in his chest. Charlie stepped away, and Shen went back to pumping dollar bills into the machine and getting more junk food. "So Stevie's trying to control her shifting again?" Charlie asked. "Excuse me?" She gave a little laugh. "Oh, are we playing that game? I don't think I understand. Let me guess what she said to you. She wants to fuck with her DNA so she can never shift again. never put anyone she loves in danger, and save the world from the horror that is her secret love of cat toys, right? What? No, that's crazy talk. Why are we even discussing this? I was wondering why she hadn't said anything to Max about it. Now I see it's because she went to you first. What did you say to get her to stop? Because usually that sort of thing lasts for days. Lots of obsessing and research. Shen glanced down the hallway before admitting, I told her I'd tell you. Perfect. Everybody uses me when she starts getting those self-destructive ideas and they want her to stop. It should bother me that I terrify her so much, but not if it helps. With junk food and drinks in hand, they returned to the waiting room to find the veterinarian standing there, talking to Berg. What's going on? Charlie demanded, putting all the sodas and water down on a nearby table. I was just telling Mr. Dunn, the vet said, that Benny is going to be fine. The bullet hit a rib, but didn't go past it. The rib did break, though. Thankfully, nothing major was damaged, and the rib didn't puncture the lung. How do you treat a broken rib on a dog? Stevie asked. Wait for it to heal on its own. We've removed the bullet, cleaned and sutured the wound. Now we'll just need to watch the wound for a few days to make sure it doesn't become infected. And in a couple of weeks, we should x-ray the ribs again. Make sure they're healing properly. When you get him home, it's really about restricting his exercise and general movement. Just potty breaks. We'll give you pain meds, though. That will help. And antibiotics. Can we take him home tonight? It's better if he stays here for a couple of days. That way we can drain the wound, if necessary, and keep an eye on him to make sure everything is healing properly. Okay, Charlie nodded. Thank you, Doctor. No problem. Oh, do you need a report for the police? They all became quiet, gazing at the doctor blankly, before Max rolled her eyes and said, That would be great, Doc. Thanks. It's so horrible what some people will do to animals, the full human noted before motioning to one of the technicians. Just unbelievable. Yeah, they all said in unison, which just sounded weird. Stevie walked into a room. One or two of their nice neighbors had put a board over the broken window and removed the rug that had been stained by poor Benny's blood. But the scent of gunpowder and blood still lingered in the air. Just thinking about poor Benny had her crying again, which made Max scream from her bedroom, Stop crying! I was the one who almost died, you know. Fed up with her sister ordering her around, Stevie started back toward the door, but Shen caught her just as she stepped into the hallway. He took hold of her hand and pulled her to his room. He drew her inside and closed the door. Still crying, but no longer in a mood to fight stupid Max and her stupid mean ways, Stevie just climbed onto Shen's bed, curled onto her side, and let herself cry as much as she wanted to. An hour or so later, she woke up. Her eyes were swollen shut from all her tears, but she wasn't alone. Shen, also fully dressed, was behind her, tucked in close. His arm was around her waist, his face buried against the back of her neck, and asleep on her feet was Artemis. Stevie was relieved that all the snoring was coming from the dog and not the man. Feeling safe and comfortable, despite Artemis's heavy head like a concrete weight on her poor feet, Stevie smiled a little bit before going back to sleep. Chapter 20. Stevie looked up from her bowl of oatmeal and frowned. What are you wearing? She asked. Max paused in the doorway. What's wrong with it? Everything? Charlie rushed into the room, tugging on a pair of low-heeled black shoes. Are you guys red? What are you wearing? What's wrong with it? It's red, Stevie and Charlie said together. And a mini dress, Stevie added. You look like you're going to a club. Or hooking. I don't hook anymore. Charlie slapped her purse down on the kitchen table. That's not funny. I was just kidding, Max laughed. You guys are so serious. You already called the vet to check on Benny. He's doing fine. The worst of my throat damage has healed. Not that anyone asked about me. We were more worried about the dog, Stevie muttered. Thank you, her sister sneered. I just don't see what the big deal is about this dress. It's a funeral, Charlie barked. So? You can't wear red to a funeral. Even for people we don't like? Yes, even for people we don't like. It's tacky. But you plan to wear red to Dad's funeral. Charlie threw up her hands. That's different. Besides, you didn't even know Uncle Bob. Great Uncle Pete, Stevie corrected. Whatever. Go and change, Charlie ordered Max. Right now. We're running late. Max walked out, and Charlie sat down with a big mug of coffee. Are you okay? Charlie asked Stevie. I stabbed her 7 times in the chest. Sweetie, you were angry. As much as it pains me to say it, I don't really care that I stabbed her. Oh, she hurt our dog. She deserved what she got. What I do care about is that Mari didn't die. What did you expect? You know you need to either shoot her in the back of the head or carve that heart right out of the bitch's chest. Otherwise, all you're doing is pissing off a badger. Think she'll be back? No, she's not stupid. She knows all the bears on this block are on high alert. She won't risk it, but that doesn't mean those twin bitches won't have her try something else. Stevie couldn't help but smile. Is this where you give me the "you have to be careful out there" speech? Nah, you already know it by heart. And you may not have killed her, but she's well aware it wasn't from lack of trying. She won't want to go head-to-head again with you anytime soon. Stevie shoveled another spoonful of oatmeal into her mouth as the Dunn triplets walked into the kitchen. All 3 had on dark blue suits, Berg and Dag wearing ties, and Britta without one. Instead, she had on heels, which was pretty bold since they made her taller than her grizzly bear brothers. Kyle pushed past the triplets and ran into the room, making his way onto Stevie's seat and putting his arms around her shoulders. Please let me come today, he begged. What? To the funeral. I promise I'll be good. Who wants to go to a funeral? Charlie wanted to know. I do, he insisted. I'm fascinated. Charlie cringed. With death? Of course not, Kyle replied. I've already decided I won't be dying, so why would I need to know about it? He has a point, Berg laughed. I want to go to the church to see the rituals. Didn't you once throw that Nazi quote at me about religion being the meth of the masses? Kyle rolled his eyes at Stevie, telegraphing how annoyed he was at having to deal with all these normals before replying to Charlie's question. It's opium, and it's not Nazi. It's communist. A Karl Marx quote, to be exact. Is that the guy from World War II? That's Stalin, he barked, before focusing on Stevie again. I promise not to engage any of your relatives. It could be dangerous. Do you mean the cult-like activity and belief in a higher power? No, my family. Badgers at funerals are unpredictable. In other words, I don't know what they'll do. I'll bring the burly servant. Britta sneered at Kyle. Do you mean Shen, who is not your servant? He is the only thing standing between your ridiculous little ass and the bad guys. In other words, he works for me? Like a servant? Britta took a step forward, but Berg quickly put an apple in her mouth before she could start yelling, and Charlie called out, Shen? Yo, he answered from the second floor. Mind coming to a funeral with us? I was planning to. Figured we could lock the boy in your dark, moldy basement. For his safety. Charlie grinned. You got a suit? Already on it. Great, we're leaving in 10. I'll be ready. Max walked back into the kitchen. She was wearing black now, but it was still a mini dress, and it sparkled, like the sun. Seriously? Charlie snapped. What? It's black. She looks nice, Stevie felt the need to point out. Yeah, like a high-priced hooker. Max pointed at her. But high-priced? Are you trying to get the attention of Creepy Roy? Who's Creepy Roy? Berg asked. He's the married father of 4 who's always thought that the possibility of birth defects shouldn't stop you from hitting on your own cousins. Max's lip curled. I forgot about creepy Roy, she said softly. He'll definitely be there. He's probably hoping to get something from the will. And he will definitely misinterpret your outfit, Stevie added. Max nodded. Yeah, I'll go change. She walked out again, and Dag shook his head. I don't think I've ever seen Max back away from anything. You've never met creepy Roy. Stevie pushed Kyle off her chair. Are you planning to go to our great-uncle's funeral in sweatpants? I'm an artist, so just go. You've got 5 minutes to find a suit and make yourself presentable. Kyle took off, and Britta smiled. You handle him well, Stevie. I'm the only one he respects. And before you ask, he doesn't respect any of you. She motioned to her sister. But he does fear Charlie. Charlie shrugged. That still works for me. The funeral at the big Catholic church in downtown Manhattan had already begun by the time their group arrived. Shan could hear the organ music, but people were still heading inside. As they reached the stairs, a male voice from behind called out, "Wee little Charlie and her sisters." The 3 sisters stopped and looked left. Shan saw a group of male honey badgers a few feet away. That's Will McKilligan, Berg said quietly to Shen, the sister's uncle, and the head of a crime syndicate, which was a problem since the McKilligan sisters' father had stolen from him. Black and white hair, cut short, untrusting dark brown eyes, and a sneer that was less than friendly. Will McKilligan was staring at his nieces like he was meeting Al Capone to do a business deal, like he felt that although he had to work with them, he didn't have to trust them. Don and his siblings moved in behind the sisters, and Shen pushed Kyle behind him. But the kid was a good 3 inches taller now, so he just watched the action over Shen's head, unable to keep his nose out of anything that appeared remotely interesting. If you see a gun, Shen warned him, run for the church. Can't I just hide behind your giant round panda head? Shen briefly thought about tossing the kid into moving traffic, but Max suddenly jerked forward for no apparent reason, and then there were all these people reaching for their weapons in front of a church, in the middle of Manhattan, in the middle of the day. Before Shen could grab her, Stevie jumped between the 2 groups, arms outstretched. No, 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 she begged. Please, everybody, just calm down. Charlie, she prompted. Max. Charlie gripped a Sig Sauer behind her back, finger on the trigger. Max had blades in both hands, her arms resting against her sides. Casual, but no one was fooled. Not by Max. Stevie, Charlie said through gritted teeth. Get your ass back over here. Not until everybody calms down, when no one moved. I'm getting very angry. Duh, one of the male badgers warned. We're just here for a funeral, Will stated to Charlie while he slowly moved his hand away from his gun. The other male badgers followed suit, all standing down. Sadly, Charlie and Max weren't in the mood to take the same route. Stevie faced her sisters. Put them away. Neither sister moved, but Charlie's gaze was still locked on the male badgers, while Max's was on Stevie. Do what I tell you. Or what? Max asked with a little laugh. Stevie's mouth twisted to the side, her annoyance clear. I'll start coughing up hairballs all over the place. Now Charlie was staring at her baby sister. You promised you would never do that again. Because it's disgusting, Max added. At least I don't go around threatening people with my anal glands. At least that's normal, for me. But you're not a house cat. Stevie's response was to lean over at the waist and start hacking. Okay. Charlie held up her hands, revealing that she no longer held her Sig Sauer. She tucked it back into the holster under her light black sweater. See? Charlie asked. Everybody's letting it go.
Stevie pointedly stared at Max, knowing the middle sister hadn't let anything go. Blades still gripped in her hand. Max asked, "What?" "Put them away," Charlie said, "and I mean now." Max flicked up her black skirt and returned the weapons to the holsters strapped to her legs. Stevie faced the male badgers. "Hello, Uncle Will."
"Little Stevie, it's good to see you again, despite the circumstances."
As the older badger passed them, he touched his hand to his forehead like he was tipping a hat, and Max's response to that was to raise her middle finger. Stevie slapped Max in the back of the head, which quickly led to a headlock that had Stevie squealing and Max telling her to go to sleep, just go to sleep. Charlie grabbed hold of her sister's hair and had just yanked them in opposite directions when a female voice came from the top of the church stairs.
"Charlie McKilligan, there's a pew for you and your sisters and your extremely large friends. Can't hold that space forever, though, so you better get in here."
"Coming, Aunt Bernice," Charlie called back, pushing her sisters to the stairs. "Inside," she ordered her siblings. With a snarl, Max went up the steps. Charlie and the Dunns followed right behind her. Stevie came over to stand by Shannon Kyle while she attempted to comb her blonde hair into something a little less attacked.
"You have the best family,"
Kyle said, laughing. But when Stevie didn't look at him, Shan knew she wasn't in the mood to joke about the McKilligans.
"Go inside," he told the kid. "Aren't you supposed to go with me? You know, my big protector?"
Annoyed, Shan snapped,
"No one is after your ass. Get into the fucking church." Okay.
Shan waited until Kyle disappeared inside before asking Stevie,
"Are you all right?"
"I'm fine."
"You're lying, aren't you?"
She peeked up at him in that way she had.
"Yeah, a little." "Why? Because Max had you in that headlock?"
Stevie waved that away. "She always has me in a headlock. She used to choke me out, too, until I finally learned to get out of it."
"How did she manage not to kill you?"
he asked, holding out his arm for her to take.
"Charlie," she replied,
briefly resting her head on his shoulder. "The answer to any question like that, especially when it comes to me and Max, will always be Charlie." Charlie had assumed that the pew her Aunt Bernice had told her about would be in the back somewhere, hidden from the disgusted eyes of the rest of the McKilligan family. But it wasn't in the back. It was the third pew from the front, which meant that they had to sit close to the main family, something that confused Charlie.
"Stop it,"
Max whispered next to her. Trying to get comfortable on the wooden pew, Charlie asked, "Stop what?"
"Scowling.
You look like you're about to open fire." Charlie let out a sigh, but she still had to ask, "Why do you think they have us so close?"
"To the dead body?" Max shrugged. "No idea. Maybe they're worried he'll come back to life, and they hope he'll come after us first."
"That's stupid, Max," Charlie snapped. "If he comes back as a zombie, he's going to start on those toddlers in the front row. You know, young brains, much tastier.
Like an appetizer."
"Exactly. And if he's reborn, like into some god, he won't be interested in us anyway."
Berg, who sat on the other side of Max, leaned forward and asked, "What are you two talking about?"
"Zombie attacks," they said in unison. Berg's mouth opened as if he was about to respond, but then he shook his head and sat back again. After a few minutes, Charlie glanced at her watch and wondered how long this service was going to be. She was already bored, and they just arrived. And sadly, she was not good at hiding her expressions. When she was bored, it showed on her face. When she was angry, same. It was a flaw that, thankfully, made many people trust her when she needed them to, but also revealed when she really disliked someone. She simply couldn't hide it. She'd learned early in life that she would make a terrible con artist. Psst! Charlie studied the area, expecting to see a gas leak somewhere, but she quickly discovered that her cousin, Kenzie McKilligan, was trying to get her attention from the front pew. She frowned and mouthed, "What?"
"Behind you,"
Kenzie mouthed back. Charlie looked over her shoulder, and she was positive her heart stopped. With no regard to the priest who'd just begun the service, Charlie screamed out, "Oh, my God!" Max was reaching under her jacket for the Glock she had holstered to the back of her black skirt, but she froze and gawked, too. "What the fuck is he doing here?" she finally demanded in a furious whisper. "I can't believe it." Charlie forced herself to face forward, ignoring the priest glaring at her from the pulpit. "He can't be that stupid," she chanted. "He can't be that stupid. He can't be that stupid." "We both know he's that stupid," Max snarled. And Max was right. They both knew he was that stupid. Berg leaned forward so he could see Charlie's face. "What's going on?" "It's Dad," she spit out between clenched teeth, her anxiety spiking so high Charlie was sure she'd blow out a blood pressure machine. "Oh, no." "What are we going to do?" Max asked, sounding shockingly panicked. "What are we going to do?" Charlie heard a sharp gasp and realized that her baby sister had finally seen their father. "Oh, shit." "Exactly," Max muttered. Now Stevie leaned forward and whispered, "What are we going to do?" Freddie McKilligan reached their pew and stopped. He gazed down at her, and Charlie wondered what he could possibly say at this moment to move. Charlie blinked and felt Max tense next to her. "What?" she had to ask. "Move," he said again, as if she was supposed to follow his orders without comment. Charlie took a moment to let that sink in before she reacted in the only way she could think of. She released her fangs and hissed at her father like he was a pushy lion male at an African watering hole. "Oh, come on," he snapped. Max joined in, the pair hissing at him simultaneously. "Just move," Freddie ordered, as if he had any real power when it came to his daughters. "I'm not leaving, so you might as well move the fuck over." That's when Berg slowly got to his feet, facing Freddie McKilligan, whose gaze moved up and up as Berg rose and rose. Finally, when he was at his full height, Berg easily leaned over until he was eye to eye with Freddie. The grizzly panted. Great puffs of air hit the older badger right in the face. Then he gave several short warning growls, and still Freddie was too hard-headed to simply walk away and find another seat. That's when Berg's grisly hump suddenly grew under his jacket, and he released a roar so loud that the church's stained glass vibrated. "All right now, that's it," the Irish priest snapped from the front of the church. "We'll have none of that grisly shit in this holy house of my lord. And you, Badger, find a seat somewhere else." When Freddie didn't move, the tiger priest warned, "Don't make me tear that puny head from your shoulders, my good lad, because we both know I will, now don't we?" "Ungrateful," Freddie snapped at his daughters. "Goddamn ungrateful." Charlie decided in that moment that it was in everyone's best interest if she just killed her father, here and now. Sure, she'd go to prison for a few decades, but wouldn't having Freddie McKilligan out of all their lives for good be worth the sacrifice? Charlie thought so, which was why she unleashed her claws. But before she could gut the bastard in front of God and the McKilligans, another badger rammed into Freddie from the side, wrapping big arms around his chest. Well, he was more part of the badger family than an actual badger, because he was a wolverine. "Freddie," Dutch crowed, "I'm so happy to see you." Dutch lifted Freddie off the ground, and while their father loudly protested, Dutch carried the idiot to the front pew with Aunt Bernice and her family. "Well, we don't want him," Bernice snapped. "Aw, come on. Isn't it wonderful to see your brother? I'm sure you guys have missed him so much." Dutch dropped Freddie and pushed him into a spot that opened up when one of Bernice's daughters moved out of the way. When Freddie started to stand up again, Dutch pushed him back down and warned,
Try and move from this spot, and I'll tear your arms off and eat them."
Dutch leaned forward and snapped his jaw shut, his strong wolverine teeth clacking together. Freddie's head jerked back to avoid contact. But Freddie kept his seat after that, so Dutch nodded at the priest and said,
"Sorry, Father,"
before returning to the sisters' pew and wiggling his way in by forcing Charlie to move over. The priest continued with the service, and Dutch whispered to Charlie,
"Aren't you glad I'm here to bring joy into your life?"
Max barely caught Charlie's arm before she could ram her still unleashed claws into Dutch's belly, completely ending his presence in her life, too. Again, decades in prison might be totally worth all of it. When Berg suddenly roared, Stevie grabbed Shen's hand and held on tight. He looked at her and saw that she was panting hard, staring at the hymn books tucked into the back of the pew in front of them. Without really thinking about it, he released her hand and lifted her up, sliding over and placing her between himself and Kyle so she had a little distance from Berg. "Just breathe," he said. "Everything's fine. Just breathe." She nodded, but she had her hands clasped together, twisting them hard. It wasn't just Berg and his grisly ways that were freaking Stevie out, though. It was everything. Her father, her Uncle Will, her cousin Mari, even the bruises that were still on her sister's neck had Stevie tense and panic-prone. Knowing she wouldn't leave the church without her sisters, Shen instead grabbed her left hand and held it between both of his. "You're doing great," he told her. "What does that mean?" "I have no idea." That made her laugh a little, and he immediately felt less concern. When Stevie was truly freaking out, she never laughed. "Do you need me to do anything?" he asked. "Eat something." "Huh?" "The noises from your stomach are starting to freak out my family. And honey badgers do not freak out, Shen. Eat something." Shen looked around, but didn't see what Stevie was talking about until his stomach grumbled again, and the badgers in the two pews in front of them turned around to glare. Shen reached into his inside jacket pocket and pulled out a pack. To a full human, it would look like a pack of cigarettes, but Shen didn't smoke. He released Stevie's hand so he could take the cellophane off the pack, fold the foil at the top back, and tapped the bottom against his hand until one of the bamboo stalks popped up. He gripped the shortened stalk between his lips and pulled it out. Then, as the priest spoke in Latin, Shen took a bite, and the sound cracked around the church, echoing off the walls. He tried to chew, but stopped at each cracking sound. He did it 3 or 4 times, cringing every time he made noise. Finally, an older Scottish she-badger in the pew right in front of them looked at him over her shoulder and snarled, "Just eat the damn things, would ya? Anything's better than hearing that stomach of yours." Moving quickly, Shen ate several stalks, one after the other, until he knew he'd quieted his stomach at least for the next 10 to 20 minutes. "Thank you," Stevie whispered. "You're welcome." He took her hand in his again. Smiling, Stevie moved in closer to him and rested her head against his arm. "You keep holding my hand," she whispered. "Are you doing that because you're still worried I'm going to freak out?" "I was," he admitted, "but now I just like it." The service seemed to go on forever, but Stevie didn't mind because she was holding Shen's hand, and it was the nicest thing. His hand was warm and dry and soothing. Using her free hand, she opened up the program to find out what was next. She was relieved to see they were on the last speaker of the day. After that, her great-uncle's sons and the older grandsons would carry his casket to the hearse. Great-uncle Pete's oldest son finished speaking, and, as he was thanking everyone for coming, he casually asked if anyone wanted to say anything else about his father. A few people stood up and did add a little. Old friends who wanted to express how much they would miss Pete, one of his brothers, letting Pete's adult sons and grandchildren know that he was there for them if any of them had a need for some old man advice, which got a mood-breaking laugh. Then his eldest son let everyone know that after the burial, the family would be going to a pub in New Jersey for one last drink in honor of their father. Thinking it was over, Stevie started to reach for the black leather backpack she'd pulled out just for the occasion, a Gucci bag that looked fancy and could still hold several of her notebooks and a wallet, but would hopefully not lead to anyone muttering, "I can't believe she brought a backpack. It's a funeral, not a hike." Before she could pick it up off the floor, though, she heard, "I have something to say." Stevie froze. No, 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 no. Sitting up straight, she watched in horror as her father stood. Her father wanted to say something. He wanted to say something. Oh, God. She leaned forward to check on her sisters. Max already had her face buried in both her hands, while Charlie was sitting so bone straight and absolutely still that Stevie was terrified what her eldest sister might do. Because when Charlie had you in her sights, there was no escaping, no avoiding, no making it out alive. Freddie faced the shocked faces of his extended family, foolishly unconcerned that nearly everyone in the room hated him. He was the reason a good chunk of them were currently cash poor, and the fact that he hadn't even benefited from that money only made them angrier, because he was just so stupid. And yet, he was talking. Freddie placed his hand over his heart and lowered his chin to his chest. "What is happening?" Shen asked. Stevie tapped Shen's arm and motioned him closer. He leaned down a bit, and she brought her mouth close to his ear. "You and the Dunns need to be ready." "To take down your father?" "No, Charlie. She'll have no qualms about killing him in front of witnesses. I'm not too worried about the family, but the church people could be a problem." Shen nodded and leaned over to whisper in Britta's ear, allowing Stevie to, unfortunately, listen to whatever ridiculous bullshit was coming out of her father's mouth. Oh, and it was bullshit. "It breaks my heart," he said, tears beginning to run down his cheeks, "that we've lost such a great man, the mighty Peter McKilligan. Loyal, amazing, good to his family, always so generous." Stevie rolled her eyes. Her father was angling for money from the people he'd stolen from. Freddie took in a deep breath, wiped some of the wetness from his face. "But you know what made Pete McKilligan truly wealthy? It wasn't his money. It wasn't houses and cars and property in the Caribbean. No, it was the legacy he left, the legacy of his sons. There is nothing greater in this world than for a man to have sons, loyal, protective sons, willing to do anything for their father and to carry on the family name. Sons are the most important thing in the world. Nothing else can compete." It was then that Stevie heard bodies turning in the pews, felt the eyes on her and her sisters. Everyone was staring at them now, because they all knew. The idiot had forgotten he had daughters sitting in the same room where he was making this men's rights-like speech. Embarrassed, mortified, and wishing she was back in Switzerland, immersed in science and math and the future of the universe, Stevie looked up. She expected to see the rest of the family laughing at Freddie's pitiful daughters, but they weren't. They all felt bad for Stevie and her sisters. She could see it on their faces, feel it in the room. For once, Honey Badgers felt pity. "Does he remember you guys are in the room?" Shen asked her. "Wow," Kyle said from the other side. "I thought telling my kindergarten teacher I was an only child and an orphan was bad. I was wrong." Stevie sighed. "But you were in kindergarten, Kyle, not a grown man." "I still don't know what's happening," Shen muttered. "But I do want to call my dad and tell him I love him. And you should also thank him for not being an asshole." "Oh, I will." "Sons," her father went on, still oblivious.
give a man something that no woman, related or not, can ever give him: an empire.
I guess all those royal daughters in the Middle Ages who married to solidify power were meaningless, Stevie said with a head shake.
Pete was truly blessed to have as many sons as he did,
Freddie went on, ignoring Bernice as she tried to stop him, or, at the very least, remind him that he had daughters sitting in the room.
Because sons are so important. They're the most important thing a man can have in his life. Sons are everything. I know this because, unlike Uncle Pete, I was never blessed with sons. Imagine going through life childless.
Oh, Stevie gasped in surprise. He just forgot he had daughters, altogether. How nice for him. Freddie stared at the sons and grandsons of Pete McKilligan. The confused men and boys gawked back, their sisters, wives, and daughters beside them. The silence went on for a very uncomfortable amount of time, until laughter rang out in the church. Hysterical, unstoppable laughter. Stevie felt those eyes on her again, but the family soon understood it wasn't her, the crazy one. Nope, it wasn't Stevie. It was Charlie. Charlie was laughing so hard, she was the one crying now. She had her arms around her stomach, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop. It got so bad, she finally stood and waved at the priest. "Sorry," she managed between the wheezing. I have go. Bye." Now coughing, wheezing, and laughing, Charlie made the long walk down the aisle of the church to the exit. I'll go with her," Max said before jumping up and running after her. After the pair disappeared out the big double doors, Freddie shook his head in disgust and said,
"Well, that was inappropriate."
That's when Stevie lost it too. She slapped her hand over her mouth to stop the laughter, but it wasn't helping. With tears filling her eyes, she stood and followed her sisters, desperate to get out, desperate to not be the one laughing at a funeral. But come on, what else did anyone expect? It amazed Max that sometimes her sisters, whom she knew so damn well, still managed to surprise her. She'd been thinking that by now she'd have to peel the remains of her father off the church altar, find an exit strategy from the country for Charlie, and calm down a hysterically crying Stevie. But that didn't happen. Even after their father had insulted them and seemingly forgotten they existed, Charlie didn't go after him the way she had in the past for much lesser offenses. Instead, Charlie and Stevie were leaning against a black Escalade, still laughing. When the laughter didn't stop after a few minutes, but Max could tell that the funeral was coming to an end, she suggested, "Why don't we just go home, or get something to eat?" "No way," Charlie said, straightening up, using the back of her hands to wipe her eyes. "We're going." "Why?" Max had to ask, because, seriously, why? Because they should have to face what they've done. "You mean not killing Dad at birth?" "Yes, that's exactly what I mean." Organ music played, heralding the beginning of the procession of the casket to the hearse, and Max quickly pulled her sisters away from the SUV and over to the stairs. "Now, stop laughing," she ordered. In silence, the casket began down the steps, and once it was in front of them, Stevie snorted, and then all three of them were laughing so hard, Max began to wheeze. Then they were moving. Someone had grabbed them by the backs of their necks and was yanking them over to one of the family limos. They were forced inside, and the door shut. When Max was able to see through the tears in her eyes, it was their Aunt Bernice staring at them. Her daughter Kenzie sitting beside her, also trying hard not to laugh. "You three," Bernice said, "laughing at a funeral." "Dad's fault," Charlie replied. "That was all Dad." "Oh, I know," Bernice confirmed tiredly with a wave of her hand. "Your father. Your brother, Max corrected, not willing to let anyone in that family dismiss the problem they had created. He was born a fuck-up, Bernice went on. My sister was right. We should have taken that little pillow that was in his crib and put it over his face and— Ma! Kenzie exploded in giggles, shaking her head at the same time. I do not want to hear this. Bernice lifted a small door near her, revealing a row of liquor bottles. She grabbed the scotch and poured herself a splash in a crystal glass. You can't say these girls wouldn't be better off if we'd done that. If you'd done that, they wouldn't be here. I'd be here, Stevie said, gazing out the window. I was meant to be here. Genius like mine doesn't just come around every day. Bernice shook her head. The fact that your father would show his face here, with your Uncle Will in town. Why is he here? Max asked. Not sure. Bernice swallowed her scotch in one gulp and began pouring another. She shrugged her big honey badger shoulders. Maybe he thinks he can get money. In what world? He definitely wants money, Stevie said flatly and without doubt. He can't truly believe, Charlie began. Wait, Bernice let out a bitter laugh. When all the family members' accounts were hacked and their money stolen, no one touched Uncle Pete's or his sons. Do you think he's actually stupid enough? Yes. To think because he didn't steal from Uncle Pete? Yes. That Uncle Pete's sons will give him money? Bernice gazed at Charlie over her empty scotch glass. Child, what part of yes are you not grasping? It took some time to find the limo the sisters were in. They hadn't arrived in a limo, and Shen didn't think they'd be going anywhere in one. The limos, he'd been told, were for family only. But apparently, the McKilligans were beginning to see Stevie, Charlie, and Max as family because they were in one of the limos with an aunt and a cousin. Shen knocked on the window, and the door opened. Stevie leaned out. Where's Kyle? Shen had thought the kid was right behind him. Sighing, he looked around, not hard, because the honey badgers weren't very tall, but there were a lot of them at the moment. The Dunns were still standing on the church stairs. Hey, he called out to them. Do you see Kyle? Dag pointed. With the coffin. Shen briefly closed his eyes. What is wrong with that boy? He's simply fascinated by death and rituals, Stevie explained. It's a phase many artists go through. Is it? Really? Kyle arrived before Shen could retrieve him. Britta's hand tight on his arm, she shoved him into the limo and followed him in. Do not be weird, she told Kyle as she settled into a space. Shen entered the limo and was just sitting down when the Dunn brothers arrived. Berg started to step inside, but a foolish Wolverine pushed past him and dove into the spot next to Max. Miss me? He asked, grinning. Of course, my sweet love. I didn't miss ya, Charlie coldly stated. Liked it when you were gone. Damn, Charlie, Dutch laughed. I don't even get props for manhandling your father for you, in front of a priest, no less. You've got to give him points for that, Max insisted. No, she doesn't, Berg stated, settling into a spot next to Charlie. She doesn't have to give him shit. Why? Dutch asked. Because you say so? The bear took his time turning his big bare head. When he finally faced Dutch, he let out one of his grisly huffs, and the Wolverine instinctively jerked back in his seat. He then turned red because he'd gone on instinct rather than the practical logic that Berg wasn't about to shift into a bear in the middle of this funeral limo and attack him. But the look of fear on the Wolverine's face was enough to have Charlie grinning like a little girl, while Max laughed in her best friend's face. See why I love him? Charlie asked, stroking Berg's arm. The limo door closed, and the procession began to move. Their driver was moments from pulling away from the curb when a knock startled them all. They looked to see Freddie waving at them through the window. He tried opening the door, but it was locked, so he knocked again and pointed toward the door handle, urging his daughter to let him in. He must be kidding, Bernice said in awe. Charlie and her father stared at each other for several long moments.
Then Charlie raised her fist, and, after that, just her middle finger. Snarling, baring his fangs, Freddie stepped back, raised his leg, and kicked at the door. "Don't worry," Bernice said, shaking her head in disgust. "The limos are bulletproof. He can't get in." Stevie frowned. "Well, maybe we should just let him—" "Stevie!" her sisters barked. Stevie shook her head. "Forget I said anything." Their father continued to kick the door, again and again, getting madder each time he did. "Open the fucking door!" he yelled. Charlie raised her other fist, then her middle finger. So now she had 2 middle fingers raised at her father. The limo was beginning to pull out into traffic, and Freddie seemed to know he was running out of chances. When he took several giant steps back, Shen assumed he was going to throw everything he had at the limo in the hope of, "Oh!" They all gasped as a semi-truck sped by, going in the opposite direction. Freddie hit the grill and went down, disappearing underneath the vehicle, which didn't even slow down. Stevie spun around, her knees on the seat, her arms on the headrest. "He's back up," she announced, and Shen almost laughed when he heard everyone else sadly sigh. There was just so much disappointment in the collective sound. "Yeah, he's fine," Stevie said, settling back into her seat. "How is he fine?" Britta asked. "The man was hit by a semi." "Dad's not very bright," Stevie admitted, "but he is resilient." Gazing out the window, Charlie sounded on the verge of tears. "The motherfucker just won't die." Chapter 21. After she knocked, the door opened, and Sella Malone threw her arms around the priest who answered. "Uncle Jimmy!" "My sweet Sella, how are you?" "I'm fine, fine. Come in," he said, stepping back. Sella walked into the office. Uncle Jimmy wasn't the only priest among the Malone clan, but he was the one based in a Manhattan church, and not one of the other boroughs or Ireland. Jimmy had been running this church for 9 years, and thankfully had never been called to the Vatican to face disciplinary action, unlike some of the other Malones who'd made their lives in the church, including a few aunts and cousins who had literally been sent to Siberia, a punishment that would have destroyed other women. But Malones were Siberian tigers. They ended up battling Cossack polar bears so that they could take over the towns around the nunnery. And, in typical Malone fashion, once the aunts and cousins had control, they began to run some very successful scams and offered brutal protection for the towns. Gangsters soon learned the local nuns were not to be fucked with. Uncle Jimmy, though, was a good lad, according to his mother, which meant he didn't like doing anything with his church except help others and worship God, a life Sella could never get into herself, but she understood how relaxing it must be not to have to deal with the family. She knew for a fact that the Vatican was easier to deal with than the Malones. "How did the funeral go?" she asked, sliding onto his desk so her feet dangled. She'd been sitting on Uncle Jimmy's desk like that since as long as she could remember, and not once had he slapped her off with his paw. Unfortunately, she couldn't say the same about a few of her other older cousins. "A church full of honey badgers?" He shrugged. "It could have definitely gone worse." "Do you have the video?" "I just finished downloading." He pulled a USB drive out of his laptop, but when he faced Sella, he didn't hand it to her right away. "Now, why do you need this again?" "Nothing bad." "Marcella Malone." "It's not. We just need to see who was here. Scottish gang members were in your church, Uncle Jimmy. I'm here to ensure they don't do anything to upset things." "I know what you do for a living," he reminded her, "and I don't like it." "You and my daughter. But we both know that what I do is important. I don't, however, do it recklessly. My jobs mean too much to me to screw around with either of them." He handed her the drive. "I don't know why you can't just coach. The team's doing great." "I know," she replied, smiling. "Chances are we'll be going against the Swedes this year. You do know they're mostly descended from grizzly bear Vikings? And you have the descendant of Genghis Khan as your power forward? Yes, I do. Sela couldn't help but smirk, and Novikov can't wait to destroy them. Uncle Jimmy's smile faded, and he placed his hand on her shoulder while a frown pulled down his thick brows. Will McKilligan was here, he said, along with his sons. Sela nodded. We knew he was coming. The 3 girls were here, too. The ones you wanted me to keep an eye out for. You sure? I didn't see any other African-American or Chinese girls here, so I'm going out on a limb. Got it, Sela said on a laugh. That was definitely them. Again serious, her uncle said, I need you to be careful, Sela. Will McKilligan, he's... I know. Sela took her uncle's hand to reassure him. But don't worry about me. I've got my back up. Her kindly, God-loving uncle sneered dramatically. You mean that dog? Sela giggled. Uncle Jimmy, be nice. I am the godmother of that dog's child. I am aware of that. And speaking for the family, we're all disgusted by that fact. Deanne Smith planted herself on top of the mausoleum and took her time assembling the Israeli-made sniper rifle she'd brought with her. She tightened the scope, loaded the weapon, and stretched out, stomach down, near the very edge of the building. Pressing her left eye against the scope, she searched for her target. He stood on one side of Pete McKilligan's casket, his sons and the sons of his uncle beside and behind him. On the opposite side stood the rest of the American McKilligans, including the 3 daughters of Freddie McKilligan. And boy, did those 3 little ladies stick out among this group. They seemed to be out of place and bored. Max yawned. Stevie stared at the dirt at her feet and made shapes in it with the tip of her shoe. Charlie blatantly focused on her phone. Smith, you there? Malone's voice spoke in her ear. I'm here, she said softly. Do not shoot Will McKilligan. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't lie to me, Marmaduke. You always get so moral after you've seen that priest uncle of yours. Now, Smith, your Southern Baptist is showing. Look, I've got a clean shot. I'll be gone before they even know. No, just watch and report back. Think you can handle that? Fine. Thank you. And the sisters are there too, right? Malone asked. Yep. Did they see you? No, and I don't appreciate your tone. Just face it, Smith. You'll never be as good as me when it comes to being invisible. Please, with that big ass, that thing is like a neon sign. Deanne continued to study the burial through the scope while the casket was slowly lowered into the grave, but she removed her finger from the trigger. Real shame, though. It was an easy shot. But just as she was questioning Malone's decision to keep Will McKilligan alive, the 3 McKilligan sisters suddenly looked up at Deanne. She knew she was too far away for them to see her. And yet, all 3 of them were staring right at her, their heads angled the same way, tipped a little to the left, gazes narrowed. They might not be able to see Deanne, but they all knew she was here. God damn, she muttered. What is it? I find these girls just wrong, Malone. Real wrong. You're being paranoid, again, if you say so. Want me to kill her? Max asked. Not yet, Charlie said, looking back at her phone. No, Stevie corrected. She means no, do not kill her. That woman could kill you as soon as look at you, Max told her. I've looked that bitch in the eyes. She's exactly what Gramps said all the Smiths are, a pack of rabid dogs. We're better off wiping her from the earth now rather than after she kills you. Stevie took a step back. Me? Why would she kill me? I'm lovely. You're the psycho. Thank you very much. I'm just being honest. She totally is, Charlie said on a chuckle. Someone tapped Stevie on the hip, and she looked over her shoulder at the elderly lady sitting in a folding chair in the black tent that had been set up beside the grave so the older McKilligans would have a place to sit. "Move so I can see," the woman ordered. "I want to make sure the old fuck gets buried." "Not sure why you're here, Daphne," one of Uncle Pete's brothers complained. "Peter divorced you a long time ago." "I'm still the only one that matters," she yelled at Pete's younger and more recent wife, forcing the poor woman to start crying and rush away from the grave. She'd been a hysterical mess since Stevie had first seen her at the church. "Can we just get through this?" Bernice barked. The coffin was lowered into the grave, the rites nearly at the end. Immediate family would be throwing dirt on the coffin in the next few minutes, a step that Stevie never quite understood. Was it that dust-to-dust thing? Maybe she should research it. Then again, Stevie, Charlie, and Max had already decided that no matter when they died or how, they all wanted to be cremated. It was the only way they could ensure their father wouldn't sell their remains for easy cash. "Oh, no!" Stevie heard Kenzie gasp behind her. Stevie looked to her left and saw her father stumbling toward them, not because he was drunk, but because he'd tripped on a headstone, knocking it over, and not caring. "Oh, God." She turned away, wishing she'd stayed back in the limo with Shen, Kyle, and the Dunns. Kyle had wanted to come to the graveside portion of Pete's funeral, but Shen had insisted that he stay away from an open hole with a bunch of honey badgers encircling it. And Charlie had insisted the Dunns stay behind because you guys tend to lumber, and when this is over, we'll be getting the fuck out of here. Berg had not liked that at all, concerned about how open the location was. But when Charlie insisted on something, it was hard not to comply. It was something Max and Stevie already knew, but Berg was still learning. "You just left me," Freddie complained, speaking over the priest who'd replaced the older one from the earlier service. "I was hit by a truck, and you didn't even stop to help." Charlie had to look away from their father because Stevie knew it was the only thing keeping her sister from beating him to death in front of witnesses. "I'll take care of this," Dutch said, pushing past Charlie and Max, but Freddie threw his hand up. "Back off, canine." Stevie cringed, Max snorted, and Charlie started rubbing that spot on her forehead that told Stevie her sister was getting one of her migraines. "Actually," Dutch corrected, "I'm a wolverine, which are not canines. We are not wolves. Wolverines are badgers." Dutch suddenly smirked and raised his arms as if he was pleading to the masses. "And are we all not badgers together?" he solemnly intoned. That made Max snort louder, her shoulders shaking, but Freddie tried to wave Dutch away. "Do you mind? I'm talking to my useless daughters, not you." Stevie was used to her father's insensitivity. She'd grown up with it, but her uncles and aunts had never really seen how he treated his own offspring. Not until now. She fully understood that when both Bernice and Will cringed at his words. "I thought you were childless," Charlie noted, not even bothering to look away from her phone so she could properly glare at him. "Or do you prefer child-free?" Max asked. "That was an accident," their father lied. "I'm pretty sure it wasn't, but we get it. We like to forget about you, too." "Look," he said, raising his hands, palms up. It was his placating maneuver. "Let's discuss this later, at your house. Right now, we're here for Uncle Pete," Stevie said. "Right, Uncle Pete." "Our house?" Charlie asked, finally looking away from her phone with an incredulous expression. "Well, I don't really have a place to stay right now, and I know if I come in with you guys, those bears won't be so bitchy about me being there this time." Max grinned. "You expect to stay at our house? Seriously?" "I'm your father. It's the least you can do for me."
Stevie shook her head and sighed out softly. "Oh, Dad." Max faced Charlie. "You all right with that?" she asked. "Dad staying with us?" Charlie's gaze cut over to their father's. She didn't say anything at first, but she also didn't reach for any of her weapons. She still could, though. After a time, Charlie finally suggested, "Let's just talk about this later." She indicated a spot between her and Max. "Come here, Dad. Let's just get through this." Grinning, Freddie practically danced over to the spot near his daughters. Stevie knew what her father was thinking, that the slightest act of kindness from his daughters meant he'd get anything he wanted once he was in their house and could charm them. There was just one problem. Her father was not nearly as charming as he believed himself to be. Stevie looked across the open grave to see that Will and his sons continued to glower at Freddie, but so far none of them had attempted to climb over Pete's moving casket to wring the life from him. That alone was impressive. "Sorry about that, Father Jones," Charlie prompted the priest who'd taken over for Father Malone. "You can go on." The priest did, pausing briefly when Freddie landed face first on Pete's coffin, pushed there by Charlie and Max as they stood behind him. The priest even continued while most of the family laughed, including Will, and Freddie cursed violently, trying to find a way out of the grave. No one helped, not even Stevie. She just couldn't. He was being a total ass today. Deanne chuckled, finding herself enjoying this funeral way more than her great-granddaddy's, when a hungover Sissy May had thrown that punch at cousin Polly May, and all hell had broken loose right there in front of the minister, who called them all insolent whores, which led directly to Sissy's mama slapping that minister right across the face. True, Janie May had called her daughter and Sissy's best friend, Ronnie Lee, insolent whores before, but it was a whole other thing coming from some man who wasn't kin. "What are you giggling about?" Malone asked. "Just enjoying the funeral. I'd call you a sick fuck, Smith, but the Malones are known for our amazing funerals. The whiskey flows, the brisket is tender. Are there potatoes? Bet there are potatoes. Such a bigot, Smith." Deanne grinned until her ear twitched the slightest bit. Her wolf hearing had picked up a sound several hundred feet away. She tilted her head, sniffed. "Malone?" she asked, moving her head slowly to look to her right. "Yeah? I'm seeing something that don't look right. We'll be there in a few." Max sniffed the air again. "Someone's here," she said to Charlie, keeping her voice low so that Stevie wouldn't hear. With her middle finger raised toward their yelling father, still in that grave, Charlie softly replied, "When we start moving back to the cars, check it out." "What are you two whispering about?" Stevie demanded. "What's going on? I know that you two are up to something. Dad, would you please shut up?" "They're trying to bury me alive," their father complained. He was right. Will had given a few dollars to the men waiting to push the dirt back into the grave. They usually waited until the family left for that sort of thing, but everyone kind of wanted to see it happen now, so Will pulled out a wad of cash to make it so. But none of them were too worried or too hopeful, because Freddie could burrow with the best of them. "Is this your new medication?" Max asked, knowing the question would set her baby sister off. "Is this what's making you so paranoid?" Stevie started slapping at her, but Charlie quickly threw her arm around their baby sister's shoulders and steered her off toward Bernice and the limos waiting for them. "There is nothing wrong with my medication, you ass!" Stevie yelled, struggling against Charlie's hold so she could get back to Max and slap her around. "You're lucky it's goddamn working." Thankfully, Charlie had a good, firm hold on Stevie. When they were far enough away, Max moved until she was behind one of the buildings and out of eyesight of anyone spying. She quickly slipped off her clothes, unleashed the claws on both her hands and feet, and began digging. Shen was relieved to see the honey badgers coming back to the limos. The widow had already left, hysterically sobbing as she'd bypassed the family autos to grab the cab that had been waiting. Something told Shen she wasn't heading to the next stop at this event, the bar where they could all raise a drink in honor of Pete McKilligan. He knew someone running for her life when he saw it. Arms angrily folded over her chest, blue eyes bright. Stevie practically threw herself against the limo he was leaning on. "Everything okay?" he asked. "My sister's an asshole." "Come on," Charlie said, opening the back door. "Let's get to the bar. I need a drink." "Where's Max?" Stevie asked. "She'll meet us there." Stevie grabbed Charlie's arm and yanked her hard, surprising not only Shen, but even Charlie. "Did you tell Max to kill Dad?" she demanded, not seeming to care that her voice was rather loud. "Of course not. Don't lie to me, Charlie McKilligan." "I'm not. I didn't tell her to kill Dad, and she won't. She doesn't want to hear any shit from you." When her baby sister continued to glare. "I promise." Stevie released Charlie and got into the limo, and Charlie followed. For the first time, Shen realized there were some lines that even Charlie McKilligan would not cross. He wondered, though, if Freddie even realized that the only reason he wasn't dead was because of Stevie. From what Shen had seen of the man, he doubted it. Too bad, because once Stevie stopped giving a shit whether her father lived or died, that would be it for him. Chapter 22. Sela found Deanne standing in a spot behind what looked like a shed. She wasn't doing anything, though, just standing there, staring. "What's going on?" she asked. The rest of their team standing behind Sela, all of them armed and ready. "You know," Smith said, her gaze still locked on the forest. "I don't really know. Did you see someone or not?" "Man, military trained, about 6 of them. I thought they were going to make a move, but nope. They took some pics and headed out." "Took pics of Will McKilligan?" Smith shook her head. "Don't think so." "The 3 sisters?" "Yep." One of the team pointed at the ground. "What's that?" Smith nodded. "That's when things got weird." "How so?" Sela asked, enjoying how freaked out Smith was. The wolf was always so laid back and calm that to see her confused and unable to hide it made the situation way more entertaining than it should be. "The freaky little one. All of them are freaky, and at least 2 of them are little. When I say the Chinese one, y'all get upset." Reaching out, Sela caught hold of the neck of a South China she-tiger's body armor, preventing her from launching herself at the she-wolf. "Just say Max," Sela reminded Smith, "since we do know their names." "Fine. Max came here, got naked. I was over there waiting on you all, so she didn't see me." "She got naked? And then what?" Sela asked. "She burrowed away." Smith pointed. "Into the forest?" "Yep." "After the truck?" "I think so." "Did you tag the truck?" "Yep." "Good." Sela looked at the rest of the team. "We were just going to track them until they made a move, see where they went, but let's just get them now before—" "I'm thinking it's too late for all that." Sela faced Smith. "Why too late?" Smith shrugged, again looked off into the woods. "We may do recon, think things out, arrange grand schemes. But that little honey badger, she ain't about to waste her time doing all that." They'd continued on their off-road route through the forest. The funeral was recon only, because they couldn't just grab the girl. The client had made it clear. He wanted her alive and unharmed, so they needed to make a solid plan to ensure that happened. It wouldn't be easy, though.
She seemed to constantly be in the presence of others, and he recognized at least 3 of her friends. They were a well-known protection team that worked for artists, actors, and politicians. The very large female once protected a dictator, and when she quit that job, he was assassinated by his enemies. So just grabbing the girl would be challenging, but he was always up for a fuck. The driver swore just before the SUV hit some kind of hole or pit, throwing him and his men forward. The front end landed in the pit, and the back end flipped over. It took a few seconds for him to figure out what had happened and get his men moving again. "Out," he ordered. "Everybody out." The doors on the passenger side were blocked by dirt, so they had to go out the other way. The men moved slowly, confused, some of them bleeding from head wounds. Once he got his team out, they climbed over the SUV to get out of the pit. He studied the ground, staring at the SUV and the pit it was in, a pit that hadn't been there when they'd driven that way to get to the funeral. "What the fuck?" he whispered. "Sir?" His second-in-command called out. "Sir!" He turned, saw what his injured and confused men were looking at. She leaned against a tree, silently watching them, her gaze examining, but her expression weirdly blank. She didn't seem scared or concerned, just slightly curious. "Why are you naked?" he asked, unable to help himself. "You can't burrow in your clothes," she replied, laughing a little. He had no idea what that meant, and he didn't want to know. She was a strange girl, stranger than they'd all originally thought. He'd been warned, though, to watch out for her. She's not what she seems, not if she's anything like her mother. A warning he wasn't about to dismiss. He gestured to his men with a short nod of his head. 2 split off and moved around the tree, but they took their time, waiting for her to step away, to give them an opening. "I know what you want," she said, "and you can't have her. I thought you guys would have figured that out by now." "We can't have who?" he asked, oddly fascinated by all this. She was naked with a group of heavily armed men, but she didn't seem to care or even notice. "You know who," she insisted. "I honestly don't have any. If you keep coming for her, I'll make you regret it. See, I'm trying to be nice here, for once. I have to say, I appreciate you trying to be nice, I really do. But it doesn't make a difference. It should. It doesn't, because we're not here for anyone else, but you. In fact, you made this much easier for us. We thought we'd have to get you away from your protection, but here you are, all alone." "Wait a minute," she said, finally stepping away from the tree. "You're here for me?" "Yes, we've been paid a lot of money to bring you in, and if you play your cards right, we can make sure you're not harmed, but only if you don't do anything stupid." She stopped walking, pressed her hand to her chest. "Me? You're sure it's me you want?" Now he was getting a little annoyed. "Yes, I'm sure." "The Guerra twins sent you?" "Who?" She cringed, briefly closing her eyes. "Devin's paying you, isn't he?" "Does it matter?" "I guess not." His men were behind her now, one of them pressing the barrel of his .45 to the back of her head, but he didn't have his finger on the trigger. Their target, however, didn't know this. He stepped closer to her. "You don't have to make this hard on yourself. Come with us. We'll get you some clothes and something to eat." "Do you care what he's planning to do with me?" "Sweetie, I've been hired to bring you in. That's it. So that's a no." "Okay." She tried to pull away from the man behind her, but he held her arm and kept the gun on the back of her neck. Devin had made it clear that they had to threaten the back of her head, not the front or the side. Must be the back. He had been very insistent. "Are you going to move that gun off me?" she demanded. "No." "Fine." She crossed her arms over her chest. "You have no one to blame but yourselves." Amused, he asked, "For what?" She didn't respond, just looked off. But he noticed his men. It started on their faces. Their noses twitching, their eyes watering. They began to gasp, hands going to their throats. A few coughed, the others just gagged. When he looked at her again, she repeated, "No one but yourselves." The bar had no signage and was what Stevie would definitely call a hole in the wall that was buried deep in Jersey. Anyone who came to a bar like this didn't come here to see and be seen. They came here to hide from anything that could get back to the cops. No wonder the McKilligans came here for their after-funeral drinks. It was a very typical McKilligan-type bar. As soon as Stevie walked inside, she paused at the door, her eyes watering, her skin itching, and her nerves suddenly wildly alive. She was going to panic. She was going to freak out, because she scented bears, grizzlies she didn't know. Stranger grizzlies would eat her. She knew it. They knew it. The world knew it. Everyone knew stranger grizzlies were going to use her bones like tooth— "Want a beer?" Shen asked, placing his hand on her shoulder. "I want a beer," Kyle said, coming in behind Shen. "You can have a Shirley Temple, and you'll enjoy it, child." Shen smiled down at her. "Or something stronger?" He leaned in and whispered, "You look like you need something stronger." "There are bears here." "You mean the triplets?" "Of course I don't mean the triplets." She pointed across the bar toward the back. "I mean them." "Those old bears?" he asked. "You're worried about old bears?" "Old bears are just as dangerous." "Think they still have their teeth? Or do they just sit under beehives, hoping honey drips into their open mouths?" "They're going to kill us all. Most of us are honey badgers. Nearly everyone in this room has consumed large amounts of honey in the last few days. They're all like sacks of honey, just waiting to be punctured." "Uh-oh," Kyle said, gazing at her. "She's spiraling." "I am not spiraling. I am stating the truth. And another thing—" "Where's Max?" Shen asked, and Stevie suddenly realized that he was right. Where was Max? "You haven't seen her?" she asked. "We left her at the graveyard, with your dad." She spun around, her gaze searching for Charlie. "I know they've killed him. I mean, I wanted to kill him. I just have restraint. Max has no restraint." Shen watched Stevie march through the mass of her relatives in order to find her oldest sister. "You handled that masterfully," Kyle remarked beside him. "What are you talking about?" "What I've learned from living among canines, you mean your family, is that the best way to get a wild animal off your back is to distract it. You tried one way with her, and when that didn't work, you went with another. Brilliant!" The boy patted Shen's shoulder. "Look at you, thinking through those issues. Is this why you never went to high school like normal kids?" "Of course it is. Kindergarten was a nightmare of abuse. Like it was my fault they were still learning their ABCs while I was reading Chekhov." "Who?" The kid cringed. "Good Lord," he muttered as he started off toward the bar. "She is really taking a step down with you, isn't she? A minute ago I was brilliant." "Where is Max?" Charlie faced her sister. "I have no idea." "Don't lie to me." "I'm not lying. I don't know where she is." Charlie swept her arm in a half circle. "She's out in the wild, and I forgot to tag her." "Amusing." "She'll be here." "When? And will Dad still be alive?" Charlie blinked. "What does Dad have to do with anything?" "We left him in a filled-in grave, and we both know he'll be fine. Not if you sent Max after him." "I didn't send Max after him.
I already told you that." But her sister's pursed lips suggested she didn't believe Charlie, which Charlie found a little insulting. If I ever got to the point where I'd send Max to finish him off, I'd not only tell you about it, I'd have you locked in a secure room and stuffed into a titanium cage until it was over, because we both know that you'd bring down the building to save that worthless motherfucker for no other reason than he put his semen in our mothers. As soon as Charlie started yelling, Stevie knew she'd made a mistake. Not because she'd caused her sister to yell. Charlie was kind of a yeller by nature. It was that, although she had grasped how much their father's performance at the church and graveside had mortified and embarrassed her big sister, she had failed to see how much their father had managed to hurt Charlie. Again. Even when you hated your father, you didn't actually want to know that he'd never cared. At all. That he'd only wanted sons and not the amazing daughters he'd been lucky enough to have. Daughters that other people would have been proud to have. Stevie glanced around, saw that everyone was watching them. Not wanting all these nosy badgers in their business, she grabbed her sister's hand and dragged her to the other side of the establishment, heading toward the hallway where the 4 old grizzlies were standing. As she neared the bears, one pointed at her and began, "This area is off—" "Bears!" she screamed, startling the 4 males and sending them off in different directions. Stevie didn't know why she'd screamed that, but it was the only way she could think of to alleviate her panic in that moment. She wanted a quiet place for her and her sister to talk without all their relatives listening, but that meant she had to get past the bears she'd been terrified of. So she'd screamed. She'd screamed, "Bears!" And it had worked, which was very nice. She'd have to try it again, at some point. Stevie went down the hall and opened the first door she came to, and that's where she and Charlie froze, gazing at the 2 females across the room from them. One sat on a card table. She looked vaguely familiar, but clearly not important enough for Stevie to make sure she remembered her down the line. But the other woman, the one standing by that card table, that was the woman Stevie had accidentally mauled at the Jean-Louis Parker rental house. Eyes wide, her prey, the poor female, stared like she was afraid Stevie was going to come for her again. Not surprising, her fear, considering the damage Stevie had done to her. Bruises covered her face and ran down her body. Easy to see since she wore a tank top and shorts. Anything exposed seemed to have a bruise or cut on it. Stevie felt horrible. She'd never meant to hurt anyone that way, and her cousin Mari didn't count because she'd hurt their dog. While Stevie and her victim stared at each other, her friend's confused gaze continued to bounce back and forth between them. They were all silent for several very long seconds until Charlie said, "Hey, aren't you the dumbass who hugged my sister?" That's when Stevie yanked Charlie from the room, slamming the door behind them. "That's the woman that kicked your ass?" Blaine faced her best friend in the world. "You didn't see her, Gwenny? She was huge." "She's not 100 pounds soaking wet. And honey badgers are like, she's also half tiger. So am I. When I shift, I'm 300 pounds. Papa Cherry," she went on, using their one-time team captain's derby name, "is about 1,000 pounds when she shifts." "I don't care. I'm telling you, that girl was like 1,000,000,000 pounds. Gwen smirked. "Just admit you were beaten up by a little girl." "I was not!" Stevie pushed her sister into an empty room, closed the door, and then locked it. She rested her head against the wood and tried not to cry. "You didn't do anything wrong." She faced Charlie. "Are you kidding? Did you see that poor woman?" "Yeah, I saw her. And she shouldn't have grabbed you. Someone grabs me, I beat the shit out of them." Stevie crossed her arms over her chest and began pacing the room. "This is why I should look into— If this is about fucking with your DNA again, just forget it. I mean it. You can't tell me what to do. I'm an adult,
And if I want to get something that is unnatural and not fair to you, was it fair that I beat that woman to hell and back? She shouldn't have touched you. It's not like you sneezed and accidentally shifted. And we'll get your panic disorder under control. I have faith. Wouldn't you at least like to stop worrying about that part of me? That part of you is you. I want you the way you are. Gaining control of something is not the same as eliminating it forever. It's not like I'm getting anything surgically removed. I don't know why you're so against this. You don't shift. Right, but I was born this way. You were born your way. I'm not going to have you ashamed of what you are just because some little bitch decided to hug you. She's just lucky it was you and not Max. She did hug Max. She thought Max was Livy. Charlie smirked. And what did Max do? Stevie let out a sigh. She tried to kill her, but the woman's hockey player husband stopped her. At least that's what Max told me. Uh-huh. And you think you're worse than Max? You think you're worse than me? It isn't about better or worse. It's about keeping people safe. Huh, sweetie, Charlie said, gently pressing the palm of her hand against Stevie's cheek. No one is ever safe around a honey badger. Sella stood in the middle of the Jersey forest. Her equipment told her that the vehicle Smith had tagged was here, but she didn't see anything. She could smell something, though. Something awful. What is that? She finally asked when she couldn't stand it anymore, covering her nose and mouth with her hand. Someone unleashed their anal glands, a lion male informed her, a bandana wrapped around his nose and mouth. Not that she thought that would help cut down on the power of the smell. Anything that can smell like that should be destroyed at birth, a female snow leopard complained. I think I'm forced to agree, Sella spat, because the smell had settled in the back of her throat. The lion male motioned to his least favorite she-wolf. Eyes now watering, Sella called out, Hey, Smith. Yeah? Where are they? The she-wolf faced the rest of the group, and Sella was annoyed that whatever that smell was didn't seem to bother Smith at all. Well, Sella pushed when Smith just stood there, staring at them with those dead dog eyes, as Sella's mother called them. Smith tapped her foot against the ground, and Sella was embarrassed to admit it took a bit for her to understand what the wolf was showing them, that where she was tapping her foot, there was metal underneath. Sella asked, The SUV's buried? Smith grinned, ignoring the fact that the snow leopard had suddenly passed out from the odor. I have to admit, as much as it galls me, I think those McKilligan girls might be growing on me, because that's an inventive way to get rid of men trying to kill or kidnap you. At that point, Sella could barely see because her eyes were watering so badly and stung so much. Plus, she was having trouble breathing. At any moment, she might pass out like the snow leopard. But still, she had to say it. Smith, only a dog could tolerate someone who can make that smell. Stevie and Charlie both raised their noses at the same time and sniffed the air. Oh my God, Stevie gasped, her hand covering her mouth and nose. What the fuck? Choking, Charlie gasped out. It's gotta be Max. She went to the back door of the room and pulled it open. Their sister stood outside, naked, covered in dirt, and grinning. She waved at her sisters. But as soon as she tried to step into the room, Charlie held her free hand out. The other one was covering her nose and mouth, and motioned away with her forefinger. But Charlie stomped her foot and gestured again. Fine. Max walked off and Charlie followed. Stevie debated about going after them, decided not to, then just as quickly changed her mind. She found her sisters behind the bar, which thankfully was surrounded by a high wood fence, probably to keep the locals out of the bar owner's illegal business. While Max stood in front of the fence,
Charlie grabbed a nearby water hose. She turned it on, walked back over to where Max was, and without hesitation, hit their sister with a blast of powerful water. Charlie hosed Max down like she was a horse, taking her time, hitting every part of her until she was sure that Max was not just clean of all the dirt and grime, but, more important, that she was also odor-free. But Stevie didn't feel confident water alone would do the job. She ran back into the building, knowing there had to be soap somewhere inside. Lachlan Locke McCreary relaxed against the washing machine in his uncle's bar, popping honey-covered cashews into his mouth, while his Uncle Duff bitched about the fact that "my bar has been taken over by weasels." "Didn't they pay for this?" Locke asked. "To use the bar for an after-funeral event?" "I don't like 'em, and at the moment I don't like you." "Thanks, Uncle Duff." Uncle Hamish stepped inside. "How much longer are they going to be here? You do know this event is to mourn a loved one, right?" "Those people don't love anyone, and they're cleaning out our supply of honey-covered peanuts." Locke mockingly gasped. "Not the peanuts." Duff slapped the plastic jar of cashews out of Locke's hand. That was not mature. A small, thin woman appeared in the doorway. She was looking down the hallway, but when she turned to them, she immediately screamed out, "Bears!" Hamish jumped back, his hands raised, like he was trying to ward her off. "Bears, bears, bears!" she loudly chanted, running into the room, grabbing the liquid detergent off the cart next to the washing machine they used to clean the bar rags. Then, still chanting, "Bears, bears, bears!" she ran back out, squealing a final, "Thank you!" and she disappeared around the corner. "What the fuck was that?" Duff demanded. But, to be really honest, Locke had absolutely no idea. Stevie returned to her sisters. "Got detergent!" She ran to Max's side, holding her breath, and dumped what was left in the half-filled bottle directly on her sister's head and shoulders. "Scrub that shit in," Charlie ordered. "Is this Tide?" "Probably," Stevie admitted, now standing by Charlie. Max rubbed the household detergent on her body for a couple of minutes, then Charlie hit her with more water from the hose. Stevie still didn't know what her sister had been up to, but she knew one thing for sure. Max hadn't gone near their father. Releasing her anal glands would work on almost everyone as a weapon, except other badgers. Because Charlie and Stevie were hybrids, they found the smell gross and annoying, but it wouldn't knock them out or suffocate them. Yet Stevie had to admit, at least to herself, she felt a little bad for whoever had forced Max to go this particular battle route. It was the height of unpleasantness. Max walked over to Charlie and bared her neck. "Well?" Grudgingly, their big sister leaned in and took a couple of whiffs. She nodded. "I think we got it all. Now can I go inside?" Charlie waved her on before rolling her eyes at Stevie and following Max. Once they were inside, with the door closed and bolted behind them, Charlie threw her arms wide and said to Max, "Should I even ask what happened to you?" "What do you mean?" "I expected you to meet us here in a taxi, maybe a little blood on you if you had no other options, but you come back smelling like you've been engaged in biochemical warfare and covered in so much dirt that I can only assume you've been burrowing. You could definitely say that things got a little out of hand." Max ended the statement with a shrug that had Charlie rolling her eyes and Stevie doing the only thing she could think of, laughing. "So, what do I have to do?" Shen, who'd been keeping his focus on the cranky, hard-drinking honey badgers rather than his client, now looked at Kyle. "What do you have to do about what?" "About getting you to hook me up with your sister, Kiki. You are a child, way too young for her, and she has a wife." Kyle briefly closed his eyes. "Look, I know you commoners, seriously, dude, think everything is about sex,
But that's not what I'm talking about here, and you know it. Your sister has power. True power. She can open doors for me that will take my work far into the future. My genius needs to be seen and loved and talked about for thousands of generations to come. Your sister can make that happen. You actually believe the words you're saying, don't you? Why wouldn't I? Shen had begun to tell the kid why he shouldn't believe anything he said when someone grabbed his hand and began dragging him away from the bar. He turned and saw that it was Blaine. Poor, battered Blaine. She dragged him through the crowd and down a back hallway until they reached a room. She pushed him inside, and he found Gwen O'Neill sitting on a table, grinning at him. Gwen was a pretty half-Chinese, half-Irish Taigan from Philadelphia. Shen had always found Gwen fascinating because she had been on the local shifter roller derby team for years, but her seriously long nails were goddamn immaculate. How did she keep her nails like that? They were real, too, not acrylic. He'd asked. Love the nails, Gwenny. She held up both hands, wiggled her fingers, her nails red and white with swirls of blue glitter. Thanks. The color is in honor of... We saw a Phillies game last week. Aha. Tell her, Blaine ordered. Tell Gwenny the truth. Shen frowned. The truth about what? Blaine stepped into him, pointing one finger in his face. You know what, Panda? Tell her. Charlie heard a knock and opened the door. Her Aunt Bernice nodded at her. You girls leaving soon? She asked. Should we leave soon? Charlie wanted to know. Would they prefer we leave the back way, or should we just burrow under the building so they don't have to see our faces? Bernice squinted in confusion. What are you talking about? They want us to leave, right? The family? No, I just assumed you were leaving because you disappeared half an hour ago and we haven't seen you since. Plus, Creepy Roy is getting creepy and handsy. I'll handle it, Max announced, running out in nothing but a bear-sized T-shirt they'd found in a metal cabinet filled with bar paraphernalia. Stevie, don't let her. I'm on it, Stevie said, running after Max. Anyway, Bernice said with a small shake of her head, your Uncle Will wants to see you before you leave. To kill me? Oh, no. If he wanted to kill you, he would just come in here and kill you. Besides, if he wants to kill anyone, it's your father. Why do you always call him my father when he's really your brother? How are we going to have that discussion again? He's your problem now. I put in my time, hard time. I got him through high school alive. My job is done. Charlie nodded. Fair enough. So come on, Bernice said with a jerk of her head. Her aunt walked off, and Charlie followed her, but she stopped outside the partially open door to one of the rooms, the room Charlie and Stevie had stumbled into earlier. This time, however, Shen was inside with the two women. The tall black female, who, for some unknown reason, was wearing skates, had her finger pointed in Shen's face, while her Asian friend was smirking but quiet. Tell her, Shen. Tell her about the freakish size of that woman when she shifts. Charlie's head lowered, but her eyes remained locked on the two women. She was huge, Shen admitted, surprising Charlie. She thought he was more trustworthy than, say, Dutch. Giant. Yes, Stevie's chew toy chimed in. Giant. She was giant. Like Godzilla. Yes. Well, wait. No, Stevie's chew toy corrected. Not as big as Godzilla, but definitely big. Unusually, abnormally big. Right, Shen? Right. Absolutely. Told ya, Gwenny, she said, facing her friend. But as soon as she turned her back on Shen, he raised both his hands, holding them a foot or two apart. The one called Gwenny snorted a laugh and dropped her head. The chew toy spun around, but Shen had already lowered his hands. What? He asked when she glowered at him. Tell her the truth. I did, Shen insisted. She was giant, like Godzilla.
No, not like Godzilla.
Like Mothra.
So she had wings, Gwenny tossed in.
Yes, Shen quickly agreed. She had wings, and 2 tiny Malaysian women who sang her to life.
That is not what happened,
Chutoy insisted. He frowned. It's not? Oh, wait. Were the women Filipino?
Shen!
Charlie was no longer worried that her sister's true shifter self was being outed by some walking chew toy, and that's all she cared about. That her baby sister was safe, even if it meant taking out those who didn't necessarily deserve it. Relieved that she didn't have to make any murderous plans for her evening, Charlie went in search of her Uncle Will. Will McKilligan had just lit his cigarette when 2 of his younger boys, the meatier ones, dragged Will's half-brother from the street and into the alley beside the bear-owned pub. "Where's me money, Freddy?" he asked right away, not wanting to spend any more time than he had to with the man he called the idiot. "I already told you I don't have it anymore." "That's not good enough. You'd better get it back for me, and you'd better do it soon. Or what?" 2 of Will's other sons began to work Freddy over, blows to the gut, kidneys, and spleen. Blows that wouldn't take a honey badger down, but would make him hurt. Will waved his hand, and his sons immediately stopped. "I'll say it again. Get me money, or I'll give your daughters exactly what they've always wanted. You dead. You know who has your money. You gave it to them," Will barked back. "Those 2 slits are running around with me 100 million, and you've got the nerve to show your face at Uncle Pete's funeral. It's like you wanna die." "Because it's not my fault," Will growled, and that's when his eldest son stepped in. Dougie was the smartest of Will's boys. He knew well how to play the game, but he was always smooth, using the charm, even with Freddy. He didn't explode at him the way Will wanted to. He just stepped in close, a cigarette between his middle and forefingers, his free hand stuffed in the jacket pocket of his Italian suit. He leaned over so he could look right into Freddy's eyes. "We're not discussing this with you, Uncle," Dougie said calmly. Always calm, that one. "We're telling you what you need to do, or the New York coppers, they'll be finding pieces of you all up and down the eastern seaboard. So, if you want to keep breathing, get us back our da's money. Understand, Uncle?" The side door opened, and Freddy's eldest girl stepped out. She looked right at her father, being held between 2 of Will's burly sons, blood and bruises on his face. Freddy grinned when he saw her, until she turned away from him and faced Will. "My sisters and I are about to leave, but Aunt Bernice said you wanted to talk to me?" "Yeah, I do." He headed back inside, and Charlie followed, not even glancing again at her battered old man. He led her into a room with a washer and a few grizzlies in it. "Get out," Will ordered. "Who the hell do you think you—" Will bared his fangs and hissed, while the grizzlies huffed at him and bared their fangs in return. Charlie pressed her hand against Will's chest. "Excuse me, gentlemen," she said to the bears. "Could you give us just a few minutes? I have to speak with my uncle, and we just need someplace private, if that's okay." "Well, since you've been so nice," one of the older bears replied, "we'll give you a few minutes alone." "Thank you so much," she said with that charming smile. The bears started to walk out, but the youngest stopped and said to Charlie, "There's a girl running around screaming 'bear' every time she sees one of us. It's beginning to upset my uncles." "Yeah, that's my baby sister. She's got a bear issue. But as soon as I'm done here, we're out." "Okay, great."
And I'm very sorry if she insulted anyone. She was just trying to manage her fear.
No big deal, the grizzly insisted. Really?
Charlie closed the door. See what nice gets you?
But I prefer rude and violent.
Why is your sister wet and wearing a t-shirt? Stevie shrugged at Shen's question. It's complicated.
In other words, I don't want to know?
Exactly. Stevie rested her arms on the bar.
Want a drink?
Shen asked her. No. She glanced around the bar, and making sure everyone was busy not noticing her, she leaned into Shen and whispered, I have to figure out how to get my sisters to that damn wild dog thing.
Is that really your only option here?
Do you have 6 figures lying around to loan us to repair the living room I damaged?
No.
Then yes, that's my only option.
What's your only option? Max asked.
She was standing right by Stevie, but a few seconds before, she'd been across the room. Nothing, Stevie lied with a smile. Max leaned around her and said, Shen, what's her only option?
You know what I'm not going to do, Shen announced. Get between sisters. I have 2. I got between them once, and when I woke up from my coma, I decided I'd never do that again, with any sisters.
You were in a coma? Stevie asked.
My mother said I was unconscious for less than 30 seconds, but it felt like a coma.
Just tell me, Max pushed. No, tell me. Never. Stevie raised her hand, her forefinger pointed at the sky. I will go to my grave, never telling you anything. Max, always annoyed when Stevie became stupidly dramatic, balled her hand into a fist, and Stevie waited for the first blow. But her sister just stood there, gazing straight ahead, barely breathing. Max? Stevie asked. What's wrong? Someone is touching my ass. Stevie leaned around her sister, and that's when she saw creepy Roy on the other side of Max, his even creepier hand disappearing under her t-shirt. Hold my beer, Stevie ordered Shen.
What are you going to... Stevie, no!
You want us to what? Charlie asked her uncle.
Was I unclear?
You want us to open a bar?
A McKilligan bar.
Oh, fuck you, Charlie tossed out, now pacing the room.
That seems a bit rude.
I know you're just being an asshole.
How do you come to that?
Because you know we're not part of this family, but you're going to try to use us to launder your fucking gangster money. Fuck you and the Erin Go bra you rode in on.
That's Irish, you little twat.
Do I look like I know the difference? Will took in a breath, gave himself a moment, which surprised Charlie. From what she'd heard over the years, he wasn't one to curb his rage and hatred.
I know the family hasn't exactly endeared itself to you and your sisters, and I mostly blame your father for that.
So do I, she admitted.
But this is an opportunity for us to bridge the gap between the Scots and the Yanks.
Then use Bernice. She's got a lot of daughters.
Dave's, every last one of them.
That is true.
I can't trust them, but I know I can trust you and your sisters.
To launder your money? Forget it. We're not risking going to prison for you.
We don't need you to launder money. We've got that covered, thank you very much.
Then what do you want us for? Will grinned.
Snakes.
Snakes? Now he wiggled his eyebrows.
Snakes.
Shen pulled hard, attempting to drag Stevie off creepy Roy's back, but she wouldn't let him go. Gripping his shoulder with one hand, she just kept punching him in the back of the neck, while Max continued to slam the man's forehead into the bar. What annoyed Shen, though, was that no one was helping him. Berg and Dag wanted to, but they wouldn't get close to Stevie when she was like this. They didn't want to freak her out. Britta refused to because she'd seen what Roy had done, and the only thing that stopped her from breaking him in two was that Max and Stevie had gotten to him first. But the honey badgers,
They weren't doing anything. Nothing. Roy was family, but not one of them stepped in to help. They weren't cheering either, or reacting in any way that Shen would consider normal, just staring, like an entire group of sociopaths. "Let him go," he ordered, but Stevie ignored him. There was one very good thing, though. Stevie was angry, but she wasn't panicking, even though there was a group of grizzlies watching the drama from the corner of the bar. And if Stevie wasn't panicking, he wasn't worried she'd shift. And that was a good thing, right? When he tried to heave Stevie off once again, he saw Charlie exit from the back hallway, her Uncle Will right beside her. They were talking, calmly, he was happy to notice, but as soon as she realized what was happening, Charlie walked away from her uncle and over to Shen. "What's going on?" "Creepy Roy here touched your sister inappropriately." "Which one?" she asked, shockingly calm. "Max. He says he was just joking, though," Shen added with a disgusted sigh. He hated guys like Roy. Always had. Charlie gave a short nod. "Okay." Shen was so surprised, he almost released Stevie. "Okay? That's all you have to say?" "Uh-huh." She stepped away, heading back toward her Uncle Will, and Shen wondered what her uncle had to say to her that was so important she would ignore what was going on right in front of her. But then she neared her uncle and passed him, disappearing into the back hallway again. A minute or two later, she returned, walking confidently, casually, across the floor. When she stood directly behind Roy, she crouched down, and Shen leaned over a bit to get a better look. Charlie wrapped a cord she'd found somewhere around his ankles. His legs were spread apart, but she looped the cord in such a way that when she stood up and yanked, his legs shut tight. Then she wrenched him off the bar, snatching him away from Max's grip. Roy's head slammed into the end of the bar and onto one of the stools. Shen snatched Stevie off the badger's back before he hit the floor. Charlie spun around, placing the length of the cord over her shoulder. "Max?" Charlie barked. "Door!" Max ran across the bar top, jumped off, and quickly opened the front door. "You know what really pisses me off?" Charlie asked as she dragged her yelling cousin behind her. "I mean, besides, when assholes such as yourself believe they can put their hands on women without their consent?" Roy unleashed his claws and jammed them in the wood flooring of the bar. It caused Charlie to pause, but with one strong tug, Roy was moving again, his claws leaving a deep trail across the floor. "It's when some of you McKilligans think," Charlie continued, "you can get away with bullshit when it comes to me and my sisters. You think that I'll let you get away with bullshit. After all these years, some of you still think that, still believe that." She reached the door and dropped the cord. Leaning down, she grabbed her cousin by the back of his jacket and lifted him off the ground. She jerked him around so he was in front of the door, but she spun his body so he faced her. And that's when he punched her in the jaw. The thing was, Shen didn't think Roy meant to do it. He'd been tossed around, and his arm had just been swinging. Unfortunately, it had swung at Charlie. Even scarier, despite the fact that Roy had punched Stevie's sister really hard, snapping Charlie's head to the side. She didn't stumble. She didn't cry out. She didn't do anything but stand there a moment. Berg and Dag jerked away from the wall they'd been leaning on, but their sister caught their arms, held them back. She knew better. Shen knew better. Especially when Charlie slowly turned her head and looked at Roy. Just looked at him. "Uh-oh," Stevie whispered. She was in Shen's arms, and she seemed very happy to be there, very relieved. Eyes wide, mouth open, Roy brought his hands up, palms out, and begged, "I didn't mean to. I swear. I swear." But it was too late. Shen knew that, even though Charlie's expression never changed. He was sure, in most instances, Charlie would have forgiven the punch, but she'd never forgive that he'd touched her sister's ass. Charlie's head moved, and Shen realized she was locating a sound, listening for something. Her ears even twitched a bit. Then, her expression still not changing, she leaned back and, to his amazement, brought both her legs up in one fluid movement and rammed them forward into Roy's chest. The badger flew out of the bar and into the Jersey street. A second later, Shen heard a truck horn blare and brakes being jammed as the driver tried to stop in time. But nope. He and everyone else in the bar could hear that truck hit creepy Roy. Grinning, Max sort of danced out the door, but returned quickly. "He's alive!" But then she added with a brutal laugh, "But he's fucked up." She looked at Charlie. Unlike Dad, he didn't roll with it. Stevie cringed. She'd hoped that a good beating from her and Max would be enough to keep Charlie out of it. But no, it hadn't. Instead, Roy had been thrown in front of a truck, and he hadn't rolled with it. One of the first things her sisters had taught her when they were growing up was how to roll with it when hit by a moving vehicle, a skill that had saved Stevie's life more than once. And if Roy wasn't such a reprehensible creep, she'd feel bad for him. But she didn't, and she wouldn't. He simply wasn't worthy of her sympathy. "You ready to go?" Shen asked. "I am." But Stevie still had to figure out how to get her sisters to the club where the wild dogs were going to be. They had a few hours, but she knew her siblings. Once they got back to the house in Queens and put on some comfortable clothes, they were in for the night. So she needed to come up with an idea, and quick. As she tried to think of something, Shen gently placed her on the ground, and a few of her younger cousins came in through the front door, carrying several boxes. One of them jerked a thumb behind him. "What happened to creepy Roy?" "Don't worry about it," one of the uncles said. "Have you got it?" "We sure do." They pried the top off one of the boxes, and Stevie watched in horror as her cousins dumped a ball of snakes onto the floor. A hissing, rattling, undulating ball of snakes. Screeching, Stevie jumped back into Shen's arms, but that didn't feel like enough, so she climbed up his body until she was basically wrapped around his head. Her legs hung over his shoulders, and her hands were over his eyes. "So you're terrified of snakes, too," Shen calmly noted. "They can swallow you whole." "These aren't pythons or boas, sweetie," one of her aunts happily called out. She had a snake already wrapped around her arm, its fangs dug deep on her hand. "These are just vipers and cobras." Stevie shook her head. "How does that knowledge help me in any way?" Shen had heard that honey badgers were fans of live snakes, but he'd never thought they enjoyed them like this. They were all so happy and eager. The bears weren't, though. Neither was Stevie. Max, however. "Yes!" Max cheered before attempting to dive into the loose snakes slithering across the floor. But Charlie caught her sister by the back of the neck and yanked her away. "No," she said sternly. "Oh, come on," Max begged. Charlie simply tossed her sister to the Duns. Britta caught Max in her arms and was out the door before anyone else could say a word. Dag followed right behind her, and it seemed as if Berg wanted to go, but he didn't want to leave Charlie. She made that easy, though, when she barked, "Berg, get out!" The grizzly went out the door at the perfect time, because a rattler suddenly reared up and bit into Charlie's leg. "Oh, God," Shen cringed. "Don't move," Stevie warned. "Yeah, but Charlie can take care of herself. Look to your left." He did, and saw a cobra slithering near. Trying not to scream like a girl, Shen moved his ass onto a bar stool, while Charlie reached down and unhitched the rattler from her leg. She then banged it again and again against one of the bar stools. When the snake was dead, she tossed it to one of her cousins, who bit the head off. Just like that. Bit it off and started chatting with one of her kin, while chewing. Realizing he was more afraid of snakes than he knew, he asked Stevie,
How the fuck do we get out of here? Bar top, she said, pointing. Bar top! Shen scrambled from the stool to the bar top. On all fours, he rushed across the bar with Stevie still on his back. She'd moved, so her arms were around his shoulders and her legs around his waist. For once, he completely understood why Stevie was freaking out. Because that ridiculous hissing sound, multiple hissing no less, was making him panic too. He just wanted to get them both out of there, to someplace safe. Once Shen reached the other end of the bar, he quickly climbed down and went to the front door. On the street, he stopped long enough to rest his arm on a van and his head on his arm. "Are you okay?" Stevie asked him. "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine." Her fingers pressed against the side of his neck. "Your increased heart rate suggests you're not fine." "I guess I'm just not a snake person." "I'm sorry." "You didn't do anything." "I know." She rested her chin on his shoulder and pressed her cheek against his. "But I should have warned you that almost all honey badger events end with snakes. I just didn't think they'd bring them out this early. It's not even dark yet." Charlie stepped out of the bar. There were snake bites on her legs, hands, and one on her face. Oh my God! Berg was at her side, sweeping her into his arms. Charlie gazed at him. "What are you doing?" "Rushing you to a hospital? Why?" He glanced at his siblings, and Britta, who still had a firm grip on the back of Max's neck, gently pointed out, "Because you're covered in snake bites, sweetie?" "Oh, that. They'll heal." She patted the back of her hand against his chest, and, frowning, Berg placed her back on the ground. "So, is everyone ready to go home now?" she asked. "No!" Stevie barked, surprising them. "I mean, wouldn't it be fun to go shopping, get some clothes, then hang out in the city tonight? Maybe go to a club?" "No," they all answered. "Do it anyway," Stevie begged. "For me." "I thought you'd want to head back to Queens," Charlie softly suggested, "and stop by the emergency vet? Check on Benny?" Stevie did want to go check on Benny, especially because every time she called the animal hospital, which she'd admit was often, the receptionist got more and more testy. "No," they'd say, "his status hasn't changed in the 30 minutes since you last called." She shook her head and lied. "Nope, don't need to see him. I'm sure he's fine." "Okay, Stevie," Charlie said. "What did you do?" "What? What are you talking about?" "Who did you promise what, and why?" Stevie placed her forehead on Shen's shoulder. "Well," she began, then she just unloaded. "You see, the damage I did to the Jean-Louis Parker house was getting into the 6 figures, a sum none of us can pay at the moment, except maybe Max, but only if she steals something expensive, and I didn't want to be responsible for that. But the wild dog queen, or alpha female, whatever, she said she was considering taking the house away from Kyle's family. But that didn't seem fair because it was my fault. But then she said she wouldn't do that if I brought you guys to something they called Wild Dog Night, which I'm afraid is just going to be a pit with dogs fighting. But I figured if it turned out to be that scenario, we could handle it at that time. So I said we'd be there. But ever since, I've been trying to come up with a way to tell you guys, but nothing ever really seemed to present itself. So now here we are." Shen wasn't surprised when Charlie, Max, and the bears just gazed at Stevie, none of them saying a word. And they stayed like that for more than a minute until the bar door opened and Dutch walked out with Kyle hanging from his back. And yes, Shen had completely forgotten about his client, but that was not his fault. Snakes! Dutch had a half-eaten rattler clutched in his hand and blood covering his mouth and chin. "So, what's next?" he asked before taking another bite from the rattler's corpse. "I'm up for anything." Chapter 23. The leaders of the 3 shifter-only protection groups stared at each other for several long minutes. This was a very typical reaction for a wolf, a bear, and a cat when confronting each other out in the wild, and it was typical for 3 shifters of the same species to have the same reaction when confronting each other in a boardroom. However, these stares weren't caused by the desire to rip out the throat of another predator, or even someone really annoying. Instead, they were caused by a rare moment of confusion. When no one else spoke up, Van finally asked for clarification from Deanne and Sella. She buried a car. An actual car? An SUV, Sella corrected. By herself, apparently. Deanne? Van asked his younger cousin's wife. I'm not sure what you want me to say. Have we dug it out yet? Rick asked. We'll need wolves for that, Sella said. Before Van could ask why, Deanne put on what he could only call a little girl voice, which actually sounded something like out of a horror movie, and mocked. The kitties got sick because of the bad smell. First off, bitch, Sella verbally slapped back. 3 of my people passed out cold. 2 vomited until their stomachs practically burst, and 1 is still recovering at the hospital from what was basically a fart. It was not a fart, hillbilly, Sella insisted. She unloaded her anal sacs on those full humans, and between that and being buried in their SUV, I'm guessing getting them out would not be a rescue mission. Why don't you just admit that y'all kitty cats are weak? Why don't you admit that you lick your ass so much you don't even notice horrendous smells anymore? Ladies, Van cut in, please. Were they sent by the twins? Rick asked. Both women shrugged. How long before you know one way or the other? Not until we get them out of the ground, so we can find out who they are, where they come from, and what they were planning. But I'm not sure when any of that is going to be. Sella's entire face contorted in disgust. It wasn't just a scent, you know. There was a residue. Sella suddenly turned to look at Deanne and said with great drama, Residue. Both women started laughing, leaning against each other. When they saw Van and Rick just staring at them, they stopped. You know, Deanne said, I can round up some of my pack, and for $100 each, they'll dig it up. But it's $100 each. Don't try to cheat 'em. My daddy warned me about you Van Holtz boys. Rick, gawking at Deanne, threw his arms out wide. Thank you very much, wife. She smiled, nodded. Welcome, darling. Uncle Will wants you to do what? Stevie asked her sister, sure she'd heard wrong. Open a bar so that the McKilligans can use the basement to move illegal snakes around the coast for the benefit of paying honey badgers. But they had snakes at the bar, Kyle pointed out. They didn't seem to have a problem getting those. They want to move the really dangerous ones. Tiger snakes, death adders, king cobras, snakes like that. Max clapped her hands together. The black mamba? If you eat another one of those goddamn snakes, Charlie warned, a threatening finger pointing at her from across the restaurant table where they were having dinner. Are you sure they just don't want you to launder their money? Berg asked, pushing the empty plate away. It doesn't matter. We're not doing it. We do need the money, Max reminded Charlie. We get tied up with Will. We're in it for life. I don't think that's something any of us want. Why are they being so nice to us? Stevie wanted to know. Our whole lives, they completely ignore us, and now, all of a sudden, they're being friendly. It's weird. Did we ever find out who Dad worked with to get the information he rounded up? Charlie took a sip of her coffee. The man can barely deal with his phone, so I doubt he's become a hacker in his off time. I've had some old friends of mine in Germany look into it, but they don't have anything yet. Why Germany?
That's where my hacker friends are? Oh. Max motioned to one of the waitresses, and when she arrived at the table, ordered a slice of chocolate cake. Which, to me, she said, once the waitress had left, totally proves Dad had nothing to do with it. He couldn't hide his tracks from a puppy. Maybe the family's being so nice because they're hoping we'll lead them to their money, Stevie suggested. Charlie chuckled. The sad thing is, even if we could, Dad's already lost all that money. You know, if he'd come to our house tonight, he would be begging for cash because he's completely broke. Again. More coffee was poured, a few desserts arrived, and they relaxed until Berg glanced at his watch and said, I think we'd better go. Stevie put her head on the table, feeling nothing but shame. I'm so sorry about this, you guys, she told her sisters and friends. For what? Max asked. For making you do this. She brought her head back up. I'm always asking you guys for stuff. Charlie and Max looked at each other, then back at her. What are you talking about? Charlie asked. You never ask us for anything. Yes, I do. No, you don't. Stevie raised her eyebrows at Max, but she shook her head. Nope. The only thing you've ever asked me for was to shut the fuck up, and that was usually when you were working or on the phone. Other than that... So yeah, Charlie said, to save us from paying money we don't have to repair a house that isn't ours, I think we can spend some time with a bunch of wild dogs. Max agreed. Besides, how bad could it be? Shen snorted next to Stevie, and everyone looked at him, except Kyle, who suddenly found something interesting to stare at right outside the restaurant window. Dear God, Max whispered. It's karaoke. With your choice of a full band or playback, Charlie noted. Stevie shook her head. Nope, nope, nope. She turned to walk out, but Charlie grabbed her around the waist and yanked her back. This is going to save us 6 figures, she reminded her sister. But, Stevie said, almost sobbing, pointing at the stage, there's a lion male up there, and he's caterwauling. True, Max lightly swung her fist, but he's putting his all into it. We're staying, Charlie ordered, and we're just going to suck up the pain the way we always suck up the pain. But first, I'm getting a drink. Stevie spun around, sensing that Shen and Kyle were standing behind her. You knew, didn't you? She demanded. You both knew, and you didn't warn me. The pair stared at her a moment before they both started laughing. Do you have any idea what torture this is for me? Kyle raised his hand. I do. He lowered his hand. Sorry. Oh my God, she exploded. What is that cat singing? Pat Benatar's Shadows of the Night, Jess Ward said, stepping beside Stevie. Stevie glared at the woman who just made the rest of her evening hell. You didn't tell me Wild Dog Night involved karaoke. You didn't ask. Besides, I know you like music. Yes, music, not caterwauling, she pointed at the stage. That's caterwauling. Can I speak to you for a second? Before Stevie could say no and storm off, Ward had gripped her arm and yanked her into a back room behind the bar. Shan joined the rest of their group at a huge half-circle booth, reserved just for them. It was between a similar booth on the left, filled with wild dogs, and another on the right, filled with a pride of lions and other cats. He sat down beside Kyle, taking the beer someone had put in front of the kid, and drinking it down in several gulps. No alcohol, he told Kyle. I didn't ask for it. Look, Shen began. I'm sorry. Frowning, confused, Kyle shook his head a bit. You said I can't legally drink. Not that. I left you alone earlier today in that crazy bar with snakes. Dutch had to get you out. I'll understand if you want to replace. It's not like you had a choice. Stevie was wrapped around your head like a spider monkey, and I'm not surprised she was your first priority. She doesn't pay me. Your parents do. But you're in love with her. And the kid said it so calmly. Why was he so calm? I am not. Kyle had already rolled his eyes and turned away to talk to Oriana. Where had she come from? Shen stopped talking, but then he noticed that Coop and their sister Charisse were also tucked into the booth and smiling at Shen, like they knew something. This whole wild dog event was turning into a nightmare.
Okay, Ward said, standing in front of the closed door. This is what we need from you. Need from me? Take out the lions. No matter what you may have heard, my sisters do not kill on command. What? No. I want you and your sisters to go up against them. Like in a street fight? Because McKilligans don't really do that either. Once Max starts stabbing and Charlie starts shooting, you'll have a bloodbath on your hands, and there's all that cleanup afterward, although Max probably knows a few places we can bury some bodies. No! Ward held up her hands, eyes wide. Please stop talking. She briefly looked off, then said, I don't mean attack them physically. I'm talking about taking them on with karaoke. Stevie couldn't help but let her lip curl in disgust. Why? Ward began to pace around what Stevie now realized was a storage room. A few years ago, we started having monthly sing-offs. We provide the karaoke machine filled with several thousand songs, from as far back as the 30s up to today, or a live band if you prefer that. And it was all going great. Everyone was having a great time. Then the cats got involved. She sneered. You mean like the guy who was just butchering Pat Benatar? No, she said with a dismissive wave of her hand. That's Mitch. He was in my wedding. He has a pass. In other words, we've made him an honorary canine. But you know he can't sing, right? You've got to let that go. It's Mitch. We love him. So it's other cats you have a problem with? Stevie saw a bit of fang peek out from under Ward's lip before she hissed, the Brunetti pride. Okay, and your problem with them is they keep winning. Stevie fought hard not to roll her eyes. When you have competitions, that happens. I used to win all the time, too, and the other competitors hated me for it. That's a you problem, though, not a me problem. You don't understand. The Brunettis are very wealthy, very bitchy, and very trifling. They pay top dollar for their costumes and choreographers. Stevie snorted out a surprised laugh. They use choreographers for karaoke? One of those choreographers used to work with Madonna. Wait, I'm going to ask one more time, because I'm sure I'm mishearing this. They hired one of Madonna's choreographers to create an act so they could win a karaoke contest? Yes. What do they win? A yacht? Ward walked across the room to a table. When she turned back to face Stevie, she held up a cheap-looking trophy. Seriously? She asked. Yes. True, Ward clarified. This is for second place, but, she pointed out, the first place trophy is only slightly taller. Stevie clasped her hands together. I understand this means a lot to you. I really get that. Lions can be very irritating, but I create symphonies. I can master any instrument I hear played for more than 10 minutes. Any instrument. And I've been able to do that since I was 2. But singing is not one of my singular gifts. Your sisters can back you up. They can cover for any imperfections in your voice. It's not about covering. I know this is going to sound really narcissistic, but I'm a musical genius, and although I've been out of the field for a long while, I still have my reputation. I don't want to ruin it in order to win a karaoke contest. You get that, right? I do. That being said, I don't want to risk the Jean-Louis Parkers losing their rental house, and no, Ward shook her head. All I said you had to do was come here with your sisters. You did that. She slapped one hand against the other. That whole thing is over as far as I'm concerned. It is? Dogs do not blackmail. Cats do.
We just look at you like this." Big brown eyes gazed at Stevie, giant brown eyes. She immediately thought of poor Benny, still at the vet, recovering from that gunshot wound. He would look at her like that when he wanted her bacon. Okay, Stevie said, quickly glancing away. "Let me think about it." Shen made his way to the bar, ordering another beer from the she-wolf server. "Do you have any bamboo?" he asked, now that he saw the place was run by shifters. The server handed him his bottled beer. "Roasted, steamed, raw, or fried?" "Fried, please." As Shen waited for his food, he looked out over the dance floor. He didn't know if he was amused or disgusted by what wild dogs referred to as dancing. "You!" Shen turned toward the voice barking at him. "Oh, hi, Blaine." "Don't hi Blaine me. You lied to Gwenny, and she's here." She glanced around. "Somewhere, and you're going to tell her the truth." "I did lie, but I had to." "You had to?" "Yeah. You were running around telling the world that you were attacked by a 2-ton badger. Does nothing but put our friend in danger. In danger from us." "What are you talking about?" "I'll put it to you in the form of a question. How welcoming have most shifters been to you and Gwenny? To Bo? I mean, if you take out his winning hockey ways, have they loved you as you are, ready to accept you as one of their own? Or do they treat you like a freak?" "I understand what you're saying." "Good. "But I wasn't telling everybody. I was telling Gwen, and both of us are hybrids."
"I know you guys are. Look, the way you and Gwenny have always protected each other, dose that with steroids and some backwoods form of military training, and you've got Stevie's sisters. And they would see you as a threat, and they extinguish any threat to their baby sister. Understand what I'm saying to you?"
"No."
"Seriously?" Blaine began to giggle, her shoulders hunching over. "Blaine."
"I'm sorry," she replied, still laughing. "I just wanted to see your face. Totally worth it." Standing on the edge of the dance floor, Stevie stared at the stage and listened to more caterwauling. "How you holding up?" Surprised, she glanced at the woman standing next to her. "What are you doing here?" Oriana shrugged. "Kyle told me the wild dogs had asked you to come here. I had a feeling they were up to something like this." "Are you a regular at wild dog nights?" "No, not a regular, but more than once our mother has insisted her older children attend these," she sighed dramatically, "events to suck up to her protege's mother." "It's good your mom wants to teach others. I don't." Oriana laughed. "My mom would say you're still too young to care about passing on your skills to the next generation." "Good, then I don't feel so guilty." "So what are you going to do?" "I don't know," Stevie admitted. "I'm thinking I'm going to—" Stevie, sensing she was being watched, stopped talking and began looking around the room to find all the exits and anything she could use as a weapon. "Hi!" The voice surprised Stevie, and she jumped back into Oriana, who managed to keep both of them from falling on the floor. When she was no longer leaning on a shockingly strong and steady Oriana, Stevie nodded at the 5 she-cats standing way too close to her. "Hello, I'm Mary Marie Brunetti, and these are my sisters." Stevie wanted to say, "So?" but instead she just said, "Nice to meet you all." "Are you the ringer?" Mary Marie asked. "Pardon? The wild dogs brought you in, right? To go up against us?" "Well, I don't know about—" "We are just so excited to hear you sing, aren't we, girls?" Brunetti's sisters all clapped. "I looked up your name online." "How do you know my name?" "And you have quite the background. You're into that classical music, right? You should do like Ave Marie or something. These guys would eat that up." "Uh-huh." "We cannot wait to hear what you'll sing. They even have a piano up there, and I'm sure they have someone who can play and accompany you. It will be awesome. Right, girls? Right, the she-lion said in unison. Brunetti placed her hand on Stevie's forearm. Stevie gazed down at the excessively long, painted nails touching her skin. If you need anything, honey, you just let me know. We have extra costumes, makeup, a makeup artist, whatever you need, okay? Sure. Okay. Talk to you later. Stevie watched the she-cats rush off in their ridiculously high heels. They seem nice, Shen said, stepping in beside her. Both Stevie and Oriana gaped at him. Are you kidding? Oriana demanded. What? They did seem nice. Very friendly. Yeah, Svetlana's nice like that, she said with air quotes. Like when she tells me, Darling, you performed so wonderful tonight. I know that in a few more years you will be quite good. Do you think that's a compliment too, Shen? I would have, but now I don't know. Don't be upset with him, Stevie graciously explained to her friend. He's a panda, and he's used to everyone being nice to him because he's so cute. I'm going back to sit with Kyle, Shen said. That should tell you both exactly how I feel about this conversation. He walked off, and Oriana asked, So, what are you going to do? Coop rested his chin in his palm, his elbow on the booth table in front of him. In silence, he watched what was going on just a few feet away from him. What is happening? He asked Charisse, motioning to the McKilligan sisters. The three women were standing between their booth and the booth holding the Brunetti pride and their feline friends, which just seemed weird. Charisse stopped sipping the fruity, alcoholic drink she'd been indulging in, purchased simply because it was a bright and festive red and had an umbrella in it. His sister did love umbrellas. I think they're trying to talk Stevie into getting up on stage. Yeah, I guess. What? Well, Cooper didn't really know how to explain it. Maybe it was the way Charlie insisted on stroking Stevie's hair, something he'd never seen either McKilligan's sister do for the others. Or maybe it was the way Max kept saying, We'll go with you. We wouldn't let you do this alone. Max was never nice to Stevie. Of course, Stevie wasn't nice to Max, a situation that Coop didn't question because that's how some siblings were. They'd rather fight than be nice to each other. It didn't break the bond they had as siblings. But this all seemed really weird. Hi, Cooper. Coop kept his cringe inside and forced a smile at the she-lion leaning over the two connected booths. Hi, Denise, he replied. You look very handsome tonight. Thanks. He knew she was waiting for a similar compliment from him, but he just pointed at his sister and said, You remember Charisse? Oh, yeah. Hi. Charisse, again sucking up that brightly colored drink, waved her hand and smiled around her straw. Denise's older sister, Mary Marie, forced her way in. Hi, Cooper, she said, leaning over a little more so he could see her cleavage, something he didn't really want to see. To be honest, he saw cleavage all the time, some enhanced, some natural, but he saw it so much that it took a lot more than that to catch his interest. He wasn't some horny, full-human male who would fuck anything that moved. He was a jackal looking for a future mate. He wanted something more than big tits and equally big nails. And although he didn't care if a woman he might like already had a kid or two of her own, he didn't like the fact that she-lions would have their kids with the lion males they kept around. And then, when they felt they were done breeding, they'd start looking outside the pride for males to have long-term relationships with. In other words, they didn't want to have freaks, as he'd heard the Brunetti pack refer to Blaine and Gwen whenever the pair passed by the pride at one of these events. Hi, Mary Marie. He returned his focus to the three McKilligan sisters. You know them? Mary Marie asked.
Yes, they're friends of the family, which was mostly true, because anyone who could put up with Kyle for as long as the sisters had would always be considered family friends. Ah, she leaned down a little closer. Word is, Jess Ward brought them in to compete against us. Not sure what some fancy musical prodigy can do, though. Maybe sing an aria my grandmother would love? Smirking, Coop replied, Physics. Huh? He didn't bother to explain, as Stevie had made the decision to go up on the stage with her two sisters. While they skimmed through the karaoke machine's offerings, Max's Wolverine friend pushed his way between Coop and Charisse. Hey, all, he greeted the table. Then to Charisse, my darling beauty. Charisse smiled and waved around that damn straw in her mouth. He then nodded at Coop. Dude. The Wolverine caught sight of the brunettes. Leaning across Coop, he took hold of Mary Marie's hand. My lady. Hiya. I'm Dutch Alexander, and you are? Mary Marie Brunetti. This is my sister Denise. Lovely to meet you both, he said, kissing the back of Mary Marie's hand. Denise tried to stick her hand out to get Dutch to kiss it too, but an angry roar and snap from Mary Marie had her sister backing off. Oh my God, one of Mary Marie's other sisters pointed out. They're using the band and not the machine. Delighted, Mary Marie clapped her hands together. This is going to be awesome. But Coop knew that when a she-lion said awesome, she meant ridiculously horrible, especially when she saw the piano player join the rest of the band. To Mary Marie, this meant aria time, which would be a resounding failure at a wild dog event, something the locals already knew. Stevie stood at the front of the stage. Her sisters were on either side of her, each of them behind her own mic. Looking shy and small, she lowered her head, but Coop watched her hands. She was a lefty, but she used her right, since that was the one the piano player could see. She snapped out 4 beats with her fingers, and the piano player began. He wasn't playing anything remotely new. It was definitely a classic, but hardly classical. No, it was a one-time doo-wop hit that became a rockabilly hit when Wanda Jackson, the queen of rockabilly, came out with her own version of Riot in Cell Block Number 9. Wanda Jackson always had one of those awesome, growly voices that belied her tiny size. A song that was perfect for Stevie McKilligan and her sisters, Stevie's backup singers. Gawking, mouth open, Mary Marie and her sisters couldn't take their eyes off the stage, or the way the wild dog crowd not only cheered, but stayed on the dance floor. I thought I heard she couldn't sing, Mary Marie demanded, looking at Coop. I told you, physics. What does that mean? Stevie always says that once you know how vocal cords work and how the laws of physics affect them, you can get your voice to make almost any sound you want. Dutch added, she says she can't sing, and she's right. Stevie can't sing, but she can imitate anyone who can. If you knew Wanda Jackson, who originated this version of this song, you'd see how much Stevie sounds like her, right, Dutch? Right, Coop. But that wasn't all Stevie did. The kid had been on stage almost all of her life, playing music herself or conducting entire orchestras of adults. And if there was one thing she had learned over all those years, it was stage presence. And Stevie had stage presence in spades. She owned that stage, singing to her audience. And her sisters weren't schlubs either. They didn't just back up their sister. They were right there with her, singing and screaming when the song called for it, and owning that stage. Plus, there were choreographed moves and some enjoyable sexiness to the whole thing. When Stevie finished the last note, the entire room erupted into applause and a standing ovation, something she was used to, but the Brunetti pride found endlessly upsetting. But before the pride could do anything,
The crowd began to yell for more. Stevie, grinning down at her audience, said, "Okay, one more. This is from Lillian Briggs. It's just called I. Enjoy." This song started with guitar rather than piano and required Stevie to sing a lot faster, but she sounded just like Lillian Briggs. And again, her sisters did a great job backing her up and dancing. The three moved to the edge of the stage as one unit to sing directly to the wild dog males who'd moved in close. Leaning into Dutch, Coop asked, "How did they manage to choreograph this in time for the show?" According to Max, after Stevie left her first career behind, she still needed to express herself musically. Otherwise, she'd get violent. So they used to go to private karaoke competitions. I thought she hated karaoke. That's what Jess just told me. She hates karaoke with talentless people. No offense, he added to Mary Marie, who hadn't been listening, so appeared a tad confused. But the people Stevie played with at these earlier events were rock stars and well-known musicians. It was just their way of enjoying themselves without the pressure of fans. Just a bunch of ridiculously rich and talented people hanging out, singing karaoke. And of course her sisters had to go because Stevie was underage. The McKilligan sisters didn't always win the competitions, but they always entertained. The sisters finished, and the crowd in the club completely lost their minds. But the ladies simply bowed and got off the stage. Stevie walked through the still applauding crowd to their booth and squeezed herself in. At first, she didn't say anything, just sat there, calmly. Then she looked across the booth to the Brunettis, locked her gaze on a glowering Mary Marie, and smiled. The fight started when Stevie wouldn't back down from the cats glaring at her. Shan couldn't help but remember when he'd first met Stevie in the Queen's house living room. His first impression was of a shy, sweet girl. It took him a couple of weeks, but he finally figured out she was anything but that. So when the threats and pushing started, he dashed over to the booth and grabbed Kyle, yanking him to safety near Blaine, Gwen, and their extremely large mates, Bo and Locke. A few seconds later, they were joined by Coop, Charisse, Oriana, and Johnny DeCirio, who'd only just arrived a few minutes before. Jess stepped in to stop the fight before the club's wolf security was forced to intervene. The club employees were part of a wolf pack that was more gang than pack, even riding custom Harley-Davidsons like they were in their own versions of Sons of Anarchy. So Shen knew they were not wolves to fuck with. They wouldn't back down in the face of a little roaring and snarling between lions and honey badgers. "Everyone calm down," Jess yelled, waving her hands between the screaming factions. "This is such bullshit," Mary Marie Brunetti complained. "You brought in some ringer with a big musical background. This was supposed to be fun. You didn't seem to have a problem with my singing before I performed," Stevie reminded Mary Marie. "Well, I have a problem with it now." "Well, I have a problem with it now because you're better than me," Max mimicked in a high-pitched voice. Mary Marie stepped up to Max. "You got something to say to me, bitch?" "Yeah," Max replied. "You don't get away from my baby sister? I'm unloading my anal glands right here. I've done it once today," she added. "I will do it again." "Okay," Jess ordered, instantly stepping in. "There will be no anal gland anything, here or anywhere." Charlie gave a quick jerk of her head, and Max stepped back. "Now," Jess continued, focused on Mary Marie and her sisters, "the votes aren't in, but if the McKilligans win, they will win fair and square, so you'll just have to suck it the fuck up." "Or what?" Mary Marie sneered. "What are you and your dogs going to do?" And like that, the wild dogs went from dancing and drinking to surrounding the Brunetti pride and yelling. So much yelling. And yipping. A lot of yipping. Because they were, after all, African wild dogs, And that's what they did, stuck together and barked a lot. Until the lions backed off and walked away. Once they'd returned to their booth, the wild dogs returned to their good time, and thankfully, no anal glands were unloaded that night. Chapter 24. When the she-lions finally calmed down, they issued a challenge to the McKilligans, kind of a sing-off. Well, they issued a challenge to Stevie specifically, which was fine with her. She was having a great time. It had been a while since she'd performed on a stage. The Brunettis went up first, nailing a version of a Destiny's Child song that had the crowd pretty impressed. Then it was Stevie's turn. "What are you going to sing?" Coop had asked. "Not sure yet. Maybe play something with the band." He'd grinned. "Want to play with us?" "Play with you?" He shrugged. "We have a little band, me and Charisse. We're mostly all here. 2 of our regulars are touring in China right now, but we can still go on without them. And we all play instruments that we don't normally play. I'm on bass guitar, Johnny's on rhythm, Charisse plays drums." "So she can hide behind them?" "Yes. Want to have some fun?" "Can we win?" Because Stevie really wanted to make Mary Marie and her sisters suffer. "We're all prodigies. Of course we can win." So they'd gotten up on stage, and Stevie, on lead guitar, played the song she called her anthem, Jimi Hendrix's Manic Depression. She could play the music on guitar just like Jimi Hendrix could. She could also play just like Jimmy Page and Carlos Santana. She'd had music agents try to persuade her to put out an album with covers of great rock songs, but being able to mimic someone else's work didn't seem like a gift as much as just a skill she had. Her gift was in the music she composed, because that was hers alone, and it was unique. Although to amuse herself when playing Hendrix, Stevie had even modulated her voice so she sounded like him, which freaked everybody out. The Pride actually tried to prove she'd been lip-syncing, as if. But Stevie didn't really care about the bitches complaining, because she had found something more important, a group of people she could be in a band with. Musicians who wanted nothing to do with getting record deals or screaming fans. They didn't need to do any of that because they already had record deals and screaming fans. They were all world-renowned musicians who just liked to get together with friends and play instruments that had nothing to do with their livelihoods. Even better, Stevie fit in with them perfectly. Not just emotionally, but musically. With barely a discussion between any of them, they jammed out Hendrix's music like they'd been playing together for years. After they were done, Coop had taken her into a hallway past the stage. That's where he'd asked her if she'd like to join the band full-time-ish. They met rarely because of their busy schedules, but when they did, they played whatever they wanted, and everyone brought something for a potluck. On occasion, they would perform for an audience. Stevie wasn't sure about that until Coop promised it would be just the wild dogs for the occasional birthday party or celebration. And, of course, wild dog night when they were bored. It sounded perfect and just what she was looking for, so Stevie agreed. What shocked her, though, was that when Coop walked back out into the main club room, Shen was glaring at him. "What are you doing?" she asked Shen. "What? Nothing." "Why are you glaring at Coop?" "No reason. Why do you ask? Do you want a drink? I want a drink." Stevie caught his arm and pulled him toward the hallway she'd just left. "What's going on with you?" she asked. "I told you, nothing." "Then why are you being so weird with Coop? I think he's starting to notice." "Gee, I'm hurting Coop's feelings. What a tragedy."
"I thought you liked him."
"I do."
Stevie was so confused. Unless... Oh my God. Are you jealous?
Shen didn't even want to hear that. "No."
"You're jealous," Stevie crowed.
"I am not."
"It's okay. You can admit it."
"I admit nothing, and this conversation is over."
Shen started to walk away, but Stevie grabbed his arm again, yanked him back. "I am not jealous," he lied, and he knew he was lying. That was the worst part. But Stevie just shook her head, her expression completely different. Instead of amused, she looked seriously concerned. "No, no," she pointed. "See that guy?" Shen studied the man Stevie pointed out. He was by the second smaller bar, hunched over a bit, his gaze roaming the crowd while he nursed a drink. "Yeah? What about him?" "That's Wells's brother." "Fucking great. Any chance he's just good friends with wild dogs?" "Who the hell likes wild dogs?" Of course, when Stevie said that out loud, several of Jess Ward's pack were walking by. They all stopped, stared at her. Stevie cleared her throat. "No offense." Max followed Dutch into the bathroom, standing behind him while he was at the urinal. He finished, did a little shake, zipped up, and turned. "Jesus!" he barked in surprise. "Don't sneak up on me." "What did you find out?" she asked, trying not to laugh. Dutch went to the sinks to wash his hands. "Devin is still in Europe. Is my mother safe?" "Don't worry. I got money to people in the prison who watch out for her. Belgian bears. She couldn't be safer. There is one little problem, though." "Which is?" "What did you do to those guys?" "You'll have to be way more specific." "The ones you buried?" "They were going to kidnap me. What was I supposed to do?" "I don't think it's that you killed them that has my bosses so concerned," he said, speaking of the group, the organization he worked for as an agent. "It's that you unleashed your anal glands, suffocated them to death, then buried them and their truck in like 5 minutes. It was an SUV, and it was more like 10 minutes, maybe even 15. But what was I supposed to do? Leave them lying there, covered in my stink?" "It's not just you, Brain Trust. It's all of you. The 3 of you are freaking them out. And the last thing you want is for them to unleash Deanne Smith on you." "The bitch who got her ass kicked by Charlie?" "That was a close-in fight. She and Sella are not averse to long-distance attacks, if you get my meaning. What you and Charlie can do when you come face-to-face with your enemies, those 2 can do from a mile away in a high wind. Understand?" Max nodded. "So you're saying I should kill them first?" "No!" "Okay," she said, heading toward the bathroom door, working hard to keep her expression neutral. "I'll take care of it." "Get your ass back here, McKilligan. You are not to kill anyone. What is wrong with you?" Max stepped out of the bathroom and came face to face with Jess Ward. The pack leader looked at her, and then at the bathroom door. "Why were you in the men's room?" she asked. "Because I won't be confined by gender constraints." "Do you even know what that means?" "Not really." Berg tracked Charlie down. She was in a balcony room that overlooked the dance floor. He wouldn't mind if she were simply leaning on the thick rail, but she was sitting on it, her legs dangling over the side. Not wanting to startle her and send her hurtling to her death, he eased up behind her. "Hey," he said softly. "Hey." Her gaze continued to scan the entire bar. "What's going on?" "My sisters are up to something, or not telling me something. But they're not doing something together. Instead, they each have their own partners in crime." "I thought you were going to allow your sisters to be adults," he reminded her. "They're each up to something. Can't you see it?" "I don't watch my own siblings as closely as you watch your sisters, so no, I don't see anything." "Think Shen will talk to you?" "No." "I know I could get Max's shit out of Dutch, but it would take a lot of blood and pain." She glanced at him. "I know you wouldn't be okay with that. I'm glad we understand each other when it comes to my belief system on torture." Berg watched Charlie for a few moments, wondering how to reach her. "Have you ever thought," he carefully suggested,
that maybe your sisters won't tell you stuff because they're afraid of the way you'll react?
Yeah, sure.
No, I don't mean with them. They both seem quite comfortable with the bizarre dynamic you three have. I'm talking about how you deal with others.
Charlie looked away from the club and directly at him. What are you talking about?
In the few weeks we've known each other, you've threatened several people with death for even suggesting they get your sisters involved in anything you think is remotely dangerous. Not only that, but you beat the unholy hell out of Dutch for just getting Max a job offer. Threatened a Van Holtz with an actual flaying because he suggested Stevie might be able to help him with something. And those two examples are merely the most egregious. There are others.
Your point?
It's simple. Maybe they don't tell you things because they're afraid you'll kill someone.
She frowned. That's silly.
Really? Because I didn't tell you when I felt one of your cousins trying to get my wallet out of my jacket at your great-uncle's funeral. I was afraid more bodies would end up buried with Uncle Pete. So I just silently pulled his hand out of my pocket and crushed his fingers until he cried. But we both did it quietly, because you, Charlie McKilligan, are scarier than a grizzly bear, especially to your sisters, when it comes to the people they care about.
Charlie returned her gaze to the club. She didn't say anything, and Berg just assumed she was pissed at him. But then she jumped off the balcony. Berg made a crazy grab for her, but Charlie slipped through his fingers and landed on the ground hard, but unharmed.
"Wolf legs,"
he muttered, watching her walk away, ridiculously grateful for those long, muscular legs. Where is he? They'd pushed their way through the club crowd, but by the time Stevie and Shen had arrived at the back bar, Wells's brother was gone. We need to find him, Stevie said, backing away from Shen. We need to find him now. As Stevie moved, she heard Max behind her. I want Devin found, she was saying. I want to know who those guys... They walked into each other, their backs colliding. Stevie immediately faced her sister. Dutch was standing behind her. Stevie could tell they'd been conspiring. What are you doing? She asked. What are you doing? Max shot back. I know you're up to something. So are you. Of course, Max was right, which meant it was best they just walk away from each other. With a nod, Stevie moved away from her sister, but she'd barely gotten 3 feet away when a strong hand grabbed the back of her neck. Max's eyes grew wide, her gaze directed behind Stevie. Max turned to go, but a hand reached out and grabbed her, too, yanking her close. Come with me, Charlie ordered, dragging Stevie and Max away from the dance floor. Shen and Dutch watched the McKilligan sisters disappear into the crowd, Charlie dragging the other two with an amazing amount of ease. Should we follow them? Shen asked Dutch. No! Charlie pushed her sisters into the room and closed the office door behind them. Stevie immediately looked down at the floor, but Max... Oh, a safe! Charlie snapped her fingers in her middle sister's direction and pointed to a spot next to Stevie, right in front of a large wood desk. Charlie began to pace in front of the pair, back and forth, until she came to an abrupt stop and pointed her finger at her sisters. Berg says you're scared of me. Her sisters frowned, glanced at each other, frowned some more. Scared of you? Stevie asked. Us? Max asked. Well, he actually said that you were afraid of what I'd do to your friends. Oh, they both said, and then Stevie looked down at the floor, and Max studied the safe. That's a top-of-the-line safe, Max said, but, I can break into it, like in 30 seconds. Charlie put her hands on her hips. Berg was right, wasn't he? No longer frowning, Her younger sisters glanced at each other. "We love how protective you are of us," Stevie began, her fingers twisting. "We really do," Max insisted, sounding more sincere than Charlie had ever heard before. "But you do sometimes, just sometimes, get a little overwrought?" "Overwrought?" Charlie repeated. "Like the time my tutor and I were having a philosophical discussion about Jean-Paul Sartre's No Exit. He was being rude. No, we were just discussing, but you didn't like his tone, so you hung him outside the window by his foot. Most philosophical discussions don't end with grown men sobbing and promising not to call the police if you just let them go. And that time you didn't like the football player I started dating? He talked shit about his old girlfriend, which means he was going to talk shit about you." "You're right," Max agreed. "You're absolutely right. Still, I don't think it was necessary for you to bind, gag, and shove him in the trunk of his car and leave him in the woods with a warning that if he put any part of himself near my pussy, you'd cut his throat and let the neighborhood dogs at him." "Then," Stevie softly added, "there was that squirrel incident. He was rabid. No, he was just a squirrel." "And what you did to Mr. Machensky's Rottweiler?" Max tossed in. "I just warned him off. He was scaring Stevie." "He didn't scare me. He startled me," Stevie argued. "There's a difference." "And you didn't just warn him off. You made that dog pee himself. And after that, he didn't come out from behind his house ever again." "So I'm a horrible person?" "No." Stevie quickly cut the distance between them and grabbed Charlie's hand. "You're a loving sister. You've protected us all these years." "Do you think I'd actually be alive if it wasn't for you?" Max asked. Charlie thought a moment and replied, "Yeah, I do." "Yeah," Stevie agreed. "You would have totally survived." "Okay," Max raised her forefinger. "Let's try this. Would I have survived outside of prison if it weren't for you?" "Oh, no. No, you wouldn't have." Max nodded. "Exactly." Stevie hugged her sister. "We love you, Charlie. You know that." "I know." She stepped away, wiping her eyes. "Just wish you guys would tell me what's going on. I can't protect you if you don't tell me." "Yeah," Max said, her hand caressing Charlie's cheek. "We're not falling for that, Charlie." Stevie shook her head. "Not even a little. But the tears were a nice touch." "Come on, tell me." "No, you'll just go on a rampage. Tell me, or I'll start taking out people anyway." "We'll tell you," Stevie said, pointing at her sister. "If you promise not to flip out." "Fine, I promise." Shan was wondering if he should go looking for Stevie when he saw Charlie tearing through the packed dance floor. A group of she-dogs were singing the Go-Go's "We Got the Beat," and it had set off a firestorm of bad dog dancing, and heading straight for him and Dutch. He nudged Dutch with his elbow. "You better run." "What?" Charlie shoved some wild dogs out of her way before raising her gun and aiming it at Dutch's head. But then Max and Stevie were there, running up behind her. Stevie grabbed her eldest sister around the waist, and Max put her hand over Charlie's weapon, removing the slide and disabling the weapon all in one motion before she tackled her sister from the front and carried her back through the dancing crowd. Shan looked at the Wolverine, who'd jumped into his arms at the sight of Charlie coming for him. "Seriously?" Shan had to ask, still holding the man like the giant baby he clearly was. "What do you want? I panicked." Charlie had her arms crossed over her chest, and she seethed while her sisters paced in front of her. "You promised," Stevie reminded her. "I lied." "How do you expect us to tell you anything when you lie to us?" Max wanted to know. "I should have killed Dutch the first time I met him. He was 12. Your point?" "They're coming back," Shan warned, and Dutch immediately got behind him. "I am not your human shield. You are at the moment. She likes you, hates me, and I'm relatively certain she wouldn't kill an innocent person just to get to me. That does not make me feel better." The three women walked up to them, and Stevie gestured at Dutch. "Go ahead," she pushed when Charlie just stood there. Charlie took a deep breath before she exploded with unadulterated rage. "You scumbag! I should have killed you when I had the chance. And you, Shen, I am so disappointed in you. You're supposed to be a protector, and—" Shen didn't hear the rest of what Charlie had to say, because her sisters each hooked an arm through one of Charlie's and carried her back to where they'd come from. "That's it!" Stevie marched up to Charlie. "You will be nice, and you will apologize to Dutch and now Shen." "I will not." Charlie could be very obstinate, so Stevie did something she only did with her sister when she was forced. Right now, she was forced. "Ah!" Stevie screamed in her sister's face. "Do not. Ah! Stevie, stop. Ah! You better promise," Max warned, "or she'll just keep it up." "Ah! I will not apologize, but I will let it go." Stevie studied her sister. "You promise?" "Yes." "You're not lying again, are you? Because I will keep this up all night long." "Her energy is limitless when it comes to this," Max reminded Charlie. I know, but I will tell you both that I'm very disappointed in you. You for not telling me that Devon is out," she said to Max. "And you for helping a woman you still refer to as that evil cunt. She is an evil cunt. But what's going on is more important than my never-ending hatred for Irene Conridge. Ph.D., Max tossed in. "Shut up!" "Hey, they're coming." Shen looked around. "Are you hiding behind the bar?" he asked when he spotted the top of the Wolverine's head. "Do you blame me? That woman is a nut. I thought Wolverines were as tough as honey badgers." "Oh, we are, but unlike badgers, we're not crazy." "Well," Charlie and her sisters stopped, and Charlie stepped a little closer. "Shen, I have to say that I'm disappointed that you did not come to me when you found out what Stevie was up to. I feel bad too, but she is so persuasive." "What did it for you?" Max flatly asked. "Her skinny-ass legs or her non-existent tits?" Max's head jerked back at the blow to her nose from Stevie's elbow, while Charlie continued her chastising. "And although I'm disappointed in everyone involved in this bullshit, I have promised my sisters that I will no longer threaten those who merely suggest they may want Max's or Stevie's help. So, Shen, I have forgiven you." Shen gave a courtly bow. "Thank you, my lady." "Suck up," Dutch complained from behind the bar. Charlie ran over to the bar and leaned over so she could yell at Dutch. "You, I am never forgiving. I will not kill you now, and as long as Max likes you, I won't. But let me tell you, when she gets tired of your ass, I am so wasting you." "Understood," Dutch called out from his safe position. Charlie stepped down and began to walk away, stopping when Dutch called out, "One thing." "What?" "I'd like to do my thing on karaoke night, and I can't do it without you three," he finished in a sing-song voice. Shen didn't know what Dutch's thing was, but he was disturbed by the look Charlie had when she turned around. "I am not singing backup for you." "But you already know the routine, and you're really good at it. The wild dogs will love it." "I don't care what the wild dogs will love." "Come on, Charlie," Max pushed, grinning. "It's gotta be all three of us. And," Stevie added, "it's a lovely way to make amends." "And it's a lovely way to make amends," Charlie mimicked in a brutal mockery of a little girl's voice. Dutch, now leaning on the bar, smiled. "Is that a yes, Charlie of my heart?" "What is happening?" Britta asked, standing between her brothers, while Shen positioned himself near Berg. Coop and his siblings were right in front of them. "I have no idea," Berg replied, "but it's
unique. It's an old 80s song, Coop explained, from Kid Creole and the Coconuts. How do you know that? Britta asked. I've never heard of them. Encyclopedic knowledge of music. Stevie has it too. It's less the music, more the dance moves that I'm concerned about. They're just basically mirroring the video, which was taken from a movie. It's a whole thing. The wild dogs seem to love it. I could be wrong, Oriana noted, but I'm pretty sure we can keep our rental house forever. Coop laughed. As long as we stay friends with the McKilligan sisters. The siblings suddenly fell silent, and they all looked at their younger brother. Kyle gazed back until he barked. If Stevie hasn't gotten tired of me yet, I don't think you bitches have anything to worry about. Irene didn't realize how late it was until she heard the text arrive on her phone. That's when she noticed the time. She cringed just a little, knowing her husband would complain about her hours again. But as she made her way down the hall of their New York home, he met her near the stairs, wearing nothing but sweatpants that exposed his perfect body, despite his age. She held up her phone. I heard from the brat. Her sister knows, but she says all is fine. Really? Her husband asked, holding up his phone. Because I heard from the psychotic, and according to her, the next time she sees me, she's going to rip my face off. Well, at least we've gotten past the skinning. Chapter 25. They returned to the Queen's house at 3 a.m, and everyone sort of went off and did their own thing. Kyle walked into the living room, threw up his hands, and suddenly announced, I must create, then left the house and went to the unattached garage out back. Max shifted to a badger and trotted out of the house. Shan assumed she was going to raid some beehives, until he heard a hiss and saw a cat run by the window, followed by Max. Leave that cat alone, Stevie yelled, running through the house until Shan heard the back screen door slam open and closed. When the screaming started in the backyard, Britta and Dag immediately walked out, heading back to their house, but Berg waited for Charlie. Tomorrow, she said to Shen, pointing her finger, we have a meeting, all of us. Get all the details and information out on the table. Sounds good. Still disappointed in you. I know. She stalked out, Berg silently following, probably going to the triplets' house so she could complain about her sisters without worrying they'd hear her. Shan scratched his head and sat on the couch. He unholstered his weapon, dropped the clip, cleared the chamber. It needed a cleaning, despite the fact he hadn't used it in a while. He hadn't made it to the range in several weeks, not since he'd taken on the job of protecting Kyle, but it was now 3:30 in the morning, and he was exhausted. All he wanted to do was go to bed and get some much-needed sleep, especially if he had to spend his morning listening to more of Charlie McKilligan's chastising. Putting the clip back and reholstering his weapon, Shen was about to stand up when he decided that he could get some sleep just as easily on this couch. He'd slept on it before, and it was pretty comfortable, having been built for grizzlies. But before he could stretch out, the back screen door opened and slammed shut again. Stevie marched into the living room. The look on her face suggested she'd been unable to reason with her sister, but Shen didn't doubt the cat had gotten away. That was a wily cat, and she was much faster than any badger. Where is everybody? She asked. Charlie went with Berg to his house. Probably to complain about us so we wouldn't hear. Most likely. Are you hungry? Always. I had Charlie order some fresh bamboo. I think it's in the kitchen. Awesome. Thanks. Yeah, sure. I'm going up to take a shower. Shen nodded and stretched out on the couch. He was so tired, he figured he could get the bamboo later. He put his arm behind his head and let out a large breath, closing his eyes and relaxing into the cushions. He was just falling asleep when he heard the shower in the second-floor bathroom come on.
Shen opened his eyes, gazed up at the ceiling, and asked himself, "What am I doing?" Stevie stepped into the shower and let the warmish water pour down on her. It had been a long day, and she was just glad to be home, even if that meant spending 10 minutes yelling at her sister for trying to take out that damn cat. Pouring shampoo into her palm, she scrubbed her head, wanting to get the club smell, as she called it, out of her hair and body. The bathroom door opened, and she called out, "Shen?"
"Yep."
"If you're still looking for the bamboo," she said, now rinsing the shampoo from her hair, "Charlie put it in my room for some reason." Stevie stared at the 6 different types of bath foam her sisters had. Were so many necessary? Wasn't soap soap?
"But I'm hungry now,"
she heard Shen say from right behind her. Stevie glanced over her shoulder. He was in her shower, his naked shoulders taking up a lot of room. Facing him, she asked, "Can I help you with something?"
"Hungry."
"Bamboo's in there," she said, pointing. He moved in, making her back up until she was stopped by the wall behind her. His big hands slid around her waist, easily holding her. Stevie slid her fingers across his forearms and up his biceps. Shen leaned down, his lips hovering over hers for a moment before he pressed his mouth against them. As soon as their lips touched, Stevie's entire body became hot, her nipples hardening, her pussy getting wet. She gripped his muscles, slid her tongue around his. She suddenly couldn't get enough of him, wanted all of him. Their kiss intensified, each of them demanding, grasping. Then Shen abruptly pulled away and dropped to one knee in front of her. He lifted her right leg over his shoulder before he pressed his face against her pussy and began to lick her, deep and long. He was hungry. She could feel it. Stevie placed her hand behind his head, digging her fingers into his wet hair, fighting the wetness of the tub beneath her feet, afraid she'd lose her footing and slip, and then he'd stop. She didn't want him to stop. She never wanted him to stop. His tongue moved to her clit, circled it, flicked it, sucked it between his lips. She tightened her fingers in his hair, wanting him to take her over the edge, but he moved his tongue back to her pussy, slid it inside her, stroked her like it was his cock. "I need to come," she begged, because she really did. She needed it, now, and she wasn't one for waiting. And Shen didn't make her wait. He gripped her clit again between his lips and slid 2 fingers inside her. Then he just went to work, sucking and stroking her until Stevie felt crazed, until she couldn't think straight, until all knowledge left her head and nothing remained but need and want and more hunger. She screamed out when the orgasm hit, but quickly shoved her free hand into her mouth. The last thing she needed was for local night-wandering bears to come running to the house thinking there was a problem. There was no problem. Shen pulled away, dragged his fingers slowly out of her, and with water still pouring down on him, he smiled up at her.
"Better?"
he asked. "Much. But," she added, pushing him away, "fucking in a shower is never as easy as it looks in the movies." She reached around him and shut off the water, then threw open the shower door. "And I need you inside me now."
She was making him crazy.
Instead of that orgasm calming her down so they could casually play around in the shower, she was telling him what she needed, demanded, and it was for him to fuck her. Not in some cute, romantic way either. Not the way she was dragging him from the bathroom and back to his bedroom. Both of them dripping wet, leaving a trail as they made their way across the hardwood floors. Once they were in his bedroom, the door closed firmly behind them. She threw a condom at him before flopping onto his bed, her legs open. He didn't argue, didn't try to slow her down. Instead, he put the condom on as quick as he could, then reached out and grabbed her arm, yanking her off the bed. He spun her away from him and bent her over his dresser, her body knocking over everything he had on the glossy wood top. Shen slid his hand under her right knee and lifted it up, placing it on the dresser before he entered her hard. Stevie cried out, but there was a laugh there too, along with a gasp of surprise. He fucked her hard, one hand gripping her left hip, his other clutching her raised leg. To stop her head from hitting the mirror, she pressed her forearm against it, her rough gasps making Shen even more insane. How was he supposed to be slow and playful when she made sure he couldn't think straight? Shen pulled his cock out of her and flipped Stevie over, dropping her ass on top of his dresser before pushing his cock back inside her. She grinned at him, spreading her legs wider and resting her heels on the wood. He gripped her ass tight, lifting it up so he could get a better angle. He pounded into her, staring down into her eyes, and she stared back, not looking away, no shyness, no awkwardness. "God, that feels good," she said, slapping her hands against his shoulders, digging her fingers into the muscles. Shen broke out into a sweat, despite the cold air from the AC hitting his still shower-wet body. He could feel it on his scalp, under his arms. He felt like he didn't have enough of her. He wanted more. He wanted all. "Shit!" Stevie gasped. She closed her eyes and said, "Shit!" again. She came, and he watched while he continued to fuck her. Watched the way her entire body tensed and her back arched. "Yes!" she hissed, her pussy clenching him so tight he nearly swallowed his tongue. When her body finally relaxed, she opened her eyes and gave him the sweetest smile while she panted from the exertion. Shen picked her up off his dresser and took her to his bed. He went down first, his cock still buried inside her, stretching out beneath her. She relaxed on top of him, her knees next to his hips. "What do you want?" "Your turn. Fuck me. Get me off." Her sweet smile turned positively devious as she tightened her pussy on his cock and began to rock her hips against him. Shen reached up and cupped her breasts in his hands, circled her nipples with his thumbs. "That feels good," she sighed out. He couldn't even answer, just grunted. "When we're done here," she went on, gazing down at him, "we're going to need to get back in the shower. And while we're in there, I'm going to take your cock into my mouth and suck it so goddamn hard." Shen gritted his teeth and grabbed her hips, making her stop moving. "You evil bitch," he panted out, working hard not to come yet. He didn't want to come yet, but she was playing with him, teasing him, making him crazy, again. She laughed, tossing back her hair. "And I'm holding you to that blowjob," he warned her. She leaned down, her breasts sliding along his chest as she moved her arms around his neck, and she pressed her mouth against his ear. "You better, because I'll be on my knees," she whispered, "sucking you all the way down until you hit the back of my throat. I'm going to make you come so hard." Then she bit his earlobe with her incisor, and that was it. Shen came. It was so intense, he worried he wouldn't be able to ever stop. His hips pounding into her, his fingers still holding her hips against his. When he groaned, she pressed her mouth over his, like she was taking the sound into her body. And later, when they lay on his bed, panting and momentarily exhausted, Shen said the only thing he could think of. "Zing." Stevie looked at him. "What?" "Forget it." He pulled her close, resting her head on his chest. "It's too much to explain." Chapter 26. Naked but clean, Stevie feverishly worked on her latest piece, Oriana's ballet. That's how she thought of it. Originally, she'd planned an opera and had been working on it when she and her sisters had first arrived in New York. But once she'd met Oriana and decided she wanted to help her, she changed the opera to a ballet. And since she'd approached Oriana's troupe about the work, she'd been getting calls constantly. It was kind of funny, the way they were clamoring. Funny, and a much-needed ego boost. Writing a workout in her third music notebook, Stevie almost didn't notice that Shen was talking in his sleep again. She couldn't say whether he did that sort of thing often. She hadn't been with him that long, but the few times they had slept together, he had, usually muttering something about bamboo. She continued to work at the end of the bed, not really bothering to listen to his sleep-induced ramblings about his food, until she heard, "Come on, Stevie, stop fooling around." Shocked, she instantly looked up from her work. "Give me the bamboo," he implored Sleep Stevie, making Reality Stevie roll her eyes that she'd bothered interrupting her work for, "Of course I love you." Stevie gawked at the panda in her bed, watching him sleep-eat bamboo he didn't have. She might have briefly become catatonic. She wasn't sure. Putting her notebook aside, Stevie stood and quickly pulled on some shorts and a tank top. She tiptoed across the bedroom and went out, closing the door behind her. When she got to the top of the stairs, she heard Charlie in the kitchen and, relieved, ran down the stairs to talk to her. "Morning," Charlie muttered when she saw Stevie in the kitchen doorway. "I checked with the vet. Benny is doing great. We'll be able to bring him home soon. They sent pictures. They're on my phone. And I'm making cinnamon buns so I don't have to hear you bitch about how not everybody loves honey." When Stevie didn't say anything, she looked up from the dough she was kneading. "What's with you?" Stevie pointed up, shook her head. "I know we're close, but I have no idea what you're trying to tell me." She stepped into the kitchen and whispered, "Shen just said he loved me, but he was asleep. He was also sleep-eating bamboo, so that doesn't mean anything, right?" Lips twisted to the side, her gaze focused on the ceiling. Charlie took a moment to reply, making Stevie wait. Finally, she said, "Well, he loves bamboo, and he mentioned you while dreaming about eating bamboo." Those brown eyes locked on Stevie. "I think it's love," she whispered. "It can't be." "Why does it bother you?" Charlie went back to kneading. "You're obviously crazy about him." "I am not. I'm in total control of this relationship." Charlie laughed. "You may have marked that panda with your scent, but you have no control over the relationship." Stevie heard Shen coming down the stairs. She jumped onto the stool by the counter and attempted to look casual. He walked into the kitchen, smiling. "Morning," he greeted them and held up his duffel bag. "Thank you so much for the fresh bamboo, Charlie." "No problem." He glanced between Stevie and Charlie. "Is everything okay?" "Yeah," Charlie said. "When I'm done with these cinnamon buns, we'll have a little meeting about next steps." "Sounds good." He leaned over to Stevie and kissed her on the temple before walking out the back door. "Just so you know," Charlie said once Shen was gone, "even when you're silent, you're as subtle as a brick to the head." Stevie glared at her sister. "And what's that supposed to mean?" Wearing loose gray sweats, a blue t-shirt, and no shoes, Shen checked the garage. Kyle was still working, and by the looks of him, hadn't had a break since he'd walked away from them the night before, which meant he would be impossible to deal with until he got some sleep. Shen silently closed the side door and went to his favorite tree, the big one by the garage. Opening his duffel bag, he dumped the bamboo under it. He tossed the duffel bag aside and stuck one of the smaller stalks into his mouth, ridiculously happy at the moment. Shen climbed the tree until he found a sturdy limb. He sat on it, relaxing backward and letting his knees bend over the limb so he could comfortably hang there, his arms swinging back and forth, his fingers barely scraping the dirt below. After a few minutes, he started singing one of his favorite songs by Creedence Clearwater Revival, "Looking Out My Back Door." Why?
because he was in such a good mood, and it was a great day. Creedence Clearwater Revival was always for great days. Stevie didn't realize someone was singing until the do-do-do crunch, looking out my crunch back door hit her. She put down her coffee and walked to the kitchen window. She bent over the small counter in front of it and opened the window. Soon, Charlie was forcing her way into the small space so she could also look out the window toward the garage. Together, they watched Shen hang from a low limb, eating bamboo, and between bites, singing. "I didn't know he had such a nice voice," Stevie informed her sister. "You don't think it's weird we have a Chinese panda in our backyard singing a country song, even though he was born and raised in Connecticut?" Stevie shook her head. "No. Then again, you like polka music." "It's danceable," Charlie snapped. The back door opened, and once Charlie moved, Stevie leaned back inside to see Max come in naked, half her face swollen 3 times its size. "What the fuck, dude?" Charlie asked, spotting Max at the same time. Max said something, but it was hard to make out when half her mouth was so swollen. "What?" Max swallowed and carefully stated, "Cat scratch. Cat spray." Charlie's entire body jerked and her face screwed up in confusion, but before she could ask yet again, what, Stevie interpreted for her. "I think what Max is saying is that the stray cat she keeps fighting with scratched her face and, Stevie cleared her throat to keep from laughing, and then sprayed on it." She rubbed her nose. "She must be having an allergic reaction of some kind." "Oh, sweetie." Charlie shook her head, her hand briefly over her mouth. "It's just a suggestion, but maybe stop fucking with that cat." "She started it," Max growled out, so angry that her words were relatively clear. "How can you blame the cat?" Stevie asked, reaching into the freezer to get an ice pack for her sister's face. "It has no thumbs." She turned and dropped the pack. Her sister's face, in the 3 seconds it had taken Stevie to get the ice pack, had doubled in size. Again. "Okay," she said, trying to remain calm. "I think, at this point, we might be dealing with a combination of an allergic reaction and an infection." Charlie, putting the buns into the oven, asked, "Why would you say, 'Dear God in heaven'?" She slammed the oven door closed and proceeded to tear through the kitchen drawers, desperately searching each one. "What?" Max managed to ask. "It's nothing," Stevie lied. "But I'm going to, get my EpiPen." Max mumbled something, and Stevie replied, "I always keep several EpiPens on me. A lot of people I know have allergies, and you know how I like to be prepared," she finished before racing up the stairs to her bedroom. She grabbed her backpack and held it upside down over her bed. She shook it until everything fell out, and dug around the pile until she found 2 of the pens. Stevie ran back downstairs and returned to the kitchen as Charlie triumphantly held up a prescription bottle. "Got it." "What's that?" Max mumbled, pointing at Charlie. "Antibiotics," Stevie explained. "EpiPens," she said when Max pointed at the items clutched in Stevie's hand. "You're having an allergic reaction," she went on. "We need to administer this and then get you to a hospital." Since the entire right side of Max's face was now incredibly swollen, at this point she didn't even look human, but more like a half-inflated balloon. She could only roll her left eye. "No allergic, fine." "Sweetie, you are not fine." "She's right," Charlie said, grabbing Max's arm. "We need to get you to the hospital now." Max pulled away from Charlie's grip. "Fine. Show." Stevie should have known better than to wait for her sister to show them how fine she was. But who in their right mind would ever think that someone would walk up to a wall and just slam the swollen side of their head against it? Who would do that? Who? Horrified, Stevie covered her mouth with her hands. The EpiPens still held tight. Charlie dropped the plastic bottle filled with antibiotics, her eyes wide.
"Max!" she screamed. "What the fuck?" Max didn't answer at first, her back turned to them, her hands dug deep into her head. But then, finally, she faced them. "See?" she asked, pointing at her deflated head. "I'm fine. Just needed to pop it like a balloon." She waved the EpiPens away. "So I don't need that." Stevie still pointed at her sister's face. "You do have some very angry red lines in your face." "That's the infection. I didn't say I don't have an infection." She watched Charlie pick up the prescription bottle. "Although, why you have antibiotics just lying around the house, I don't know." "You really don't know?" Stevie asked. "Even after ramming your head into the wall?" "Don't be over-dramatic." "Wasn't being dramatic at all." "How often do you have to do that?" Charlie asked, pouring out half the pills onto the table. Max would take half the pills now, and the other half in about 8 hours. None of that twice a day for 7 to 10 days stuff, like with full humans. Shifters had to attack any major health problems a lot quicker because their systems worked so fast. "Take pills?" Max asked. "No. Ram your head into the wall?" "I don't know," she replied, before taking several pills without even the assistance of water. Stevie quickly grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge, opened it, and placed it in front of Max. "Thanks. I guess as often as I have to. Why do you ask?" "Because I'm worried that if we x-rayed your brain, it would look like you've been playing for the NFL for the last 40 years. "I've got a badger skull." Max swallowed a few more pills. "It can handle anything. It's the flesh around it that's weak and can't handle a little cat pee." "That's right," Stevie laughed. "This did all start with you arguing with a cat, didn't it?" "She attacked me." "Yes, of course she did." Stevie heard the front door open and close. She expected to see one of the Dunns entering their kitchen, but it wasn't any of the triplets. It was Kyle's older sister, Oriana. She had on a tiny bikini, flip-flops, a giant straw hat, and a towel over her shoulder. She also carried a large tote bag with her that appeared to be filled with books. "Hey, all," she said. She stopped briefly in front of the refrigerator and reached in to grab a bottle of orange juice. "I'll be out by the pool, Stevie," she announced, before walking back outside. The sisters were silent for a long moment before Max asked, "Are we going to have to see her skinny ass strutting around here very often?" "Hey," Stevie reminded her, "that's my friend." "Aw," Max mocked. "Little Stevie has a friend." Charlie returned to the kitchen table to make some quick breads that she could pawn off on the local bears, thereby keeping the cinnamon buns for the rest of them. "At least I don't hate Stevie's friends, unlike your friends, who I despise." Stevie grinned. "Exactly. Shut up. You shut up." "If you two are going to fight," Charlie warned, "do it in the living room, not here. But before you two start grappling, Stevie, she smells like pee." Max went to grab her, but Stevie made a crazed run for it, out the back door. Oriana walked into the garage, gaping at the work her brother was doing. He was working with marble, and even she had to admit, he was good. Maybe the best living sculptor in the world. Not that she'd ever tell him that. Just like every time he was forced to watch her dance with the rest of their family, he asked when she'd last eaten. Stepping away from his sculpture of a naked Beau Novikov, she could only hope her brother was just guessing at what a naked Beau looked like. Kyle put his hands together, as if he were praying, and stared at his work. "So, what do you think?" he asked, and that's when Oriana realized he knew she was in the garage with him. "It's okay, I guess." He glanced at her over his shoulder, eyes like her own, rolling. "You are just so jealous." "I am hardly jealous of you, mostly because I've managed not to walk into doors, unlike you." "I always have a lot on my mind. Walking is a distraction," he dismissed with a wave.
What I'm asking is, do you think this is good enough for Kiki Lee? Whom you'll never meet? She asked, remembering Shen's reaction to Kyle demanding that the bodyguard arrange an introduction. Oh, I'm going to meet her today. Shen said he'd set that up? Oh no, he didn't say anything like that. So I stole his phone, cloned it, and when my piece was ready, about an hour ago, I texted her like I was him. You did what? Stevie heard the shower go on upstairs and returned to the kitchen now that Max was gone. Did you talk to Shen? Charlie asked as soon as Stevie stepped into the room. No, why would I talk to Shen? Because you don't keep anything to yourself? I figured that's why you went outside. I went outside because Max was covered in pee. Just her face. Speaking of that, I should put some tuna out for the cat. You've gotta stop feeding that cat. She's chosen us, Stevie informed her sister. Just suck it up. Stevie had just pulled a can of tuna out from one of the overhead cabinets and was going to retrieve an opener when the doorbell rang. But before she could answer it, Charlie grabbed her arm, pulled her back. Stay behind me, she warned, her .380 gripped in her hand. Is that really But her sister had already gone. Stevie followed Charlie through the house and was behind her when she opened the door. But Charlie took one look and a sniff and let out an annoyed sigh. I haven't made anything bamboo yet and probably won't today. She slammed the door in the faces of the two females who'd been standing on their porch. Damn greedy bears. I don't even recognize them. But Stevie did recognize them, pushing her sister away and ordering her in a whisper. Hide that damn gun! Now! Taking a breath, Stevie opened the door and smiled at the two scowling women. Kiki Lee, she said. It's so nice to finally meet you. Do I know you? My work. I'm Stevie Stashuk. Kiki raised an eyebrow. Holy shit, you've grown. Stevie stepped back, waved her hand. Why don't you both come in? Shen's sisters walked into the house. Kiki was wearing all black, despite the heat outside, and the heels on her expensive-looking shoes had to be 6 inches high. How did she possibly walk in those things? Zhen Li, the middle sister Stevie assumed, was dressed in oil-stained jeans and a t-shirt that had Firestone written across it, plus big work boots that didn't seem to fit her small frame. The two sisters couldn't look more different style-wise. Kiki seemed a little bit angry, stepping up to Stevie and demanding, "We want to see our brother." And she said it as if she thought Stevie would tell her no, which was just weird. Stevie exchanged glances with Charlie and said, "He's right outside, eating bamboo." The Lee sisters walked out, and Charlie asked, "Kyle did something, didn't he?" Cringing, Stevie replied, "Yeah, I think he—" "Kyle?" they heard Shen suddenly bellow from outside. And now both sisters were cringing. "You pretended to be me?" Shen demanded, his hand on the back of Kyle's neck. He had Kyle bent backward and was leaning over him, glaring into his face. "You wouldn't introduce me. I had to do something. How did you even get my phone? Telling you that will only upset you more. And you told my sister I was being held as a sex slave? You should be more concerned she believed me, or you in this instance." Shen popped his jaw and thought about bending the kid so far back that he broke his spine. "Let him up, Shen." Kiki tapped Shen's shoulder. "Look at him. He's a little kid." "I'm a prodigy," Kyle insisted, still bent over. "And I'd love to show you my work. I am not rewarding bad behavior." "Shen," Kiki pushed. "Let him up." Shen released Kyle. By now, the McKilligan sisters were outside, too, watching. "Thank you," Kyle sneered at Shen before facing Kiki. "Some of my work is right in the garage." "Kyle," Shen began, but the kid ignored him and escorted his sister into the McKilligan's garage, which he'd made into a temporary art studio for his work. Once they went inside, Shen turned to Jen. Not even knowing Kyle, she cringed. Oriana had her feet up on the small desk Kyle had in his studio, leaning back in the office chair, when the door opened and he walked in with an Asian woman who looked a lot like Shen, maybe too much. Some features did not work on both men and women, but despite that, Oriana liked the woman's style. Everything she wore was designer, including the Jimmy Choo shoes. "My work is right over here," Kyle said, moving across the garage. The woman stopped and studied Oriana. "I know you," she said. "Do you? I've seen you dance. In Russia." "Right. I danced with the Bolshoi a few years back." "You did Giselle. It was very impressive, especially for a dancer of your age at the time." "Thank you." "I'm Kiki Lee, Shen's sister." Oriana liked that a woman who had made her own imprint on the world, whose very name carried power, added Shen's sister to her intro. She found that kind of cool. "Oriana, Jean-Louis Parker. I never forget the names of talented people." Yes, she's great," Kyle said, coming back and taking Kiki's arm. He led her to his sculptures. He had a room full of small, medium, and large pieces. His older works were in storage somewhere. He wouldn't tell anyone where because he didn't want them to be stolen by you commoners because you need money. And while Oriana sat there, watching, Kiki went from piece to piece. She asked questions, had Kyle pull a few of the smaller ones forward. She took her time, didn't seem to mind the heat of the garage. There was no air conditioning, and didn't rush. After more than an hour, the pair ended up near the desk Oriana had been lounging at. "Well?" Kyle asked, smiling, eager. "Your work is technically brilliant." "Thank you." "But soulless." Oriana winced, looking up from the book she'd been reading on her phone. "Soulless?" Kyle repeated, appearing stunned. "I look at your work," Kiki said placidly, with no real emotion, "and I don't feel anything. There's no sorrow, no pain, no joy, just cold, soulless beauty." She shrugged. "You can sell all these pieces and make a fortune, if that's what you want. But if you want to be more than just a rich artist pumping out meaningless crap for the masses, you've got work to do. You need to find the soul of your art. Make me feel something, Kyle. I want to be able to say more than, 'It's pretty.'" She patted his shoulder. "Good luck." Then she and her expensive Jimmy Choos walked out of the garage, and Kyle was left standing there, staring at the spot she'd occupied. Oriana swung her legs off the desk and stood. She thought about just leaving. Most Jean-Louis Parkers were not good with raw emotions. She really wished her sister Tony was here, or their dad, even Coop. But they weren't here. It was just her and the younger brother she used to throw down the stairs of their house on the West Coast. At least until her mother told her she had to stop. Then she thought about Svetlana and how that bitch had been critiquing Oriana's work. To help, darling, just to help. Although Oriana didn't think Kiki, unlike Svetlana, was being mean, attempting to make Kyle insecure. She was just being direct, but sometimes direct could really hurt. She turned away from the door and walked over to her brother. "You don't have to listen to her. She's right," Kyle said, shocking her. She thought for sure he'd dismiss Kiki the way he'd dismissed all of his critics over the years. "She's right. I see it now." Kyle looked at her with wounded eyes. "I don't want it to be just pretty, Oriana. I want my work to have meaning for the ages. I want it to live for centuries." "Then find your soul. Make your art for the centuries." He nodded, but she hated the way he stared at the floor. She could literally feel her brother's devastation. So she did what she'd never done before. Oriana wrapped her arms around her brother's shoulders and hugged him hard.
And she knew she'd done the right thing when he hugged her back, burying his face against the side of her neck.
"What did you say to him?"
Shen asked his sister when she came out of the garage. The others had gone back into the house, but Shen and Stevie had waited outside. "I told him the truth," Kiki admitted. Shen rolled his eyes and groaned.
That was exactly what he'd been afraid of.
"What?" his sister asked.
"He's 17. He's a baby. He's a prodigy, and he didn't want me to mollycoddle him, so I didn't. I gave him the unvarnished truth so he could turn from some artist into the artist. I was doing what I do. That's why he brought me here."
"What if you killed his spirit?" Shen wanted to know. If a true and honest critique that has nothing to do with personality kills his spirit, he was never meant to be an artist. But you, she added, pointing at Shen, know I'm right. I can see it on your face.
He's good.
But he could be great. I want great. Anybody can be good. Now, I'm going inside. I'd like something to drink. Why don't you come with me? She asked Stevie. I'll be right in, Stevie promised. She nodded and left them. You okay? Stevie asked Shen when they were alone.
I knew this would happen. My sister is
direct.
That's the nice way of putting it.
It's the only way. If I thought she was just being a destructive twat, you know I'd say something. Shen smiled.
Yes, I know now that you'd say something.
She looked over at the garage. Maybe I should talk to Kyle, though.
Oriana's in there with him.
That made Stevie feel better. No matter how much the Jean-Louis Parkers bickered among themselves, Stevie knew they still protected each other when necessary. Not the way Charlie and Max did, but with the same determination, just less bloodshed. Stevie went up on her toes, kissed Shen's cheek.
What's that for?
He asked, his cheeks turning a touch red. Because all this time, you weren't being a dick, just protecting Kyle from your sister.
He's a kid. I had to do something.
Chapter 27. Kiki didn't consider herself a hard-ass. She was direct, yes, but not a hard-ass. In her opinion, hard-asses were people who said mean things simply to be mean. They seemed to get a kick out of breaking people down, and, if they felt like it after, building them back up. Kiki, however, just told people the honest truth if they asked. The kid had asked. Besides, why would she go out of her way to hurt him? She didn't care that he'd used her brother's phone to lure her here. People had done weirder and unhealthier things to get her attention, to get her to mention them in her magazine, online, or on TV. Even if the mention was bad, they wanted it, because it would get them publicity. To be truthful, and when was she not? She'd known it wasn't her brother texting her. Trapped as a sex slave? Her brother would never say he was trapped in that situation. Kyle Jean-Louis Parker, though, he had true potential. He had a future. She could see it. Of course, it didn't hurt he was gorgeous, even as a slightly pimply 17-year-old. He had that shoulder-length hair, the color of his jackal fur. People probably assumed he dyed it to look like that, but Kiki knew better. Those golden eyes, and those sharp, angled cheekbones. Even better, he had those long legs that gave him a good height. But he wasn't freakishly tall or buff like the grizzlies and polar bears, who often had to live in their own enclaves so full humans didn't question why so many very large men and women had an unhealthy love of honey. But Kyle was a good-looking jackal, whose entire family easily slipped into the full human world without seeming strange or different, except for their inherent talent. And Kiki had seen Kyle's sister dance at the Bolshoi a few years back. Oriana hadn't even been an adult yet, but what Kiki had seen had blown her away. The beautiful lines, the delicate skill, all combined with the muscles and strength of an animal that could drag a much larger gazelle back to its den to feed the rest of its family. But unlike Kyle, Oriana put her entire self out on that stage. Her skill alone would make her a great dancer, but what made her brilliant was what she gave to the audience, what she revealed through a look, a move. She exposed everything while fully clothed. That was something that couldn't be taught, couldn't be learned. Kyle had to find that soulfulness and put it in his work the way his sister did. Then the kid would have a chance. Of course, Kiki could have left after she'd blown the kid's world up. She and Jen could have headed back to the safety of Manhattan for some drinks and an expensive lunch at the latest hotspot downtown. But she wanted to get to know, at least a little, this woman who'd caught her baby brother's eye. Kiki didn't care that Stevie Stashuk was a hybrid, that she was part cat, part badger. She didn't care that she was, at least physically, one of the whitest white girls she'd met in a long time, with that pale skin and dyed dark blonde hair. All she cared about was that this one-time prodigy wasn't an asshole to Shen. When people were as brilliant as she knew Stevie to be, they could be huge assholes because they felt they were better than everyone else. And Stevie was a genius on two fronts, science and music. She could slide from one to the other like an eel in water. In fact, Kiki had already heard rumors that Stevie might have written a brilliant ballet, and New York was already sitting up and taking notice, people ready to spend a fortune on tickets just to hear Stashuk's music one more time. And yet, this woman who could have anything she wanted, live anywhere she wanted, do anything she wanted, was in a relatively small, oldish kitchen with a seemingly new oven and refrigerator, bickering with her sisters, one black, the other Chinese. The three of them didn't look remotely alike, but Stevie had introduced them as her sisters, so who was Kiki to question? The middle sister, Max, appeared freshly showered, still towel-drying her hair. The eldest sister, Charlie, was covered in flour, and at some point she dropped a pile of what she called bamboo buns on the table and gestured to them. Jen immediately grabbed one, taking a bite and crossing her eyes in delight at the taste. Then she elbowed Kiki. A grizzly was hanging outside the kitchen window, sniffing the air. "Hey, Charlie," the grizzly greeted her. "Thought I smelled." Charlie closed the window in the grizzly's face. "Not cool, McKilligan," the bear barked, but Charlie didn't seem too disturbed by it. The back screen door opened, and Shen came in. He looked right at Kiki. "Good job. You destroyed another artist." "Don't be so overdramatic." "Kyle will be fine," Stevie said, handing each of the pandas in the room a big stalk of Chinese bamboo. "I'll make sure of it." "Are you his mentor?" Kiki asked. "I wouldn't say that. I don't know anything about sculpting. Instead, I'm more his pre-psychologist. We're both sure he'll need one in a few years, so I'm prepping him for that. Speaking of which," she glanced at her watch and dug into the backpack next to her chair. After a few seconds, she pulled out a bottle of prescription pills. Stevie shook a pill into her palm, and Charlie smoothly placed a bottle of water in front of her younger sister. Max took the pill bottle from Stevie, put the cap back on, and returned it to Stevie's backpack. Then, for some reason, Max slapped the back of her sister's head while she was taking her pill, which led to a little bit of choking, followed by yelling. "If I choke and die, it'll be your fault! I would never be so lucky." The doorbell rang, and Max calmly stated, "I'll get it." Jen grabbed another bamboo bun. "So, you're on medication?" she asked Stevie. Kiki winced, and her brother barked, "Jen!" Their sister didn't say much, but when Jen finally did talk, "Oi!" "What are you doing?" Kiki softly asked her through clenched teeth. "She's dating our brother," Jen replied, softly and also through clenched teeth. "What if she's a nut?"
It's rude. This from a woman who just destroyed some kid's will to live. It is not the same thing. You do know we can hear you, right? Charlie asked. Stevie held up her hand. It's okay, really. She smiled at Jen. I have a panic disorder and bouts of depression, but I manage both with medication and therapy. It's really none of our business, Kiki said. Like hell it's not, Jen snapped. Like hell it is, Charlie growled. Charlie, Stevie said, quickly raising her hand at her sister. You promised, just last night. Jen, Shen said, maybe you and Kiki should just head out. You're throwing me out because I'm worried about you? I'm throwing you out because you're being rude. Guys? Max stood in the kitchen doorway, a weird smile on her face. What? Charlie asked. Max stepped to the side, and Niles Van Holtz and Ulrich Van Holtz moved into the kitchen. Kiki knew both men. She'd written more than once about the Van Holtz steakhouse chain. But why they were in the McKilligan house, Kiki had no idea. Oh, come on, Charlie shouted. Now I'm just being tested. Stevie jumped from her seat and faced her sister. You promised. But you promised. You never said they'd be standing in my kitchen. Ah! The former prodigy screamed. Do not start that again. Ah! I can't believe you're Ah! Fine. Shen let out a relieved breath. His sisters probably hadn't noticed, but Charlie had a holstered .380 semi-automatic attached to the back of her jean shorts. The flower-covered red T-shirt that reached past her waist hid it from sight. But once Stevie screamed a little into her sister's annoyed face, Charlie released the butt of her weapon and dropped both her arms to her sides. He hadn't been worried that Charlie would harm his sisters. He knew she wouldn't, although Jen was clearly testing the hybrid's patience. But take out two Van Holtz males standing in her kitchen? Yeah, that she might do, which would look awful in front of his sisters. Oh, and it would be wrong, too. Definitely wrong. Shen was thinking it was about time to get his sisters out of here when he noticed that the room had fallen ominously silent. Stevie stepped close to the wolves, and both her sisters looked tense, ready. Of course, those two were always ready. Placing her hand on Rick Van Holtz's forearm, Stevie asked, What's happened? He swallowed, glanced at his cousin. They took my friends, he said, his voice tight. They're both hybrids, Blaine and Gwenny. I just saw Blaine last night, Shen said. She was at Wild Dog Night. They both were. So was Matt Wells's brother. Stevie looked at her sisters. He was there last night. It has to be him. You don't know it's him, Max cautioned. James is not social. Going to a Wild Dog karaoke night would be one of the 7 hells for him. Trust me on this. I knew when I saw him something was going on, and then he was gone before I could reach him. It was him. They also grabbed her mate, Bo Novikov, Rick added. He had a scrimmage game last night, and he went missing right after. What about their kids? Shen asked. They're at my house. Deanne and Sella Malone are watching them, and the Malone family is protecting the building. Well, they're safe, Max muttered with no sarcasm, and she was right. We need your help, the elder Van Holtz said. We can't wait. Stop talking. Charlie, her back to all of them, held up her hand to silence everyone, and Stevie's cringe was so intense, Shen felt her pain. They might have to go it alone on this without Charlie and Max, and he would go, just as he knew Stevie would. No matter what her sisters said, she was ready to move right this moment to help those who needed it. Look, Van Holtz began. I know we've had some issues, but Charlie shook one forefinger. Then she faced them, and Shen realized she was already on her phone. Livy, it's Charlie. We need to move. Now. Yeah. Stevie told me. Yeah. Do you know a bear bar in Jersey? She shook her head. Not gay bears, bear bears. Yes, that one. Meet us there in an hour. She disconnected that call and started calling someone else. Max, text Berg for me. Tell him we're moving out in 10 minutes. Uncle Will, hi, it's Charlie. When are you guys going back home? Good. I need a few of your boys. Tonight. Great. We're meeting at the bar we went to after the funeral. Go there now. Make sure the snakes are all gone, please. Eat them. I don't care. I just don't want any there when we arrive. With another call disconnected, she pointed at Stevie. They're going to assume it was you when they discover the lab break-in, so you need an alibi. I'm not going into hiding, and I'm not staying here. No, if you go into hiding, they'll know we know, and they'll move everything. It's better you're out and about. Let everybody see you, like it's a regular thing. Stevie pulled her phone out. I got an invitation to something for tonight. She put in what appeared to be a 10-digit code and quickly scanned her email. Here, I've been invited to a soccer game at the sports center. I can go to that. They invited you because you're on the team, Max reminded Stevie. Remember? Oh, yeah, I do now. Okay, I can do that. Perfect. Shen, I need you to work with Livy. She asked for you specifically. We've worked together before. I'm going to have her hit Wells's Pride's home. Max and I will take the lab. I'll have the McKilligans secure the outside. I can do the lab on my own, Max protested. And not kill everyone? Charlie asked, not even looking at her sister. When Max did not answer. Yeah, exactly. I'm going with you. The Wells brothers still live with their mother's pride. Stevie scratched her forehead. If you send Livy in there, we need to get the family all out. How? I can do that. Shen looked down at Kiki. You can do what? You're talking about the Wells pride, right? Jennifer Wells? And her scientist sons? She's always hitting me up for financial backing for her son's work. If she thinks she can meet some connections, she smiled at Shen. I can do it. Trust me. Are you sure you want to get involved in this? Stevie asked. Are innocent people being hurt? Yes. Then I'm in. Great. Charlie focused on her phone while walking toward the living room. I have to get changed. She stopped by Rick, looked up at him. We'll do our best to get your friends back. Thank you. A brisk nod, and Charlie was walking again, barking over her shoulder. Max, Stevie, let's move out. Max immediately followed, motioning to the Van Holt's males to follow her back to the front door. But Stevie stopped right outside the kitchen, looked over her shoulder at Shen. I love you too, she said sweetly, giving him a warm smile. Then she was gone. Stunned, Shen simply stood there, staring at where she'd just been. That sounded like she was responding to something, Kiki noted. Yeah, it did, didn't it? Jen, rubbing her nose, asked, Do you not remember saying anything to her? I don't. Shen pressed his palms to his eyes. She is driving me crazy. Good crazy or bad crazy? Shen shrugged. A little of both? Chapter 28. Stevie, sitting on the bench, glanced at her watch again. She kept trying not to. She kept trying to focus on the game. But how could she, with everything that was going on at the moment? Kiki had turned out to be as good as her word. She'd invited the Wells Pride to some art thing in the village, and they had cleared out of their Park Avenue apartment, even leaving their youngest offspring with an adolescent she-lion. Thankfully, she'd taken the kids out for dinner, giving Livy at least an hour to get information from the computers. Stevie checked her cell phone again, but still no word from her sisters. A few of her cousins and Uncle Will were at the bar when they'd arrived, but she didn't trust them, not fully, especially since none of this had anything to do with the McKilligans,
which meant they would be helping others out of the kindness of their hearts. That was not Uncle Will's thing. She heard a roar and realized it was the crowd. It was a surprisingly large one for a friendly amateur game. They didn't really sell tickets so much as ask for donations, but if you just wanted to wander in for free, you could do that too. "Stevie?" Coop was standing in front of her. "Hi, Coop. What's up?" "You ready to go in?" Okay." She put her phone down on the bench, automatically turning off the screen. "Where do you want me?" she asked, standing. "You want to play forward?" "Yeah, sure." "There's just one thing, though. On the other team." "Yeah?" He pointed, and Stevie studied the players on the field. "What about them?" "You don't recognize them?" "Should I?" "You just stole the Wild Dog karaoke trophy from them." "Oh, no." "Oh, yes," Coop laughed. "I just can't get away from the lions today." "Pardon?" "It's nothing." "You don't have to play if you don't want." She waved him off. "It's all right." Maybe playing would distract her from all her worries. Livy fell out of the overhead vent and landed face first on the floor. "Ow," she moaned. "You all right?" she heard Shen ask in her ear. "I'm fine." Shen and Livy's mate, Vic, were in the communications truck. Sadly, this was not the first time they'd done something like this, where she'd broken in someplace, and Shen and Vic helped from outside. She wasn't a thief, though. She prided herself on that. She'd merely been born into a family of thieves, on both sides, and she had the skills. But she was not a thief herself. Of course, the last time she'd been in a situation like this, she'd found her father's still-shifted body. He'd been stuffed and was displayed in a rich woman's home. That had been traumatic. Not so much because her father was dead. She'd already thought he was dead. But because her mother had buried someone and told everyone it was Livy's father. Turned out that had been a lie. Even worse, to this day, Livy had no idea who was buried in that grave, and her mother wasn't talking. That was the past, though. Right now, she had bigger issues. She'd been shocked when she'd found out that people she knew had been taken, and now time was a factor. They needed information, and they needed it quickly. Ignoring the pain in her face, Livy got to her feet and cracked her neck. "I'm in," she told Shen and Vic. Then she got to work. With the help of their cousins, more than just a few had agreed to come with them from the Bear Bar in Jersey, Will, shockingly, giving his blessing. They had been able to get inside Wells's lab. There were security guards, but the cousins set up a drunken fistfight in the front of the buildings as a distraction, and using the heating vent to get around, they easily bypassed the labs with people working late. They located Wells's office and snuck inside. They didn't bother with the computer on his desk, knowing he'd keep anything really important on his own laptop at home. Instead, Max picked the locks, and they searched his physical files. They kept silent and moved fast, taking whatever they thought could help. When Max found papers that seemed to be a grant proposal for Wells's brother, she stuffed the file in Charlie's bag, and they scrambled back into the heating vent. By the time they had made it back outside, they could hear the sirens of New York's finest responding to the destruction of the glass front of the lab building by the cousins. One of them spotted Charlie and Max, and he grinned a mouthful of blood, motioning for them to meet up with the Dunn triplets around the corner, seconds before a fist jammed into his face. Charlie gave her kin a thumbs up, the first time she'd ever given one of them that, and ran, making sure Max was right behind her. As they neared the armored van, the side door opened to reveal Britta crouching inside, motioning them forward, Berg outside the van, Dag driving. Pushing her sister in front of her, Charlie scrambled into the van. She just moved to the far side when her cousins came tearing around the corner and dove headfirst into the vehicle. They knocked Max down, forced Charlie into the corner, kicked Dag in the back of the head, and one of them managed to ask Britta out while dripping blood on the van floor and climbing over his brother's chest.
"All right, then,"
Berg sighed as he stepped into the van and closed the door.
"Glad we're all safe."
The ball rammed into Stevie's head, again. Now she was sure those lion bitches were purposely kicking soccer balls at her. Coop jogged over to her.
"Okay, at this point, I think we should just let you take a break."
Clearly, they have not let the lost karaoke trophy go. Stevie wiped blood from her nose.
"Yeah, it's no longer a game, just assault."
He picked up the ball.
"But hey, we have a game next week. The opposition is all pandas. They're from Chinatown. They mostly grab the ball and run, but they're extremely nice and lots of fun."
"I am not backing away from them or anyone." Stevie yanked the ball away. "I'm so over this shit." Stevie went around Coop and dropped the ball. She stopped thinking about all the stuff going on outside the game, all the danger her sisters and friends were in. She temporarily blocked it and let her mind do what it did best, analyze. When she was done, she readjusted her body, moved her feet a bit, then kicked the ball. It spun across the field, hitting the farthest column, ricocheting into another column, which sent it slamming into another, slicing past the goal and ramming into the side of Mary Marie Brunetti's head. The power of the hit knocked Mary Marie into one of her sisters, sending both women to the ground.
"Wow,"
Coop sighed out in awe.
"It picked up speed."
Stevie began to explain how she'd calculated the potential velocity, but she saw the blank expression on Coop's face and just ended with, "Physics. It's the best." Shen dropped Livy and Vic off at their vehicle and headed to the sports center. They'd already given the copied drives to Irene Conridge, who had been waiting for them. She had someone at the ready to hack into those things, and he hadn't wanted to lose a minute getting the information into Conridge's hands. Now, he just wanted to get back to Stevie. He knew she was safe, but he still didn't feel right without her in his sight, which was ridiculous. He was just being pathetic and needy at this point. Even though there were no big games going on, he still had a hell of a time finding a parking space. When he finally did, he was parked on the roof, which meant it would take him ages to get down to the lower levels where all the shifter activities took place. He got on the elevator with a full human family, watching as the numbers moved slowly from one to the other in reverse order. Shen blew out a breath, tapped his foot, and continued to watch the numbers. At least he did until he felt a small hand grab his t-shirt. He slowly looked down at the toddler. His father had just realized he was touching a stranger.
"Oh, sorry."
The child held out his stuffed giant panda toy at Shen and said, "Panda." "Yes, panda," the mother replied, which had Shen confused for a second, until she grabbed the stuffed panda from her son and wiggled it in front of him. "Panda!" "No!" the child snapped, angry, pointing at Shen. "Panda!" He reached for Shen, trying to wiggle out of his father's arms. "What is with you?" his father asked, becoming as frustrated as his son. "No, sweetie," his mother corrected, pointing at Shen. "Man!" She held up the stuffed toy again. "Panda! Panda!" The elevator doors finally opened, and with a nod and a smile at the family, Shen stepped out. That's when the kid started screaming, because his real-life panda was walking away. Shen never knew what it was, but kids under the age of 4 seemed to know a panda shifter as soon as they saw one. When it came to the other predators, kids that age usually just started crying or trying to move away from them to the safety of their parents. But they always knew the pandas, and they always wanted to cuddle them. Shen reached the private entrance to the floors that were for shifters only, passing the Fox and Jaguar security guards who kept the full humans out. One sniff, and they pulled the door open for Shen so he could go inside. He saw Dag standing in line at Starbucks. He hurried over, tapped his shoulder. "All cool?" "Yeah, Charlie and Max are in room 20B. It's one of the offices. They're going through the paperwork they grabbed, hoping to find a property address." "Okay, I'll go get Stevie." Dag nodded. "Want a coffee?" "I'll get one later." Shen left Starbucks and went over to the elevator, which he took down to the floor where the soccer field was located. As he stepped out, he could see crowds coming through the main doors. It looked like the game was over. He went on his toes to look over the big cats and bears. He spotted Stevie arguing with a couple of the brunetties. "Don't tell me they play soccer," he muttered to himself. Shen, trying to push his way past unhelpful bears and bitchy cats, raised his arm. "Stevie!" She looked up, went on her toes. Their eyes caught, and she smiled, waved. She walked away from the brunetties and a fast-talking Coop, who thankfully blocked the she-lions from following her with his long jackal body. Shen headed toward her, trying to keep eye contact, but it seemed a lot of people had come to the game tonight, and Stevie kept dipping in and out of his. He stopped, looked over his shoulder, then back to where he'd last seen Stevie. Moving forward, now pushing past the bigger breeds, he ran to the last spot he'd seen her, but there was no sign. "Coop," he called out, "where's Stevie?" The jackal turned away from the brunetties and took a quick look around. "She was just here. I saw her. Stairs. Where are the stairs?" Coop pointed. "Emergency exit that way." Shen ran, slamming into the doors and taking the steps 2 at a time, heading up. He reached the first floor. The 2 guards who protected these doors from unknowing full humans and made sure all the shifters got out safely if there was an emergency were out cold, blood seeping from wounds on their heads. Shen jumped over them and raced out the door and onto the city street. "Stevie!" he called out. "Stevie!" But she was already gone. Irene continued to pace around the room. The one person she knew who could do this level of illegal hacking, at least the one person she knew who'd nearly served hard federal time for this level of illegal hacking, continued to work. "How are we doing?" she finally asked. "I just started. Back off." She glared at her one-time PhD student, Mickey Kendrick. Although Mickey now did a lot of work for the government to stop the sort of hacking she was currently performing, she was willing to return to her old ways. Not for money, but for friends. Thankfully, and surprisingly to many, Irene was one of those friends. Of course, they were 2 full human geniuses married to wolves. It was logical that they'd end up friends. A knock, and the door opened. Van stuck his head in. Irene frowned, tried not to panic. "They didn't find—" No, but we have another problem. They got Stevie." He stepped into the room, studying Mickey. "How much time?" Mickey shook her head. "I'm shocked Stevie's little device could actually make workable copies from those hard drives. The problem is that they have 35-digit passwords and layers on top of layers of encryption." She looked at Irene. "You didn't tell me they were this paranoid." "We need to do something, Mickey," Van insisted. "We do not have time to—" "I'm doing my best, but these aren't house husbands hiding their porn or their latest girlfriends. These are incredibly brilliant scientists who know how to set up a system and keep people out of it. And you pressuring me with your annoying wolf barking is not helping." "I'm not barking. Trust me, you'll know when I'm barking." Stop, Irene ordered, her mind analyzing the current situation. "You are forgetting something." "What?" "Stevie McKilligan's sisters." "I have not forgotten about them. They're under the watchful eyes and ready chains of a full tactical unit. All my best people, except Sella and Deanne." "You misunderstand me." Irene raised her forefinger. "I don't want you to hold them back. I want you to unleash them." "Have you lost your mind? You love my skin," he reminded her. She waved that forefinger. No, they're not thinking about you anymore. They'll track their sister down quicker than we will, hacking into these drives. She pointed at Mickey. But I still need you to get in and find their research. Van blinked. Why? He, or they, took her because they think they're ready to use this project, for lack of a better word, on her. Otherwise, they wouldn't bother. I need to know what's in those files so I can counteract, I guess, whatever they do to her. They don't want to just kill her, Van said, giving a little shudder. No, they're going to use her as their pièce de résistance, the proof that their experimentation and murders were worth it. But I'd prefer not to let it get that far, and if we let Stevie's sisters go... Van pulled out his cell phone, speed-dialing his team as he walked out of the room. Are you sure about this? Mickey asked. I've heard about Stevie McKilligan from my friends at CERN. I especially heard about her sisters. They will leave a trail of bodies behind in their search for her. Irene shrugged. Then the Wells Pride would be wise to give them the information they're looking for. What if they don't have it to give? Then their night will be very, very sad. Chapter 29. Her head throbbing, Stevie forced herself to sit up. It wasn't until the extreme nausea passed that she realized someone was touching her shoulder. Stevie jerked, but Blaine immediately threw up her hands, palms out. It's me! It's me! Please don't eat me! Chuckling a little, Stevie said, It's okay. I just didn't know it was you. She pressed her hand to her head. What the fuck did they give me anyway? A bat to the back of the head? That came from Gwen. She was on the other side of the room, sitting on the floor. She had her knees raised, one arm resting across them. Bats? That was new. Yeah, Blaine said. It's all very tacky. Her eyesight becoming clear, Stevie gazed at the bright silver bracelets on Blaine and Gwen's wrists, and then her own. Except they didn't look decorative. What are... Blaine held up her wrists. We were told that these are titanium. If we try to shift, the titanium will cut into our flesh, and eventually, there go our paws. Oh my God, Stevie said, disgusted. She was appalled anyone would go this far, but especially a fellow shifter. Where's Beau? Stevie asked. Next door. They didn't want to put us in the same titanium-lined room because they didn't want us to think about making more, and I'm quoting here, freak babies. Stop. Stevie couldn't hear any more. Instead, she struggled to her feet with Blaine's help. Once she stood, Stevie waited another minute for a new wave of nausea to settle down. Although she didn't appreciate getting banged in the back of the head, she understood why it had been done. Because with hybrids, it was impossible to know what amount of knockout drug to administer. Too little, and you had a struggling and angry freak of nature ripping apart your van. Too much, and you ended up dropping hybrid bodies on the side of the road and lost out on any experimentation you may have wanted to try. Stevie pointed at the giant TV on one of the bright steel walls. Or was that titanium, too? What's that for? Cartoons? We don't know, Gwen replied. It hasn't been on since we got here. Stevie let her gaze roam around the room, looking for any weakness, anything she could exploit. The hermetically sealed doors opened, and James Wells walked in. He wore a suit and tie under his long white lab coat. 4 guards were with him, all of them heavily armed shifters in gray body armor. Staring at Stevie, James pointed at Gwen. The men grabbed her, yanking her off the floor. Blaine was on them in seconds, fighting to protect her friend. One of the guards threw her to the ground, aimed a non-lethal but pain-inducing weapon at her. Stevie stepped between them and focused on James. So it's not really ready, she said to him. She would only speak to him. The guards were following his orders, whether for money or out of loyalty, she didn't know. She didn't care. What?
That's why I'm here, isn't it? So you can show me how what you're working on is fabulous and ready to change me forever? But it's not ready. That's why you're starting with them. You think I'm like my brother. You think you can manipulate me with a few words, and if your great experiment works, show me. Big hands grabbed Stevie and pulled her out of the room. Shen wasn't surprised when one of the group's tactical units surrounded them, keeping them trapped in room 20B. He wasn't surprised when the Dunn triplets began to growl and huff in warning. He wasn't even surprised when the McKilligan cousins, who were still hanging out with Charlie and Max for some reason, didn't leave or cause any problems. It was as if they were just waiting to see what would happen next. Oh, he also wasn't surprised when Max came within inches of snapping off an agent's face. Inches. But that seemed pretty expected by nearly everyone in the room, except for the guy who nearly lost his face. But what did surprise Shen was that Charlie wasn't saying anything or doing anything. She wouldn't talk to Berg. She wouldn't talk to Shen to tell him he didn't need to worry. Where the fuck was soothing Charlie? Why wasn't she trying to make him feel better? Instead, she was just sitting and staring, and everyone in the room knew that was not good. But then one of the agents got a call, and suddenly all of them left, just walked out, without a word. And that's when Charlie moved, went out the door, Max right behind her. This is going to be bad, Britta noted, but the triplets followed, the cousins followed, and so did Shen, because he needed Stevie back, safe and all of her just like she was. If that meant doing things he wouldn't be proud of, he was ready. They got back into the armored van that was waiting for them right outside the sports center, but this time Max drove and Charlie sat in the passenger seat. No one spoke. No one moved. They all just waited. After they drove for a little while, Max double-parked the van in front of a Park Avenue apartment building. Shen knew where they were, and Britta had been right. This was going to be bad. Matt sat in his pride's living room, listening to his mother roar at him. She was using words, but all Matt could hear was angry roaring about how stupid he was, how he didn't think of others, how he was an embarrassment to the family, to the pride. Why couldn't he just be normal? But how was he supposed to know that the person he'd been talking to about the awfulness of the artwork was the actual artist? How was he responsible for that? And how was he supposed to know that the artist was the one with the family trust fund that gave huge amounts of grant money to important medical and science research? How was he supposed to know? And why wouldn't his mother stop roaring at him? Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and stood. "Where do you think you're going?" his mother demanded, following him. "I'm going to my room, and you're not allowed to come with me." He just entered the hallway, his aunts, sisters, and cousins laughing at him as they liked to do, when the front door was kicked open. The very secure, thick metal door on a secure apartment in a building with a 24-hour doorman. Where the fuck was the doorman? He watched Charlie McKilligan storm into his home, her smaller, psychotic sister right beside her. Then there were bears and a panda. That panda. But when the group of honey badgers charged in, hissing and running at the she-lions, forcing them away from Matt, he knew he was in real trouble. He tried to stand his ground and be brave. He was 6'4", 260 pounds of muscle, and a lion. But then that hybrid's hand wrapped around his throat, and she pinned him to the wall. "Hi, Matt," Charlie said softly, Max grinning behind her. They wanted to strap her down onto some table, but Stevie shook her head. "Not necessary. Just do it."
Stevie knew that Charlie would lose her mind about this, that she was sacrificing herself, but it just seemed right, didn't it? For years, she'd been talking about fucking with her jeans so she could stop shifting. Her sister had forbidden it each time, but she knew it would save a lot of people. Did she want to do this now? No. She'd wanted to try it on her own terms, with her own work. But she wasn't about to let her prey, Blaine, and her friend go through this. No way. And the thing was, she knew she just had to delay Wells, because her sisters would come. They would come for her and the others, and no matter what James did to her, it wouldn't matter, because the others would be safe. Stevie sat at a table, and one of James's assistants pulled her left arm out and prepared it for injection. James sat down catty-corner from her, smiled. "Is all this because I dumped your brother?" she asked. "I know why you broke it off with him. He's an idiot. You had no choice, really. Then what is it? Because you seem a little obsessed." "I saw you once," he said, gazing at her. She could see the fanatical light in his eyes. "Saw me? Change. Into that thing." It felt like her heart dropped, but she didn't let those feelings show on her face. "It wasn't normal. It wasn't right." "I don't know about right or wrong," she said, feeling a needle slip into her skin, but refusing to react to the pain. "But it's definitely not normal. But Blaine and Gwen are normal. Blaine's a wolf dog. Gwen's a tigan. Both are found in nature." "Those things aren't found in nature. They're found in foreign zoos. And Novikov? You going to tell me he's found in nature?" "Yeah, I can't really say that about him." "You, all of you, are a danger to our society. But instead of wiping you out, as some would like to do, I've created something that will allow you to become more like us." "But not too much like you," she said with a teasing smirk, pointing her finger. "Think about it. You'll be able to keep that brilliant mind of yours, but you'll no longer be ashamed of what you are. Won't that be a relief?" A week ago, she would have said yes, but now? "So how long does this process take?" she asked. "Well, for your safety and the safety of my guards and assistants, we'll put you back in your room for the changing process. But you'll be able to watch what happens to your DNA on the monitor we have set up in there. Exciting, right?" Stevie forced a smile. "Absolutely." "Where's your brother?" Charlie asked again. "I don't know." "Where's his lab?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "You're lying." "Unlike you, I don't obsessively watch where my brother goes and what he does. And he won't tell me anything because he thinks I'm going to steal his precious research. Like I give a shit. Hey!" A young, non-related male lion barked from the doorway. Berg and Dag started to move, ready to challenge him, but Britta knew her brothers would just get in the way. She grabbed their arms, held them back. "What the fuck is going on?" the male roared. Her eyes still locked on Wells. Charlie softly said, "Max?" The blade was out of Max's hand, across the hall, and buried in the male lion's chest before he could move. He fell back into another male lion's arms. "Don't pull it out," Max warned the second male. "He'll bleed out, and that'll be the end of him. You may want to carry him to an emergency room, hun." "Go," one of the she-lions urged, and the males were gone as fast as they'd come in. "I don't think he's lying," Max said about Wells. "You sure?" Charlie asked, leaning in, staring intently into his face. "Yeah, I'm sure. The thing is, based on what Stevie has told us, your brother is not going to do anything on his own. Because, like you, he's a mama's boy." Slowly, Charlie's head turned.
her cold, suddenly gold wolf gaze locking on the head of the pride, Jennifer Wells. "Mommy," Charlie said, her voice low. "Where's your boy?" "Go to hell." Charlie's body spun away from Wells, and she faced the she-lion, her .380 now in her hand, aimed at the older woman. She stalked across the hall toward the lioness, the gun raised. The other females attempted to attack, but the McKilligan cousins got in the way, fighting the women and mostly getting their asses kicked. But they were all honey badgers, so they just kept fighting, seemingly tireless, keeping the females at bay. Charlie pressed the barrel of the gun against the she-lion's head. "Where's his lab?" But she wouldn't reply. She just smirked. It was like she was daring Charlie to kill her. "You know me," Charlie said. "You know what I'll do." "Then do it. Pull the trigger." Charlie shrugged. "Okay." She pointed the weapon back at Matt Wells and shot him in the leg. Roaring, the lion male dropped to the ground, his hands wrapped around the bleeding wound. "Now," Charlie explained, "you're gonna lose a son tonight. The question is, do you want to lose two? Because what you need to understand about me, lady, is that I don't give a fuck. I will wipe out every last one of these bitches and leave you the last cat standing and won't lose a bit of sleep. So think carefully before you answer me." "Jersey," the she-lion spit out. "His lab is in Jersey." Charlie walked away, saying softly over her shoulder, "Max?" Max charged at the lioness, launched herself into the air, and caged her by putting her legs and arms on the wall behind the she-lion, claws dug into the marble, keeping her aloft. Then Max, sounding awfully perky, asked, "Can I have the address, please? Or the coordinates, whichever." "Is it weird," Blaine asked, "to be able to look inside yourself?" "Nah, but I am curious how he's able to do this. He must have injected me with something other than just the genetic material." The three of them sat on the floor, staring up at the giant monitor. They were into their second hour, waiting for the injection to start to work, to change her, to make Stevie normal. "Hey," Gwen pointed out, "something's happening." She was right. On the monitor, something was definitely happening. "That's your DNA?" she asked. "Yes, my shifter DNA. And that's what Wells created. It's remaking my DNA now." "Do you feel anything?" Blaine leaned in. "Are you in pain?" "No, it's supposed to be a relatively painless process." "That's something, I guess." Once the process was completed, Stevie could see that her DNA was now that of a normal... Gwen reared back. "What the fuck was that?" Stevie wasn't really sure. I don't know. I've never seen that before." The replaced DNA had suddenly been attacked by something, and just like that, her original DNA had returned. Is that supposed to happen? I doubt it. Wait, it's starting again. Gwen was right. The process repeated itself, ripping apart her shifter DNA and replacing it with, "Oh, shit!" all three of them exclaimed. "Your shifter DNA ate that shit," Blaine grinned. "That was awesome!" "No, it wasn't." Stevie looked at the two women on either side of her. "He's not going to like this." "What do you think he's going to do?" "Nothing good." Gwen stood. "We need to get out of here." "There's only one air vent," Stevie pointed out. "It's very small and very high. The walls are either lined or made out of titanium, or a combination of steel and titanium. We are fucked." Blaine stared at Stevie. "Are you having trouble breathing?" "No, I'm fine." "Are you lying?" "Probably." "Oh, shit." No, I'm okay. I'm okay." She took in a deep breath, let it out. "I'm okay." "What are you two talking about?" Gwen asked. "She panic shifts," Blaine explained. So? We do not have that much room in here. Gwen crouched in front of Stevie. Look, I don't know you, sweetie, but all this is for you. To keep the rest of us imprisoned, they just had to put us behind iron bars. That's why when one of us goes to prison, we usually stay in prison. I don't understand what you're trying to say. Why did they build this for you? What do they think they're stopping? And I'd also like to point out that they thought their little DNA thing would shut you down, but that didn't work either. Stevie gazed at the woman with the ridiculously long fingernails. Scrambling to her feet, Stevie faced the wall and unleashed the claws on her right hand, which didn't affect the width of her wrist, didn't cause her any problems with the titanium cuff she had on. She pulled her arm back. "Are you sure about this?" Blaine asked. "Nope," she replied. Not wanting to see her claws mangled and destroyed, Stevie closed her eyes tight and swung her arm forward with all her strength. "Holy shit," she heard Gwen whisper, and Stevie opened one eye, then the other. Her claws had torn a giant gash through the titanium steel walls. Carefully, slowly, Stevie pulled her claws out of the wall and examined them. Her hand was shaking, but her claws were undamaged, thick and strong and lethal. She looked down at her wrists, studied the titanium bands. "Stevie?" Blaine said softly. "They're coming." Blaine was right. Stevie could feel the vibrations through the floor. She faced the women. "I'm about to do something," she informed them, "that is probably very, very stupid. But I think we've run out of options. So, yeah, I'm sorry in advance. If we survive this, Gwenny," Blaine said to her best friend, "I'm going to tell you very loudly, I told you so." Chapter 30. The trucks and SUVs pulled to a stop in front of the single-story building. From the outside, it looked like a small office building with reinforced doors and state-of-the-art surveillance equipment. But that was only because the real doings were going on in the floors underneath the ground. The floor on top was just the entrance, and it was heavily guarded, according to the Wells Pride, who eventually told them everything just to get the crazy McKilligans out of their house. Like the group members, Shen and the Dunns were dressed in black body armor. Shen had his weapon unholstered and around in the chamber as he stepped out of the SUV and walked around to the front where he met up with the Dunns and Dutch Alexander. The McKilligan cousins had wanted to come, but their uncle had ordered them back to their hotel. Probably a good idea. This was more a job for professionals, not guys who just enjoyed terrorizing cats. The sun was barely coming up when Rick Van Holtz, who was leading this raid, stepped in front of his people. "Everybody knows what they need to do. Stay calm. Move fast. Don't forget we've got at least 4 civilians in there, maybe more, so be careful." Charlie, dressed just in jeans, a blue t-shirt, and sneakers, not looking tactical at all, had a gun in each hand, and the back pockets of her jeans were stuffed with fully loaded clips. She listened silently to Rick's unusually gruff speech. Her expression was blank until Max stepped in beside her. The smaller McKilligan also had on jeans, a black t-shirt, and thick work boots. They looked at each other, and something passed between the siblings. It felt like an entire conversation in one glance. Max went back to the SUV they'd driven up in, and while Rick ensured that his team knew the details of the plan to breach the building, Shen watched the sisters. A minute later, Max returned. She stepped in front of Charlie and placed a small rocket launcher on her shoulder. One shot, and the blast took down the door and blew out a good chunk of the building's front as well. Everyone except Shen and the Dunns ducked because they hadn't been expecting the McKilligan sisters to let Rick and the group lead anything. Glancing over her shoulder, Charlie said, "Wait here. We'll let you know when it's clear." Then they were gone, Max briefly stopping to toss her rocket launcher at Dag before pulling out blades, one in each hand. Rick stared at the half-destroyed building. "What just happened?" he asked no one in particular. "It's best just to wait until they're done," Berg explained. "Trust me on this." Gwen had a giant furry ass pressing her into the titanium wall. She was afraid she might die from suffocation, but she couldn't be angry. That furry, striped ass had so far protected her and Blaine from tasers, tear gas, and beanbag rounds. When the non-lethal didn't even give Stevie McKilligan an itch, they moved to lethal. That's when the furry ass protected Gwen and Blaine from gunshots. Of course, the gunshots were what made 2-ton Stevie really angry. Roaring so loud the walls shook, she lashed out with her front paw, sending a group of guards flying out of the room. It turned out the titanium bands didn't cut into Stevie's flesh. When she shifted, they just broke off and fell to the floor. The rest of the guards ran out, closing the doors behind them. Gwen assumed Stevie would tear the door open, but instead she stomped to the wall and began to climb it, and not by digging her claws in. She just climbed it, like a goddamn lizard. "Holy shit," Gwen gasped. "Told you," Blaine said yet again. They watched Stevie easily move up the wall until she reached the extremely small air vent. She nosed the grate a few times, then used her claws to yank it out. The thick metal clattered to the floor, and she poked her nose in. With a little push, she got her head in, too. But there was no way her body would... "Holy shit! I told you!" Stevie managed to get all 2 tons of herself into the vent, her giant shoulders slipping in after her head, the rest of her body following. Gwen worried the hybrid would get stuck, but they could hear her claws and fur moving against the metal above them. They waited in silence, their gazes locked on the ceiling, until the doors were thrown open again. The armed guards had returned with weapons that could take down an elephant. But when they stepped inside, they froze and looked at Gwen and Blaine. "Where is she?" the woman in front demanded. Smiling a little, Gwen raised her hand and pointed her forefinger to a spot behind them. She saw the color drain from the woman's face before the guards all turned at once. But it was too late. Stevie had eased her gigantic body out of the tiny air vent on the other side of the door, lowered herself to the floor without a sound, and had attacked without hesitation. Blood splattered across the room, hitting Gwen and Blaine in the face. Then they had to duck the spit-out body parts, boots, and weapons. Guards arrived from the hallway behind Stevie. Gwen didn't think Stevie saw them and was about to call out a warning, but Stevie's long, tiger-like tail lashed out. It wasn't a tiger-like tail functionally, nor was it like a honey badger's, because it cut through the 3 men charging toward her, cut right through them, splitting all 3 in half like they'd been hit with a giant sword. The tail was also whip-fast and prehensile, picking up guards and tossing them around the room like toys. Finally, Gwen had to say it. "I'll never doubt you again, Blaine." "Yes, you will. You're right, I will." All hell was breaking loose on the 3rd-floor lab, but he didn't have time to check it out. Instead, he was running toward the explosion and gunshots coming from the ground-level floor. He stopped, silently ordering his men to stand by with a raised fist. He peered around the corner and saw the fight taking place in the hallway. There were 2 women. One had guns, the other knives, while the taller one shot her way down the hallway, nailing guard after guard with shots to the head. The other, smaller woman slashed and stabbed her way around. She moved fast, swinging herself onto guards' backs and cutting their throats or stabbing them in the top of the head. One guard grabbed her off another's back, and she turned lightning fast, slamming him into the wall and ramming one of her knives under his chin and into his head. She stared into his eyes, smirked, before letting him slip to the floor and yanking her weapon out. "Down," the taller woman called out, and she fired, killing another guard about to attack the smaller one. He looked at his team, made a motion with his hand to ready for attack. His group had automatic weapons, so they were just going to sweep the entire area with gunfire until everyone in that hallway was down. Unfortunate about any of his fellow guards, but he didn't have time to play nice, not when something had gone very wrong downstairs. They didn't have time to play games with little girls. With a nod, his team started around the corner, but the roar that made the glass in the office doors shake and then shatter, and the screams from below made everyone who wasn't already dead stop. The building began to shake more, but not from roaring, from something else. It took him a second, but he realized it was running, like a herd of animals, coming right for them. He turned back the way he'd come, just as the stair door crashed down. The first thing that came running out had tusks. Behind it were a cat and a canine. But the thing bringing up the rear? "Run!" he screamed, trying to get his people to move, to use another exit. But before he could take a step, the blade slid across his throat, and he saw that smile flash by him as he dropped to his knees, his hands wrapping around his neck, trying to stop the bleeding. But he only managed to give himself enough time to feel the paws slam into his back, push him into the ground, and crush his bones to dust. Rick wasn't exactly okay with the massacre that was going on inside that building, but he wasn't going to complain either. He just wanted his friends back. Then he felt the earth move beneath his feet, like an earthquake, and he heard the roaring. Shen stepped past him, staring into the building. Then he yelled, "Run!" and everyone scattered. No formation, no pulling back in an orderly line, nothing. Nope. Like the true predators they all were, they thought only of themselves and made a crazed run for it. That's what predators did when they came across a bigger predator. It was always your best bet. When Rick felt he was far enough away, he stopped and looked back. Bo Novikov came out of the damaged building first. He was in his shifted form, but once he was outside, he turned back to human, grabbed the still-shifted Blaine and Gwen around their waists, and ran. Then the front of the building was destroyed even more as something galloped from it. He watched at least 2 tons of beast tear out into the open, tiger-striped but built like a honey badger. It wasn't alone. It had James Wells caught between its fangs. He was screaming, begging, trying to fight. But Stevie McKilligan, in her shifted form, dove over the trucks and SUVs and went on a sort of romp around the property, shaking Wells, tossing him up in the air and catching him again. Then she dropped him to the ground. He tried to drag himself away, but she just batted him around with her front paws, stopped once to scratch her ear with her back leg, which gave Wells a chance to get to his feet and run. That's when Stevie pounced, literally. She just watched him running for a few seconds, and then up she went, crashing onto him with her front paws. He stopped, screaming then. She batted his limp body around a few more times, but when he didn't respond, she picked him up between her teeth, walked over to the front of the now totaled building, and laid him out. It seemed a strange move, until blood-covered Charlie and Max walked out. Unlike everyone else, the sight of their sister hadn't sent them fleeing, so they'd continued their original mission and cleared the building. Now, standing outside among the debris, they gazed down at what was left of James Wells. Finally, Charlie looked up at her sister and grinned. "Breakfast?" Chapter 31. It was the silence, such intense silence. Stevie looked away from her sisters and saw that the agents who'd come here today to rescue her and the others were gawking at her, some with wide eyes, others with unleashed fangs and claws. They were disgusted, appalled,
and absolutely terrified. Stevie lowered her head, began to back away, but her sisters had moved in front of her, Charlie's forefingers tightening on the triggers of her guns. Max stood next to her, her blood-covered hands working the handles of her knives because Stevie knew they were sticky, and Max hated a sticky grip when she was in a fight. Stevie didn't want this, though. She didn't want her sisters destroying those who'd risked everything, protecting all of them, because they were a little bit overwhelmed by her. She'd shift. That would help. She'd shift to human, and everyone would calm down. "Is there a problem?" Blaine Thorpe asked, walking through the group of agents with Gwen by her side. "I'm not sure why you're looking at my friend that way, but I have to say that I don't appreciate it."
"You're okay with this?" a jaguar asked, arms folded over his chest. "I mean, look at her."
"Look at her? I do look at her. And you know what I see?"
"The woman who saved our lives?" Gwen asked. "Please say the woman who saved our lives."
"Of course that's what I see, but I also see the mighty tiger badger, ruler of all badgers."
"Oh, God." Gwen glanced up at Stevie. "I'm so sorry." "What's happening?" Charlie asked. "Look, Blaine," the jaguar said, "I get that you feel beholden to this woman."
"Tiger badger," Blaine corrected.
"But I think we can all agree," he looked around at the other agents, "that whatever she is, she's just...
She's just what?" Blaine demanded. "My husband would really like to know."
The cat glanced over his shoulder, where Bo Novikov was standing behind him, back in his shifted form, while the other agents had silently moved out of the way of the 1-ton animal. When she'd first seen him, Stevie had been fascinated by the 2 big fangs that hung down far past his massive jaw, like a saber-toothed cat. Yeah, that's exactly what he reminded her of, a saber-toothed cat of yore.
"Well,"
Blaine pushed,
"Bo's waiting."
The cat shook his head while trying to inch around Bo, especially when he started huffing. "You know what?" The jaguar cleared his throat. "I think we are all..." He began to walk backward, away from Bo. "Wonderful and interesting in our own ways. And it doesn't matter if you're normal, like me, or have freakishly sized tusks."
"Those are fangs," Blaine snapped.
"Or are disturbingly large and yet weirdly house cat-like. None of that matters, because we're all one important thing. We're human." Stevie glanced at her sisters, and all 3 of them rolled their eyes in disgust. "You, me..." He looked over at Stevie. "It?" "Hey," Charlie snapped. "We're all human. And isn't that what we need to remember when we talk about... Oh, my God! Would you stop it with that?" The group of trained agents faced the sound that had been getting louder and louder as the giant panda in human form walked closer, munching on a bamboo stalk. "What?" Shen asked, calmly gazing back at the others. "I was hungry." "Do you have to make so much noise?" the cat demanded. In response, Shen bit down on the stalk, and the crunch echoed out in the fresh morning air. The bears began heading back to the SUVs first. "I can't with that goddamn noise," one of them complained. "I just can't." "Don't you want some?" Shen called after them. "I have more in the car. They're directly from China," he finished in a sing-song voice. When no one responded, and everyone simply packed up to go, Shen went back to eating, but he grinned at Stevie around his bamboo, winking at her. Stevie finally shifted back to human, while Charlie held out shorts and a t-shirt for her. But before she put them on, she saw Shen coming toward her. She ran to him, jumped into his arms. Holding her, he asked, "Are you okay?" "My DNA eats other DNA for lunch, so I am great, emotionally and genetically." "I don't know what any of that means,"
he admitted. I know, but trust me, it's astounding. He pressed his forehead against hers.
I'm just glad you're okay.
Me too. They stayed like that for several wonderful minutes, just holding each other, eyes closed, Shen's hands under her bare ass, her arms around his massive shoulders. She'd never felt safer. Not simply physically safe, but fully understanding that she could be all she was with this man, without doubt or fear.
You two gonna do it?
Max asked, standing right by them and being typically annoying.
Go away,
Stevie snarled at her sister, refusing to move from her lovely position in Shen's arms. Thankfully, Max did as Stevie asked, but sadly, it seemed no one wanted to leave her alone with Shen.
Sorry to bother you two,
Rick Van Holt said,
but I was just wondering, Stevie, if, the lab there,
he jerked his thumb toward her former prison,
is it still mostly intact, or was the equipment destroyed?
Why would I destroy equipment? She asked, still refusing to move from where she was.
Huh. And do you know what all that equipment does?
Of course I know what the equipment does.
Huh. Interesting.
Is it? Stevie snapped, beyond fed up at this point.
You know what?
Charlie said, coming over and placing Stevie's clothes on her shoulder.
We're gonna go now. My sister has had a long 24 hours, and she needs her rest.
Right, of course.
It looked as if the Van Holts took the hint, appearing to start to walk away. But then he stopped and again pointed at the lab. You see, I'm just wondering,
Max stepped in front of the wolf.
My sister needs her rest, Max reiterated, her eyes wide and dazed. And I need to get the blood off my hands. She shoved her blood-drenched hands close to Van Holtz's pretty face. Blood off my hands, she ended on a hysterical screech. Okay then, Van Holt said, moving away from an openly sobbing Max, who was still holding her hands out and waving them at him. I'll see you guys back in the city, okay? Great. The wolf sprinted back to the waiting SUV, and when he'd driven off, Max faced them. Before any of them could speak, she burst into hysterical laughter. To Stevie's surprise, it was Berg who asked the question they were all thinking. What is wrong with you? Still laughing, Max said, He just wouldn't leave. So you terrify him? And now Berg was laughing, his brother and sister joining in. Max shrugged, heading toward their vehicle. It worked, didn't it? Finally alone, Shen said to Stevie, I know I don't say this enough, but you have the best family. Now Stevie laughed. I know, right? Stevie fell asleep on their way back to Queens and didn't wake up even when everyone got out of the SUV and headed inside. So Shen carried her upstairs and took her to his room. But he was quite annoyed when he went inside and discovered that one of the Bear neighbors had picked up Benny from the emergency vet and had placed the dog in the bed. With a big bandage around his middle and a small set of stairs leading up to the mattress, so the dog wouldn't have to jump down or up, Shen guessed. The bastard looked quite at home. When the big dog saw Stevie, his giant tail began to hit the bed. Benny, she said, although Shen wasn't sure she was actually awake. Her eyes weren't even open. But she stretched out her arm, and Shen knew she wanted to touch the dog. Unable to deny her anything, he laid her out on the bed beside Benny, who'd risked his life for the three sisters. Stevie moved in close, her hand settling on the dog's ridiculously thick neck. Shen turned to walk out, but Stevie's "Don't go" stopped him. Sure there's enough room for me, he teased. Get your ass over here, she ordered, still looking like she was asleep, despite their conversation. Shen placed his gun on the side table and slipped in behind Stevie. He put his arm around her waist and
and buried his nose in the back of her neck.
Better?
He asked. Perfect, she purred. Then she started snoring, and Shen grinned. Because Stevie was right. It was perfect. Chapter 32. Shen joined the cheers of the wild dogs when Stevie stepped up to the mic in the small downtown club. She'd gotten a call earlier in the day asking if she'd like to play with the band, as they referred to themselves, since the former prodigies/current geniuses refused to actually give themselves a proper name. Too much like we're really a band rather than just a group of like-minded geniuses, Stevie had remarked when Shen mentioned it. It turned out just to be a last-minute Kuznetsov pack get-together that evening because some wild dog friends from Germany had shown up, and they all wanted to celebrate, as only wild dogs could, by badly singing along to great music performed by musical geniuses. "We got a request," Stevie said, "from the lovely ladies at the bar there." Shen glanced over. The women didn't look or smell like shifters, but he had no idea who they were. It was unusual for full humans no one knew to attend a wild dog party, but there was something about the group that no one wanted to challenge either. So they just left them alone, and that seemed to work for everyone. Besides, wild dogs didn't really have the kind of parties that involved the unleashing of claws or fangs. "So get ready, Zeppelin fans," Stevie continued. "It's time for a little immigrant song," she yelled out. The music started, and everyone cheered. Many others head-banged, and Stevie sang in her best Robert Plant voice while she was Jimmy Page on her guitar. It was great. An hour later, the band took a break, and Stevie came over to Shen, jumping onto his back as she liked to do. She was so petite, though, he barely felt her. Arms around his neck, legs around his waist, Stevie kissed his cheek. "You were amazing," he told her, placing her beer in her hand. "Thank you." "Why didn't your sisters come?" Max had plans, and Charlie was, to quote her, not in the mood to be around labradoodles. "Ouch," Stevie laughed. "Yeah, I know. That's my bitchy sis." "Not bitchy, direct. I enjoy that in a woman that I don't want to kill me. There's no confusion about what crosses her boundaries." Stevie loved that Shen didn't mind walking around a bar with her attached to his back. Not many men were comfortable with that sort of thing, but he seemed to enjoy it. As they made the rounds, Stevie spotted Kyle. She hadn't seen him in days, since she dealt with James Wells, a problem that had quietly gone away, thankfully. But she had to admit, she wasn't surprised when Conridge called her and asked if she wanted to go back to the lab to see what he had there. Shen had to go with her because Max had freaked out so badly about how Conridge was going to wipe you from the world. Not really. Instead, they barely spoke to each other, too busy going through Wells's notebooks and computer files. Although the damage to the walls and windows still remained, the bodies and blood had been removed. Something Stevie greatly appreciated. It allowed her to focus on the work, while Shen sat in an office chair, eating bamboo and turning in circles. The man really didn't need much to be entertained. She patted Shen's shoulder and pointed at the ground. He let her down, and she went to Kyle, sitting across from him at his small table. "How's it going?" she asked him. Oriana, who'd been walking over to the table with a big smile and a vodka tonic in her hand, stopped when she heard Stevie's question. When Kyle's only response was to sigh, deeply, her eyes crossed, and she found another table to sit at. Stevie knew that she could talk to her friend later, or even tomorrow. They'd been working on the ballet together and were spending several hours a day on it. But right now, Stevie had to check on her neediest friend. "Are you really just going to sit here and feel sorry for yourself?" Stevie asked. "Or are you going to get back to work?" Kyle rested his cheek against the table. "What's the point? So I can just prolong my failure?"
Or you could create something new. He sighed again, and Stevie ran out of patience, just like that. She expected this from other artists, regular, everyday artists, but not Kyle. Never Kyle. So she did what she had to in order to help her pathetic, whiny, needy friend. "It's okay," she said. "I understand. Besides, with Denny..." She let the nickname of Kyle's younger brother Dennis hang out there. And, as she expected, he took the bait. Kyle raised his head, stared at Stevie. "What about Denny?" "Nothing. Forget it. Forget I said anything." "Said anything about what?" "Well, I heard that there's been some interest from your old school in Italy." "What?" "You know, the one you were thrown out of a few years."
"I know which one you're talking about. What interest?"
"In Denny's hyper-realistic paintings. That street view of Paris that he did from memory? Everyone is talking about it. It's garnered a lot of interest."
"Interest?"
"Yes, interest." She reached across the table, placed her hand on his forearm. "So I don't want you to worry about anything. The Jean-Louis Parker name will be known for art, because of Dennis." Kyle sat up straight.
"I have to go."
And he did, leaving Stevie there until Oriana walked over. "That was brilliant," she said, taking Kyle's seat. "You heard us?" She pointed at her head. "Jackal ears. And you were..." She began to laugh. "I'm surprised his fucking head didn't explode. I'm not about to let your brother fuck up his career because of Kiki Lee, despite the fact that I really like her." "Kyle will be fine," Oriana said with a dismissive wave. "But were you serious about Denny?" "Oh yeah. I heard from a friend of a maestro who had been at an auction that included one of Denny's pieces, and he bought it for $850,000. Oriana's mouth dropped open. "Holy shit. He's that good?" "Yeah, he's that good." "But he never speaks. For years we all thought he had been born mute. Then one day he just started talking in very short, very quiet sentences. He wanted a grilled cheese sandwich." "Because a grilled cheese sandwich is the best sandwich. Even then he was showing his genius."
"Come to bed, woman,"
Mickey Kendrick heard Irene Conridge's wolf husband yell from their bedroom. "He's persistent," Mickey chuckled, continuing to print pages from the Wells Brothers files that she'd finally hacked into. The more pages she discovered, the more fascinated Irene became. Mickey had no idea what her friend was discovering, and she really didn't want to know. That kind of science was not her thing. She liked computers. She liked how they worked. Plus, she didn't have to worry about putting a few elements together and creating a virus that would turn everyone into zombies. Win-win. Of course, Mickey hadn't planned on being in New York this long. Her mate and his pack lived on the West Coast, but Irene had called, and the job sounded so interesting, she'd come. Besides, according to Mickey's daughter, "You need to go. You're getting on my nerves." Brat. Mickey found some new files buried beneath more encryption than she thought possible. But when she looked up to tell Irene, she saw the woman's cold gaze fixed on a spot behind her. Mickey, who had grown up in a rough part of eastern Texas, surrounded by wolves and bikers who could shift into wolves, had the blade she'd purchased when she'd arrived in New York out of its holster and pressed against the neck of the Asian woman standing behind her. And the Asian woman had her blade pressed against Mickey's neck. She smiled. "Nice, for a full human." "Can I help you with something?" Mickey asked, figuring if the woman had wanted her dead, she'd have slashed her throat by now. "As a matter of fact, you can." "What are you doing here?" Irene asked. Then she snapped. "Both of you put your weapons away before I get terse." Gazing into each other's eyes, Mickey and the woman lowered their blades. Mickey Kendrick, this is Max McKilligan, one of the sisters. I've heard about you guys. And you're the hacker." Mickey slid her knife back into the holster. "I prefer computer expert, for legal reasons, of course. I need your help." "With what?" "I need you to track a few things down." "Like?" Irene asked, "because she's working for me right now." "Hey, bitches," Mickey said, her gaze bouncing between both women. "I don't belong to either of you. Now, what do you want?" she asked Max. "My twin aunts sent my cunt of a cousin to come to my house and kill me while my sisters were downstairs with their boyfriends." "Wow." "Yeah, I'm on the trail of my cousin, and I'll find her. But my aunts also stole money from my family by using my father. Now, he is an idiot. I don't think he can even send email, but he used a hacker, and I want to know who it was so we can track down the stolen money. Or, at the very least, just get the fucking money back. And I'm guessing you're the one who can find it." "I can, but what do I get out of it? A feeling of accomplishment? Bitch, please. I get nearly $1,000 an hour minimum to do that sort of shit. You'll have to come at me with something better than that." Max shrugged. "A few days ago, I went into an underground lab and wiped out a whole lot of fellow shifters because they kidnapped my baby sister. Now, my older sister was with me, and she did the same thing. For her, it was something she had to do to protect the family. She didn't enjoy it, but she did it. She's like a Marine, doing what she needs to do to protect the homeland. I, however, enjoyed every second of what I did, because they crossed us and went after my baby sister, who was ridiculously nice and didn't deserve any of that. So, if nothing else, for those on the outside looking in, I am wonderfully entertaining." Mickey looked over at Irene, and she nodded her head. "It's true," Irene admitted. "That did happen." "Well then," Mickey said, throwing up her hands, "I'm in." The McKilligans got on their private plane, and Will settled into his seat. His time in the States hadn't been as bad as he thought it would be, and the boys were still talking about how good a time they'd all had, taking the piss out of an entire pride. So everyone was happy, although he didn't really understand why Mari and the twins had done all this. Kill Uncle Pete, he meant. They'd wanted to lure him and his boys to the States, but for what? The only one who'd gotten hit was Max, nearly strangled to death in her own house. But Mari could have done that at any time, and the same message would have gotten to the rest of the family. So then, what was the point? The whole thing bothered Will, but not enough to distract him from the bigger issue, his fucking money. Where the fuck was his money? Dougie sat in the seat across from Will. "You all right, Da?" "Pissed. Very pissed." Frowning, Dougie leaned down. "What's this?" he asked, pulling a briefcase out from under his seat. "Did you put this here?" "No, what is it?" Dougie opened it up, and his breath caught, his gaze lifting to Will's. "Fuck!" She was telling the pilot of a private plane to get in line for takeoff when the entire building shook. Screaming, she dropped to the floor, arms over her head. Some of her co-workers hit the floor around her. Some dove under desks. Glass from the windows exploded around them, and she just tried to hold on, tried not to panic. Finally, in what felt like hours, but was really only seconds, everything calmed down. The building no longer shook. The sound of glass falling all around them stopped. Carefully, she stood and looked out the now glass-free window at the airstrip. The private plane owned by the Scottish men was now nothing more than bent and twisted metal that was still burning. Around what was left of the plane were bodies, and, from what she knew, all of them were family. An entire family wiped out in 1 second. "Call 911." She froze, leaned closer to what was left of her windows. "What is it?" one of her coworkers asked, but she didn't know how to answer. She didn't know what she was seeing. Shen found Stevie sitting on the stage, her legs dangling over the edge. The band had done one more hour-long set, this time of Jimi Hendrix and Beatles favorites. The whole thing was a success, and he sensed that he'd be spending way more time around wild dogs. With the other bandmates packing up behind her and the bar starting to clear out for the night, the regular lights came on, and Shen noticed that Stevie was frowning. He sat down next to her. "I saw Kyle running out of here. Everything okay?" "Yeah, I just told him his baby brother was his competition, and the kid was going to outdo him if he didn't get off his ass and stop feeling sorry for himself. But I said it much nicer." "Then what's wrong? You look upset." "No, this isn't my upset face. This is my thinking face, which I've been told is a little scary." "What are you thinking about?" "I got a call from Van Holt's earlier today. They are confiscating, his word, the underground lab James Wells was using. They're going to take it over, and they want me to run it." "To do what?" "Not sure yet. I know they want me and Conridge to keep looking into what Wells was up to, in case he was doing anything besides fucking with the DNA of hybrids. But after that, I don't know, and I'm not sure they know." "Then you might be able to make of it what you will." "Yeah, or it's their way of keeping a close tab on me." "It's probably partly that, too." "Yeah, but if I take the job, my old boss won't be happy. He just emailed me again this morning." "Do you want to go back to CERN?" "I don't really know." She looked at him. "Do you want to live in Switzerland?" Shocked by the question, Shen said, I don't really know." "Do you like Switzerland?"
I like Toblerone."
"Toblerone?
The Swiss candy?"
Yes, I know what Toblerone is."
"Other than that, though."
He cleared his throat.
"So, are you expecting me to move with you?"
"Why wouldn't you?" She was silent for a minute, then added, "Speaking of which, you haven't said I love you again since that first time."
"It's funny you mention that. I don't remember saying I love you to you at all."
"Well, you said it in your sleep."
Oh, I see." He nodded, relieved. "So you're not completely insane."
"Not about that." She frowned again. "Wait, you do love me, right?"
"Sadly, yes."
"Why sadly?"
"Because it's against my better judgment, and it's not like you gave me an option."
She grinned. "I really didn't, but I'm a girl who knows what she wants."
"Clearly."
He took her hand in his.
"But I really do love you, Stevie."
She rested her head on his shoulder. "I love you, too."
"Isn't it nice when everyone is awake when those words are spoken?"
"Eh." Shen chuckled, kissed her forehead. When they received enough glares from the staff cleaning up, Shen jumped down from the stage and reached up, grabbing Stevie around the waist and carefully placing her on the floor. He again took her hand in his, and together they slowly walked out of the building. As they made their way down to the street 1 block over so they could catch a cab, Shen asked,
"You know what's really great about all this?"
"What?"
"That with you and this family, I will never be bored."
"That's very true. Of course, that's really a blessing and a curse." Shen grinned.
"Yeah, just like you."
Epilogue. Charlie was stretched out on the couch with Berg. He was behind her, his big legs on either side of her hips. They'd been relaxing the last few hours, watching old episodes of The Twilight Zone.
one of her favorite shows because of how advanced it was on all sorts of political issues, considering the time it had been created. But she was ready to go to bed. Berg had already dropped off a few times before jerking awake again a few seconds later. He was trying to stay awake for her because she couldn't sleep. She just didn't know why. Then she heard something and sat up. "What?" Berg said, snapping awake again. "What's wrong?" "I think we have rats." "Rats? In this neighborhood? Between your sister and that cat? I doubt it." "But Charlie heard noises in the—" She turned her head, trying to locate. "Kitchen." Charlie scrambled off the couch and charged through the house, coming to an abrupt halt right outside her favorite room. "What the fuck?" she demanded of the badgers in her kitchen. "Oi, niece," Will said in greeting, his mouth filled with what appeared to be a sandwich he'd put together himself. "Where you hiding the honey? This needs honey." It was all of them. All the Scotts who'd come to the States for Great Uncle Pete's funeral. And they were in her kitchen, eating her food, making themselves at home. "What's going on?" "They blew up our plane," Dougie explained, going through her cabinets, probably trying to find honey. She looked over her kin, finally noticed all the burn damage to their faces and hands and expensive clothes. "Were you standing next to it when it blew?" "On it," Will said. She glanced at Berg, who was standing behind her, his confused frown deep. And Charlie was guessing she had the same expression. "You were on the plane? On it?" "Yeah," Will shrugged. "Well, in the plane. And the bomb was right next to me and Dougie when it blew." "But how are you all alive? In my kitchen, eating my food?" "Luck," Will suggested. "Oh my God," Charlie faced Berg. "There is literally no way to kill a McKilligan male, which means my father is going to live forever." "Oh, now, sweet Charlie," her uncle said, attempting to soothe. "You've got to have faith, lass. I'm sure that someone will kill the bastard. And then we can all have a party. Wouldn't that be nice?" "Not really." Charlie gave a small, defeated shrug. "But I'll take it." This concludes In a Badger Way by Shelley Lawrenston, narrated by Charlotte Kane. Copyright 2019 by Shelley Lawrenston. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Shelley Lawrenston, care of the Ethan Ellenberg Literary Agency, and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.